welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to new Patreon, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve on the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Oh Wow, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twadwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Mels 24, Unamento, M Iron 26, Endless, Goldie McKiernan, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever's in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
One of the biggest tricks is what they want you to skip over. I'm smart. I got a bigger IQ than you. No, sorry, partner. No, we're out here on high intelligence. We're human beings.
You seem pretty good at keeping away from the trolls.
Me? Oh, I don't deal with them. I quit doing it years ago. Yeah. No, that's a way. Yeah, that's not my gig. Well, you come out and you're attracted to the, well, whatever, the flat earth, right? You become a flat earther. So when I first came out, it was, okay, man, you're a flat earther, cool, which it was. And then time, and then flat earthers, they are, we are what we are. And so we play this game some more. And then if some of these guys, they're not worth talking to, the trolls. It's kind of a funny part of the story, right? You're dealing with, well, you're dealing with nonsense to begin with, right? I mean, spinning balls. I mean, I figured that out as soon as I became a flat earther. And so anytime you're talking about it, you're dealing with nonsense. So I don't know what Nathan calls it, perpetual nonsense, whatever it says. Feast of nonsense. Yeah.
Feast of nonsense.
Yeah. And it hasn't quit since I've been out here. No,
Good morning, panel.
Good morning.
or Nathan.
Taboo Conspiracy got in touch with me and said, can you do 2 to 3 minutes on why celestial navigation is the #1 flat earth proof? I'm like, yeah, no worries. Be an absolute honour.
Who offered you that job? Or who
Ben.
called?
Taboo Conspiracy.
Okay.
We'll do that on the
That's
live show.
awesome.
We'll do it on the live show and we'll just discuss it for as long as needs be. And then I'll trim it down to 2 or 3 minutes.
Sounds good. I like it concise.
Yeah.
Probably because I'm so long-winded.
Yes. So yeah, that's what we'll do on the live show. Unless there's a video that you want to cover.
Nah, I ain't got none.
Someone's just shared something in Master B. Who's TM?
Hmm.
I don't know who TM is.
I don't either.
No, I still have not made it there yet. I put out the feeler to Righteous, though.
Healer for what?
To visit Master B.
Oh, okay. You're not in there.
No, not yet. I had to talk to Mush, and Mush is out of country, and so now I'm talking to Righteous, and Righteous hasn't seen it yet.
Hey, Refracted.
Did you say reflected or refracted?
I said Refracted.
I do not go by that name.
Hello, Reflected.
It's funny every time I hear it.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
How's your teeth?
They're all right. A lot better than they were.
I want to get this is angular size or arc seconds. Is that the one? Is
Oh,
arc
man.
seconds only possible
So
on a flat plane?
When I said, yeah, we'll talk about that on Monday, because there's some contention about it. It's like, second thing you want to talk about, fair enough. You keen? It's a sound to my wife making coffee, sorry.
Well, it's so tied to how we perceive reality that a lot of things we don't realize it's tied into. Like, there's a reason that conspiracy cats give us a flat Earth in angular size.
Yeah, I can't hear you
What do you mean?
till I get my coffee. Sorry. I can't hear you.
What do you mean, John? There's a reason.
Well, think about it. Like with angular size, you got a straight line. You got two straight lines, right? Going out to the object.
Okay.
Okay. That's not possible on a globe, first of all. But more than that, all these things are with respect to eye level when you're just describing angular size.
Why?
Okay, I guess I thought you were going into like the conspiracy part. Like there's a reason that he gave it to you.
Nah. The contention is that some, and I might even agree, would say that if I have a completely white room, and in the room there's a fly buzzing around, and from my vantage point, I draw out two imaginary lines from my point of view to the fly, and then give it an angular size. That's to say, a number of arc seconds or degrees. That doesn't
No.
necessarily. Go on.
You immediately cannot do that. You cannot describe it with arc seconds. Arc seconds are with respect to a flat plane. Nope.
Or just degrees.
Then it's irrelevant. It's meaningless because it's not angular size.
Well, I can give it in degrees.
Yeah, which means nothing.
It's just the degree between the two lines.
That's not angular size.
Yeah, it is. That's its angular size.
The arc seconds, right?
I don't have
That's
to use
what
arc
we're
seconds.
talking about. We're not talking about angular size of the moon. Not actual. What use is that?
It's just its angular size. I'm not saying it has a use. I'm just saying that if I acquire
No,
the angular size
you
of
can't.
something, it doesn't necessarily need a flat plane because it's just the angle for that one item in free space.
Right, the size part is the problem because you need a Cartesian coordinate system for the size. All of this is going to be done within a Cartesian coordinate system. There's no escaping it. When you talk about an angle, it's not just going to be two straight lines meeting at a vertex in nothing.
Why not?
Because it's your field of view. It's 360 degrees.
If I describe it in arc seconds, it is.
No, even the angle itself, it's going to be part of 360 degrees. You can't
Yeah.
get away from it. There's no
I'm not saying you
escaping it.
can, but I don't have to hold the protractor any which way. I can hold it any way I like. And just pick
No,
two
no,
lines.
no. You can't have the protractor. You cannot have the protractor.
Okay. Well, I'm struggling to argue the contrapositive to your point here, so I'll wait till somebody more mathematically minded comes along.
Because my statement was you need a plane of reference for the
I
angle.
agree. I mean, fundamentally I agree with you. I'm just trying to do my best to put a half decent response to it that would challenge it in any way.
Right. It's basically their argument is basically you don't need a flat Earth for the arcsecond, but you need a plane of reference. They'll concede that immediately. What do you have to have a plane of reference?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, you need a plane. Oh, what are we talking about?
Yeah, okay. I mean, like I say, it is ambiguous at this point to me. I'm not saying it is. Interesting, and it's on the table. It's contentious. In the big scheme of things, it's no big deal. I'm not demeaning it by that. I'm just saying it's like one of the hundreds of things that we discuss daily, where a heavy degree of scrutiny on one particular word is for our own benefit. So we're hyper specific when we use these words. But in everyday general debate and stuff, it probably would never be that useful. But there will be that one time in 100 if you're meeting 100 people. Do you know what I mean? We get into the minutiae of this stuff, don't we?
Yeah.
It's worth thrashing out.
Yeah, see, the thing is, like, the arcsecond is within the eye, right? That's where your vertex will be, is within your eye for this angle. And that encompasses your field of view. You can't have a field of view without the plane of reference. That is fundamentally, like, you can't disrespect the plane of reference and still use the mathematics from it.
Well, hopefully you'll tie that in at some point during the live show, because I'm going to be talking about elevation angles in general. Because Taboo Conspiracy said, give me some 2-3 minute soundbite or clip about celestial navigation. I've gone, yeah, no worries. And in my mind, the way to do that is to just talk about how elevation angles work within celestial navigation, because elevation angles, flat Earth prerequisite part of their measurement, is a flat Earth. So, in terms of what's the best proof of Earth being flat, well, measuring it flat, mapping it flat, charting it flat, and elevation angles are the key to that. So that's what I want to go through on the live show. Hopefully with some pretty diagrams. We'll see what I've got.
I think a lot of the confusion is tied up in plane of reference, because there's like more than one. They tie together with how they relate to each other, and then they're applied differently for different measurements. You know what I mean? There's a lot of confusion between.
Yeah, no, I do follow. However, when it comes to Earth and its measurements, there is no doubt when you're talking about it being measured as a plane, what that actually means. It means Earth is flat.
Even if you believe you live on a globe.
Yeah, because even if you live on a globe, you still need a flat plane for these original measurements that give you your globe.
Measure
It's
flat,
crazy to think
calculate
of.
imaginary curve.
Yeah, they calculate it mathematically, only mathematically, by use of measurements of a flat plane and eye level parallel with it.
I mean, most of the stuff that they say straight up loses the definition level. So, I mean, at some point you can say, define parallel, define level, define horizontal, define zero. You know what I mean?
These are all flat Earth terms. They're not allowed to use any of these.
I think that's why it's necessary to degrade the flat Earth.
Necessary to what?
That's why it's so necessary to degrade flat earthers, because they're going to steal our measurements.
Yeah. Very interesting way of putting it.
I like putting down that lie, steal, reverse, and ridicule, to blurf, and then I like to say, to look at what they're saying and see if you can put those into any of these categories, and you can always put them into, lie, steal, reverse, and ridicule. Oh, and project.
That's for my check.
Barely hear you, Neil. You all right?
I'm okay.
You sound horrible. Glad you're here, though.
Yeah, I just opened a bunch of letters that I'm being charged with a freaking crime with this accident.
Yeah, someone did pre-warn you about that, right? Because of the state that you had the incident in, it's automatically considered driving without due care.
Yeah, and so it's a whole system that they're doing, right? They get the records and 5 lawyers send letters. Then you're going to be charged with this crime, but I could get it dropped for a simple fee at $1,000. Oh my God, this just gets worse and worse. I want to freaking cry. I'm getting very frustrated because I'm going stir crazy. I can't do anything, and I keep getting these freaking letters. I'm going to lose my freaking mind. So I'm just going to stay on mute.
It is interesting that they can't make not paying them a crime, but they make paying off a crime legal.
Yeah, I don't want to make this about me, but and then this community that you built, Nathan, they freaking bring me to tears because people I don't even know send me $500. Another guy tells me just get a gift, send and go. I do it, and like 2 times he's already sent me money. I don't even know these people.
Yeah, I've got a good community, Neil.
Thank you anyway.
Got to make up for all those shut up nails.
I take none of that back.
Not for nothing. I tell my brother to shut up all the time. He answers back with "love you."
Is everything squared away with Adam? He sent them a few messages. He hasn't even answered me. Ah, really? That's great to know, Neil. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, Neil, I just got back in the room and I didn't hear what you said, and I thought it'd be rude to make you repeat yourself. Could you, though?
I said that everything gets squared away with the Adam Meakin.
What's that mean?
No, he was damn on the show, and then he left, and I haven't heard from him. Sent him a few messages, and
No, I think what that was is like QE was getting a delay on that video, and he thought Adam had made his point, and he was hitting play, and then Adam tried to speak again. And QE got flustered, and Adam thought it was QE being flustered with him, not QE being flustered with the video.
That's bullshit.
So,
He was negging Adam the whole show. I even pointed it out towards the end.
yep.
yeah, I mean, some of it was, but that's just QE. But I don't think he was doing that on purpose with the starting the video back.
No, I think he was doing it on purpose, and I even questioned why he was doing it. And then he gave me that bullshit about, oh, my video's starting when I played it and there's a little delay. And you're like, nah, you've told Adam to hurry up at least 4 times. And he just wasn't listening. Adam was like, why do you want to, what's the rush to get through it? It's not like, we don't need to just get through it. He's like, well, there's 2 hours of it. And it's like, okay, I'm hearing him say this, QE, and I get the sentiment, but at the same token, it's only happening when Adam starts talking. And that didn't go unnoticed.
Did anybody tell QE that we don't train to time?
Oh, that's a good
Well,
one.
it's true. Yeah, but it's true. But the point is, it only seemed to happen when Adam was talking. I don't know why. I even deliberately at one point interjected at an inappropriate moment to see if I got told off, and it didn't. So, I tested the water before saying this stuff. It did seem very squarely aimed at Adam.
It's
But there
hard
we
to
go.
tell though, because like QE kind of spits venom everywhere. You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
it was hard for me to know how to take him at first.
You could never take anything personal with QE.
He's always
That's
been
the
very.
bottom line.
He's always been nothing but kind to me. I don't think he's ever spat any venom at me ever. Not that I can remember.
Until the time you told him to take his size 10s out.
No, that's just into good humour, though, isn't it? That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh no, he was annoyed. The next whenever he got back on, he was annoyed with you. But he does show you a lot of favor.
Well, he didn't express it to me. That's what I'm saying. He's got a certain degree of temperance for me that he didn't on Saturday at least have for Adam. So there we go. If you're saying, well, you get favourable treatment, what favourable to spat venom at? Well, then that to me is normality. But maybe it takes a lot of effort on QE's part to be that way with me specifically. I don't know if that's what he's suggesting.
No, I noticed that
Well,
you have a way to diffuse things immediately. By
I
the
am
way
basically
you
ace. You're right.
answer that.
That is true. I am basically fantastic.
no, what it is Nathan is his pupil.
Yes.
He put a lot of time into Nathan.
Yeah, he's had a lot of patience to make sure I understand stuff. He's taken his sweet time making sure I understand and being very tolerant of me not understanding and asking for the same information again. So from my perspective, I've had nothing but a tolerant tutor. So when other people get you don't know this, well then shut up, you stupid idiot. I've never had that. I've got, no, you need to understand this. And when I make a mistake, he'll politely, without saying it verbally, send me a message on Skype. And occasionally he's even said, well, you'll just read it straight out and I've sent it to you to spare you the embarrassment. Like, I'm not embarrassed. If I've got something wrong, okay, I'll read it out. But you know what I mean? He's not sparing anyone else any embarrassment, is he? Maybe he is. Maybe I can only go by my own experience with QE.
No, but even when he's mad, the way you respond back without hostility and humility, and it diffuses the whole situation. I've noticed it a few times.
That just comes natural.
I mean, you got to think about the subjects we're in too. Like how many times has QE had someone take it to the personal on him when they couldn't overcome his argument? You know, there's a thick skin that can grow.
Gotcha.
Hey, John, have you ever heard QE's first debate with Rumpus?
Yes, many times.
Yeah, you tell me you don't even recognize him.
I don't know.
It's from hanging out.
Nah, it's his first time in a public arena doing it. So he's gonna act differently because it's his first foray into a very public way of doing things, not in debate forums on text format and in a website style. He's doing it verbally there after only being in the arena for a few days, maybe a week. So he's completely comfortable with being online and talking to a live audience now. So because of that being more relaxed, I would suggest that you're seeing more of a natural, that's how QE actually is. Generally speaking, I am exactly how I am. That is to say, I'm generally quite short to temper, and things that annoy me quickly, generally in life. So if something isn't correct in a situation that I'm in, you'll probably find that I'll react exactly the same. And if the person that I'm dealing with is rude to me, I'll be the same as you'd expect to see me on the show. It's just in normal, everyday life. Most of the time when you're dealing with somebody, especially if they've done something that displeases someone else, they're normally incredibly apologetic and want to sort that out and want to, most people want to please others, me included. So when you in this arena, and people take great pleasure in causing you discomfort, then it's alien to your average day-to-day experience. Not least of all the fact that in person, there's a threat level from another individual directly standing in front of you that precludes most people from behaving the way they behave online. Therefore, there's a different demeanor that people have when you're literally nose to nose with them.
Yeah, but in that, QE was cordial, respectful, humble to the point where he called them sir.
I think that's how QE would be generally. If you were a teller at a supermarket and you just happened to be taking QE's order that day, he would watch his P's and Q's. He'd be very polite and respectful to you, like most people. But he's learnt to fight fire with fire, because in this arena, that's the kind of shite that we have to deal with. Well, so that's the kind of person he's become. But what dwells inside all of us, there's a darkness that dwells inside of all of us, that the internet has this very good way of letting loose. You know, people are less inhibited when they're online. Now, people say, oh, well, I'm just a different person when I'm online because I can get away with it. It's like, no, that is still you. It's just not a part of you that you'd necessarily want to be seen. That's you and your persona together as one in public. Online, you can separate out these parts, these aspects of your personality. And the dark, evil crap that people do online is still them. It's not just some magical person that goes away when they stop typing. It's in them. Just like I say, the internet lets that dark persona come out easier. Now, some people go, oh, I'll just mask it with a fake name. Still you. Put all the fake names you like next to that dark persona. Still you. People are people, and people have got dark personas. Some people don't know it. That amuses me greatly. When the people who do this sort of stuff don't realise that that's the case. They think they're getting away with something. It's like, no, you're deceiving yourself into believing that you're not this evil person that you actually are. You think that's just some magical character you can lock away online. It's still you. Type in. It's still you being evil. It's still you lying. You're just lying to yourself. You think you're deceiving others with that act, but that's not an act. That's you. People just don't even know it.
See, I think I don't think it's necessarily the internet. I think it's any time that a social situation allows someone to act differently, right? And it be acceptable. Like, careful you fight monsters lest you become one.
Sure. Oh, there's that too. But it's a good way of putting it. I know what my monsters are. Yeah? So back in the day, 10 years ago, I used to describe coming to the subject for our anti-flat earth, now termed opponents, being too terrifying because I'd have to look into the closet, see all the skeletons hanging up, and assess them for what they were, because there might be consequences. Now there's an easier way of saying there is a God to people, but in a roundabout way, I'm suggesting that in terms of what I'd self-assessed about who I am and what I am. I know what I am. Yeah, I know all my demons. I'd like to hope I know all my demons. Let's just say it that way, just in case. But I've assessed them. Most people haven't. Yeah, and I'm saying in this example with the internet letting loose some of those demons, yeah, because people are scared of their own demons. Yeah, it's a nice, easy place to let a persona out behind a fake name like it's not you. That's what I'm driving at. But the monsters that you're saying, lest you become the monster, that's the other thing. Sorry, just to add this on. That monster was always there to begin with. There might be a trigger that lets it out, and if you're dealing with monsters all day, there's a good chance that'll be the trigger. But that's still, the same thing applies, right? Oh, there was a good analogy about this, right? When people start being, let's call it blame shifting, when they're being horrible, and they say these are the reasons why all of these external forces cause me to be this way. Some psychologist on one of these shorts videos describes it like an orange. You're the orange. Now, if someone squeezes you, the stuff that comes out, in this case, poison and evil, it's still come out of you, like the juice from the orange. The fact that someone squeezed you to get that to come out doesn't alter that what came out of you came out of you. That's what I'm saying. So you say, oh, be careful you don't become the monster. Well, there's a monster in all of us then, isn't there? That's the awful reality of it. Don't know how
I
we
don't
got
know.
on this
There's
subject.
people in this subject that are extremely patient and calm and nice. Betty's one.
I don't know about that.
Dad, will you answer the call, Dad?
How much time have you spent with Betty?
Yeah, and like if something does come out of her that's it's usually to illustrate a point to someone about their own behaviors, and then she'll stop and point that out after they, you know what I mean?
I do, because I can vaguely remember having this conversation about knowing your own monsters with Betty personally. And from vague recollection, it's many years ago, she, like I, has assessed her own monsters and knows her own demons to the point where she's comfortable talking about them. And I think from her perspective, it makes it easier to identify them in others.
Hey, Betty could get feisty.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That's what I said. I was like, how long have you spent with Betty?
Hello.
Yeah, but part of it's a show with Betty, just like part of it's a show with you.
Oh, most of
Nathan.
it's a show with me.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. That's funny.
I especially like to make that occasionally abruptly obvious. So during a live show, when I'm seemingly at my absolute crescendo of rage, I take it down 10 notches and shout a super chat, have a laugh with Neil or something, and then flick back into it and put on the disdain. I'm disturbed by you, and my great rage of fury will be put towards you, globe believer. Anyway, just 1 minute. Shout out to Charlie and Cat for the super chat. You know what I mean?
When you do that, I have to go on mute and just freaking laugh because you switch it off so quick.
I do want to portray the disdain because it is real. Any good actor will take any emotion that they're portraying in a character or a scene from reality. If they're a good actor, they'll pull it from somewhere. So I can pull that disdain from somewhere, which means that the disdain is real, and I'm justifying it because I'm righteous in having such disdain towards our opponents in most instances that I muster that disdain. It's there for a reason. Now, I might over-egg the pudding sometimes, not very often. I tend to hope I strike the right balance because I am pulling from my actual disdain in the moment. It might not be amplified to the point that I'm putting it out to the audience, but sometimes to make the point that there is disdain there, the subtle disdain that most people will try and put out when they're in those circumstances is too subtle for most to pick up on. So they don't realise that there's a good reason for someone to be in utter disdain of what some person they're up against has said to you.
Right. I remember a few times you even thanked Wiggles and Timmy Clown for being a good sport.
Yeah, because they become examples, don't they? In those circumstances, they become your archetypical globe-believing numpty scumbag. And when they go along with the process of that being displayed to an audience, at the end, you're like, great, that was a great example. I can show an audience how these people behave and how this debate takes place. Great, thank you so much for offering that. So the other day, right, although it's very different circumstances, with Matthew Learns, I thanked him, didn't I? I was like, oh, thank you so much. Because in his honesty, he's saying, yeah, I understand Earth's measured flat. But I understand that there might be arguments to show it's a ball, and I believe it's a ball, so it's a ball, based on my extended belief of that ball. You're like, couldn't really describe fundamentalism much better, but I'm not going to say that to you in the moment. I'm just going to thank him. Thank you so much for your fundamentalist zealotry. It was so concise and calm. Almost seemed reasonable. Didn't it?
Yeah, but how does anybody on the other side listen to what he said and continue to be a heliocentrist? I don't get it.
Well,
He just admitted everything.
Yeah, because he's banking on doing it so calmly that no one notices how overtly he's relinquishing the globe belief that he's saying he has, justified by the flat Earth measurements he gave us. In his mind, if he says it calmly enough, people will go, oh, yeah, that seems reasonable. Seriously. I guess the only explanation I can come up with, and I'm speculating, obviously, about his motivation, but what other reason could you possibly have to deliver the awful truth that it's measured flat? But it could still be in an argument, claim to be a globe. What argument? Well, if this other guy measures it flat, you're like, okay. Maybe in his mind that's what's justified, and that's what he told us. I can only take him at his word, Neil.
Yeah, and he went even to the point where he started saying measured distances on continents. I mean, you're basically saying Earth is flat.
He said more than that. He said, I know it's measured flat. Earth being measured flat, he is well aware of. As are all. Well, maybe that's why he's here, right? He's compelled to be.
Yeah, he definitely knows it. But like you say, he's compelled to be here. Like he can't not be here. Like all of them. Even the guy that you had the debate with, Steve Bauman, he claims he's banned. That's why he doesn't come in live anymore, but he's always in the chat. I mean, he knows Earth is flat. So that's what you're going to do now. Start claiming people are here that aren't here because we can't get 5 people in G+.
We've literally spent the majority of the pre-show talking to Refracted Curvature about this and that. So I'm in no concern about claiming that there's someone here that isn't, even though the live audience doesn't know that. What's that? Somebody said something in chat. What was it again? Potty Mouth Mexican says ban Neil. Oh, thanks, Potty Mouth Mexican. So nice to have you in our chat. How are you all in Discord? You all good? Hey, Righteous.
Hello, Nathan. Yes, very good. I'm just adding the price of Adam to the what do you call it? Master B.
All right. Has he been vetted? Is he okay? Is he one of them?
Well, it seems like Mighty Mush and Neil said he's okay.
I don't trust
And he's
either
been
of them.
around on Discord for a long enough time, yeah.
Don't even know why either of those two are in there. Yeah, just get them in there. Of course you can, Adam. I don't know why. It's not even the case already. It's because Mush isn't around. There you go. See,
Yeah,
I'm
Mush
not a
is gonna
liar.
be gone
Refracted
till-
was with us.
He's gonna be gone till like about December 2nd.
Okay.
He's out in Croatia, his home country. He's getting the implant and also visiting family. So yeah.
Yeah. Getting implants is expensive, eh?
Not if you go there.
So I understand. In any event, there is a task on the table for us today, ladies and gentlemen. So I may as well lay exactly what that task is out. And hopefully, over the course of this live stream, we can at least hack out 2 to 3 minutes worth of video for Ben, aka Taboo Conspiracy, who has said very specifically that he's putting a video together in terms of top 10 flat earth proofs. And he'd like celestial navigation to be one of them. And he asked, could you do a couple of minutes on celestial navigation and why it's number 1 flat earth proof? Now, I was discussing this in the pre-show with some of the guys on the panel and in Discord, and my general view of why celestial navigation would be put forward as the number 1 flat earth proof is because it's the heart of our statement, all roads lead to a flat earth. It's based on elevation angles, and elevation angles are the origin measurement of all of our mapping and charting of the known territories, the expansion of the known world. So the reason we can argue against there being no need to speculate about ice walls when we've utilized elevation angles and the geographic positions, ground positions of the stars on a flat plane with elevation angles to expand the territories. So they are the heart of our current 2024 argumentation in terms of all roads leading to a flat earth. The reason you can launch forward as a flat earther on the front foot talking about flat earth is because we measure earth flat. And elevation angles for celestial navigation, as described on screen now in this diagram, is what you do with them. Measuring angles to a star with a flat baseline and a 90 degree at the ground position of each star to find where you are on Earth if you get lost. The only reason you can do this on the maps is because we have utilized these angle measurements to plot the world we now map. It's part of the systems that we use to measure the stars in the first place. Furthermore, it's what creates the globe. Your minimum elevation angle to a polaricentric system gives you your outside edge of a ball, aka the radius, is derived from flat Earth angle measurements. Elevation angles, the same ones used in celestial navigation. So there's a very practical application to these angles. That is to say, with these angles, you can stop yourself from being dead. You can stop yourself from dying at sea if you have the means of measuring the angles to find where the hell you are and not die. So elevation angles in celestial navigation are extremely important because they affirm that which we have been saying for quite some time, but mainly in 2024. Earth is measured flat. This is one of the ways that we measure Earth flat. With elevation angles in celestial navigation, it's the heart and soul of the systems we have used to find our way around on the flat plane we dwell atop. Anybody got anything to add so I can trim out any additions from people in Discord or G+ on Flat Earth debate for Ben Taboo Conspiracy?
Did you cover? I'm sorry, I had a phone call, but did you cover that eye level is the baseline for every single measurement that will be done on Earth?
I did not.
Right, their eye level is the flat baseline for most elevation angles, whether it's a depression angle from eye level to where surface level appears to meet the sky, so you can calculate the sphericity of a globe, Alberuni style. Level being a horizontal plane is how we experience the world. Measurement must be referenceable back to how we experience the world. Once you have that, anything past it that will be an argument against it will automatically be fallacious.
Right. On screen now, this is an elevation angle measurement with respect to the sun. This is what you can use to chart out the positions below the sun at any given time. That's where the sun is. Its zenith would be where you would stand. Below the sun in this instance would be here. The zenith of the sun. When you're trying to find where you are, you can measure to a celestial item. Minus it from 90 and times it by 60 to give you the distance to the GP. With that, you can derive a circle around the point that the sun, in this instance, is below. Now, with sometimes 2, but if you're in the middle of the ocean, it might be 3, other angle measurements to stars, you can find your location. That is to say, where circles for each of the angles that you measure to navigation stars intersect is where you are. Now, if one of the 2 intersection points on the 3 circles, or 2 circles, depending on how many you need, that you draw out, was over land, then obviously there's only one alternative for where you are. But if there was no land to have the other cross-section of circles be on, then you would have the need for 3 stars, 3 angles to find your exact location. Now, that is a flat Earth prerequisite. You are measuring elevation angles. Angles with respect to a flat baseline. That's what an angle is. 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex, in this case, for a baseline. Now, the globe is derived from these measurements. Ergo, any claim to be functional globe measurement will actually be a calculation derived from a flat plane functional from within the globe. That's something called the equatorial plane. Can't measure these angles on a curved surface, and they won't work with respect to a curved surface. They can only work with respect to a plane. They are angles. So what you see on screen now is the celestial sphere wrapped around a globe that is a glorified protractor with a blacked out celestial and equatorial plane that these angles come from. Or to put it another way, the globe is derived from flat Earth elevation angles used in celestial navigation. But for the fact that we measure Earth flat with these angles, you wouldn't have a globe to believe in. Anything else for anybody else to add? I think we've done a pretty good job right at the opening of this live show for me to trim out for Taboo Conspiracy. I don't know what you guys think.
Do you think
measure.
we should go into the angular measures and how they apply to all the globe claims in the housekeeping questions?
Well, part of our housekeeping is to ask: is there any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? Now, the reason that is phrased so carefully is because of these elevation angles that are a prerequisite, a requirement to navigate. And you cannot acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. A globe Earth will not facilitate this measurement that is absolutely necessary to navigate on the flat maps. There's a reason the maps are flat, so that you can draw these flat two-dimensional circles on them when you navigate with the stars. So when people say, oh, it doesn't matter that they're a flat map, it's a globe projection. Well, where did the globe come from for you to wrap a cylinder around it and project the points out onto it and then cut that out and roll that out flat? Well, the globe came from measurements of the stars as described on screen with this diagram, with an equatorial plane representing the angular view to all of the stars. That's where we get our positional data from. To make a globe, you have to project out the angles that you took from a flat plane. The globe wouldn't exist unless we measured Earth flat in the first place. The genesis of the globe is flat Earth measurements. Earth is measured flat and can only be measured flat if you want to navigate it. Go ahead, John.
So in the same way when Globers used to point out to flat earthers that their map, the ones that flat earthers were claiming at the time, was just a globe projection and laugh at them, there's a mirror to be held up right now because your globe is just a flat earth projection.
Correct. First you measure Earth flat, then you create a globe with the projected points through a globe to the points in the sky made up by the celestial sphere. Then you can pretend that you're standing on the surface you can only measure from within as a glorified protractor. So your globe only exists because we measure Earth flat. From there, you can project the points on the globe that you created from the flat Earth measurements onto a cylinder and roll that out flat and call it the Mercator projection, the world map we're all familiar with. But for the fact that we didn't chart all the positions above the ground to find our way home, we would have never expanded the territories flat. As flat earthers, we are given the feast of nonsense to regurgitate to our followers, like we have some justification arguing about what might be beyond some ice wall we've never seen. When we've already charted the world flat, we don't need to speculate. We can just show how the world was expanded to date. It was flat. We measured the Earth flat. We charted the Earth flat. We fly across the Earth flat and can show that with pitch data, but that's a different argument. Meanwhile, we sailed the oceans with navigation techniques that used angle measurements to the stars on a flat Earth. It's the only way it can be done and is still done and will always be done. Earth will always be flat. These measurements prove it. Celestial navigation proves it.
Nathan, could you give a few words of emphasis on beneath a dip correction, when dip correction, i.e. height of eye correction, is required and when it isn't?
You only do dip correction if you're using a sextant that doesn't have any facility of establishing its own horizontal plane of reference. So if you're using the horizon, then your dip correction is to take you back to the surface level that you are above. So the first measurement that you'd take when you got to port was how high you are above the surface level. The horizon being comprised of the surface, where it appears to meet the sky. And if you are above the surface, ipso facto, you are above the horizontal plane you need to reference. That is why you do dip correction. The dip correction remains constant regardless of where the horizon may be perceived to be, because you are always the same height above the horizontal plane, and so is the point in the distance that you are measuring. Answer your question?
Yes.
Anything else? As I say, this will get hacked down to about 2 minutes for Taboo Conspiracy. Don't know which bits I'll end up using. If anybody's got anything useful to add on celestial navigation specifically, and its utilisation of a flat Earth moreover, as opposed to how it proves Earth's not a sphere. Anybody for anybody? Go ahead. No, I'll just ask the housekeeping question, as it dovetails perfectly into this particular potentially trimmed out section for Taboo Conspiracy, which is to say, is there any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
That's a silly question, because then how would it be an angle if the bottom is curved?
Yeah, two straight lines meeting at a vertex isn't capable if the surface is curving. It doesn't form a straight baseline anymore. A big shout out to Ben. So Ben was quick on the uptake with the Black Swan, and partially responsible because I think it was him that actually had the material published for QE to see. I could be wrong in that particular rhetoric. The origins are quite some time ago, coming on for 5 years ago now. But certainly Ben was heavily involved when we were doing Black Swan stuff, re-releasing various different BLMSB 69 videos. So yeah.
I believe Quantum Racer said that he was watching Ben's video on the submarines where he was looking through the scope and saying, "Oh, I can't see that one. That one's refracted, so we're not going to shoot at that one." And to give him the idea for the Black Swan.
Yeah, regardless of popularity levels, I hold Taboo Conspiracy in very high esteem. So when he contacted me, or when I saw that he contacted me on Saturday, I actually didn't see it till today. But I was like, cheered me right up. I'm like, it's a real honour to be in a Taboo Conspiracy video. You know, he's an influential character in our arena, and it's a bit of an honour to be asked. If I'm honest, you know, I was quite touched.
Taboo is also Romanian.
Show us up.
He's also what, Romanian?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Oh, I take it all back. I'm not sending him a damn thing. Bloody Romanians.
Just some good
They're
information
everywhere
for you
but
guys.
Romania.
Yeah, he didn't tell me that bit, did he? Got my eye on you, Ben.
I like Taboo too.
Yeah, Ben's ace.
Chairman.
He's OG too. He's been here for 10 years.
Okay.
Oh, that
Yeah, I
matters.
remember him telling at the 10th Man that he's been in the arena and has done so much.
Well, I was tend to being critical of him in some regard.
Wasn't he the same one that was talking about the angels and stuff when he came on? Is that the same guy, or am I thinking somebody different?
You could be thinking of someone different. I mean, we're generally critical of everyone for everything, always, because that's what we are, right? That's how we typically...
Oh, no, I'm thinking of a different guy. I'm sorry.
I can remember being recently critical of Taboo Conspiracy. So, obviously, if you're not going to change the tides unless you start paddling and splashing a little bit, and some of that splash reached Ben recently when we were talking about... It must be this year, actually. I just can't remember what video we were covering to have Taboo Conspiracy involved in it. But nevertheless, I can remember him catching a little bit of flack because we're pushing the idea that saying why it's not a ball is kind of a bit outdated now. Someone will have to remind me the context of how Taboo Conspiracy came into that particular discussion point. It's got to be about 12 months ago, like at the beginning of the year or something. But in any event, you know, it makes no difference. I mean, as much as I can say my admiration for Taboo Conspiracy, doesn't mean we're not going to criticise him if we see flaw. If we see flaw, we criticise. It doesn't matter whose flaw it is. It's never anything personal, or very rarely. It's just, this is the information that's current. This is what you're saying. The two are different. Therefore, our take is that, you know, moving forward on the front foot, for one example, is better than explaining to everyone why they're not on a ball all day, every day when you're a flat earther. But that's just our view, obviously.
Well,
I was thinking of Russian vids. It was the Russian vids guy. Sorry.
Okay.
One of the reasons it's so important to not worry about that as much is because most of the time they're just going to hear you express what the claim is, and then they're going to cut you off and change the subject, and it's going to get lost. And it just becomes a flat earther making a ball claim.
Right, if you can only get halfway through how the globe fails, what you're left with after being cut off is just half a globe claim. So the globe's being taught, well, win-win. And we get to call you stupid for being a flat earther just for being here and being a flat earther at the same time. Well, thank you for talking about a globe for 30 seconds. Now we'll cut you off and call you stupid and reiterate how globe-shaped it all is. Please smash the share button if you've not done so already. And if you were listening to that live for the last 5 to 10 minutes, you might end up hearing it on a Taboo conspiracy video, as that will be what I end up hacking up about celestial navigation. There's no doubt about it. We all have a lovely weekend.
Yes, thank you.
I had
No,
a lovely
but let's
weekend.
move on.
Again? I had a magical weekend because, through the toothache, I went to Warwick Castle, which is just down the road from us. And it is a glorious, very well intact, very well maintained by the same people who do like tourist attractions here, like Alton Towers. They run the castle. So it's like a little resort on this very, very well maintained castle. But seeing it all lit up with this light trail was absolutely glorious. Not that we haven't done it before, we did it last year. But at the end of it, my eldest daughter was in a choir. So we were at the castle grounds with all these beautiful magical lights, admittedly a bit drizzly. But watching my eldest daughter on a big stage entertaining a number of, audience members with her and her choir, it was lovely. It's one of those things that you think, I'll probably remember this when I'm dying in however many years' time, because it was that magical. And my excuse for being 10 minutes late for Ballbusters.
That was
I live in
awesome.
It is. I live in an absolutely beautiful part of the country. And I very much enjoy being here. I've been for many, many years. Anyway, enough about me. Because of the Taboo conspiracy thing, I haven't actually queued up any video to respond to, and I have no intention of doing so. Almost halfway through the show.
Did you say you remember it when you're dying? What's wrong with you?
I'm saying when I'm hopefully 116 years old on my deathbed, I'll be thinking, I remember when Eleanor was singing in the choir at Warwick Castle.
And I was 10 minutes late.
We weren't. We were on time for the choir. I was saying I'll still remember the Ballbusters bit that I was late for after the fact. I probably won't remember that, actually. It's terrible to say. Everyone wants to know. It's the most important and influential part of that day was appearing on Ballbusters.
Absolutely, because by then we'd have changed the world.
Changed the world. I'm getting it in the next...
No. You're taking lightly what we're doing here. We're not just having shows. We're changing the world. You may not see the results now, but you watch.
There's a bit of a disagreement between myself and the panel, mainly Neil and what's his name again? That Irish guy, Brian or something. He and Neil have got this bee in their bonnet about me saying no, nothing's going to change, and there's no way they're ever going to win this argument because I'm just right. You can't really disagree with me unless you want to take it into the vague or the social or the mental or somewhere that isn't Earth, which doesn't change and has always been flat. And you ain't changing Jackson. So
wait a second. That's
step
not
back
what
off
I'm
your
saying.
pedestal.
Not what I'm saying. First of all, how you doing, Adam? I'm glad you made it to G+. I expect you here at the start of every show.
Adam's not here. What are you talking about? Oh, Adam as in the other Adam.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll
Yes,
go by price. It's
Adam.
fine.
Go on, Adam. He's obviously nervous.
You meant you.
Okay, well, this is going swimmingly.
He's trying. I guess he's getting it worked out with the mute button. But anyway, it's good to have you. But back to the other thing. Me and Brian are always right. We tried to tell you this 5 years ago with this ether and dielectric acceleration, and you left it to scorn, and you started making comparisons to ghost stories, and look where we are now.
So there's no practical use for ether, right? In real terms, okay, you've got the comparative fantasy with Newtonian mechanics and even Einsteinian to a certain degree, and all the contradictions that come along also interweave with the contradictions in Ethereanism. I couldn't care less. None of this stuff has any practical use. The globe version of it's a band-aid to keep them on a spinning ball. It's not useful, so it doesn't really affect anything in literal and physical and mental and social terms. It's a nothing burger.
I agree, but what's happening? You have the supposed promoter and the best flat Earth guy you're gonna get, Witsit, sitting there with St. Janice and a baller. And where was flat Earth in that video? Because I didn't hear it mentioned.
Okay, but I know what you're saying. You want them to have done a better job, but they're not you. Because I was thinking about it after the fact as well, right? I'm not Witsit, and I'm not where Witsit is, and me saying I would have done a better job is kind of irrelevant. Witsit going out and doing his Witsit job is Witsit. Now, we're doing what we do to the best of our ability. Now, if it's the case that back in Rowbotham's day, there was some other dude who was just far better at it than Rowbotham, but he was the one that ended up getting pushed to the ranks and, you know, the realms of remembrance to the point where we still have books talked about and subject matters and claim to be experiments talked about that have his name above them. Why is it the case that he was the best man for the job at the time, like we're moaning about it?
Because he's got a title. He's labeling himself a flat earther.
Yeah, so.
And he's not. Did he show you any proof of flat earth the other day?
But what is it to be a flat earther, right? I'm saying the world's not changed. It always was dealt with flat. And no matter how much this religion's peddled, it'll still be dealt with flat tomorrow. So from the point of view of, well, so your concern is that he doesn't appease you in what you think is an affiliation to a group with respect to people's awareness of their actual environment, which was always going to be measured and dealt with flat anyway, and always was. Oh yeah, there's a globe belief, but you're not part of that anymore. So it's just him, and he's not satisfactorily depicting his label as a flat earther in your view, right? Sod him, I don't care. Do what you like with it.
Well, no, I think that's exactly what Neil's saying.
Go on, explain it to me then.
Neil's saying that this individual has been selected mainly by our opponents to be the representative of flat Earth. And in 30 minutes of discussion, he didn't bring it up once. Now, if you're being represented by an individual, willingly or unwillingly, it is, it's natural to be upset when they don't represent you. It's a lack of representation.
Right.
Yeah.
And from what I understand is Reg and a whole bunch of guys in Discord had a conversation with him.
Yeah.
And he did not even listen to one word they said. He went on his own.
So you can only rely on yourself. That's what it teaches you, right? You want him to be I don't want any representation, thanks. I'm good. I don't need anybody to represent me. I'm me, and I'm good for representing myself. I can say what I need to say. So therefore, I'm not going to moan when Witsit is not a good rep. I don't care. I didn't need a rep to begin with. He's my rep, is he? No, he isn't. That's my attitude if someone wants to bring it up.
Unwilling. Then
Exactly.
you're unwilling. But he's still your representative, whether you're willing or unwilling. Because that is how you're being perceived, is through the eyes of the individual watching Witsit.
I know that, and I recognise this attempt to dissolve my spin.
By the way, how many times was Lite assumed to be traveling in that video?
Yeah, he's a contradictory, double-speaking pretender clown, yes. That's true also. But again, live and let live. It's a bit like when I compare it in terms of YouTube. You can easily look at the next man who goes from 0 subs to 10 million subs in the space of 2 or 3 months and go, I'm really jealous of that person. Why aren't I doing that when I put in the amount of hours and the amount of work and this, that, and the other? But that's never going to do you any good. You know, being that negative Nelly that compares yourself to the next man. It's like, good for next man.
No, Nathan, it's disappointing because he could do so well. It's disappointing.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate. I mean, life's full of little
Morning.
disappointments. It's how much you let them affect you that is really the big deal here, Neil.
It's not affecting me. It's affecting flat Earth generally, across the board.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you, Chocolate. Why, what's up?
Yeah.
Nothing. I got a new headset, so I'm doing a mic check.
Yeah, sound good.
Sound grand.
I mean, less distinguished than Eli when he uses his mic, but I mean, you can't expect a miracle from everyone.
Wait, that's not Eli?
Well, when they're both using good mics, they're a lot more distinguishable which one's which. When they're both on crap mics, they kind of do sound the same. You'd sound the same if you were on the same crappy mic that they were on, if you know what I mean, Neil. It's good to have you on a decent mic, Chocolate. Good. I appreciate it if no one else mentions it.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have anything you wanted to add about celestial navigation as we're on the subject? It's a bit far away from where I might edit it out, though, I'll be honest.
No, but I'll add in a little bit on the discussion I just walked into, where Neil's mad at Witsit for misrepresenting.
No, I'm not mad. Disappointed.
Chill, Neil, chill.
Yeah, I get it. I'm kind of with Nathan. Like this, I never hired Witsit to be my lawyer. Like, what do you mean? He represents me. Like, nah, I don't agree with that.
Did you not hear what Refracted just said? Willingly or not, he's put on there as the flat Earth representative. He is the best. That's what the guy said.
Well, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? He could feel that he's the best. That's good for him. Very happy. Doesn't represent me though.
Yeah, exactly. And I get John's point as well. He's saying you're unwilling in terms of having a representative, and he's your whatever the word he'd use is, unfortunate representative that you don't want. Well, yeah, okay, but we are addressing it. We do address it, but by the same token, there does come a point that you go, does this really affect me that badly? Once you've made everyone in the moment acutely aware of that fact. That's it then, isn't it? What else can you do?
Exactly. Like, as someone who's debating flat Earth, the subject, yes, I would like him to do better or just represent flat Earth in a better way. Sure. But do I take that personally and, lose sleep at night because he said something wrong? No. Let him do what he's doing. We'll do what we do. I don't try to be concerned about too much what other people are doing, especially in this.
I'll be honest. It does sometimes when it's personal and it's internal. That is to say, when it's someone like Jaron calling me a scammer, that does get to me. If some globe-believing scumbag calls me something similar, there was a guy on, I think it was on Friday, calling me a child abuser. You're like, oh, right. That's one way you just roll your eyes as opposed to it actually causes me to, as you put it, lose sleep. It doesn't. But when someone like Jaron calls you a scammer, it does. It does feel like a knife in the back.
Yeah, that's kind of the other thing too. Like, we're talking about somebody who supposedly representing us, who supposedly called us a scammer. So it's like, what I'm supposed to feel about that? Oh, I'm a scammer because I told people that science proves things. That's what science is for, and I'm a scammer for saying that. Okay, buddy, you take care and have fun with that. That's my attitude toward it. And I'm not losing no sleep.
Yeah, well, I did. Those sorts of things do cause me to lose sleep. And in terms of, Witsit, we're addressing lies and doublespeak, contradictions that, as we've been saying, this is an unwilling representative that we have before Flat Earth, which he's not representing most of the time when he's out on the circuit. He's talking about Ethereanism and whatever contradiction. He's talking about light moving or not moving, depending on which day you're talking to him. And you're like, this is all garbage. I don't want any of this crap to be seeping into something that would be perceived to be a subject that I'd have to put my name above. When someone asks me my job, I don't say I'm a flat earther. And I say I'm a YouTuber. Well, what do you cover on YouTube? Cosmology is what I say. Why? Because I don't want to tell them flat earth. Because what I have to then contend with is the nonsense that people like Witsit portray of us. I mean, there's other conspiratorial types that are flat earthers in name only that don't often talk about flat earth, but they'll certainly put it in their title and tags and pretend that there's a vague connection to whatever garbage they're peddling in that video. And again, I have to suddenly absorb all of this association if I deem myself a flat earther. So there's a public disdain, which we're all well aware of, that I don't want when I'm out in public. So therefore, I've got to relinquish myself in public of being a flat earther. At first bluff, at the very least. You might get me to that point where I'll have to admit it when I'm telling you what I'm telling you. But at that point, I'll be telling you with some command and authority about the subject matter that we're discussing, prior to a preconceived notion when I just say I'm a flat earther. Because immediately, I've lost 5 points of credibility in the person I'm talking to before they even know my name. If I do that, I mean, I've got literally an example of it at the dentist, which was humorous. It turns into a funny joke that I can tell on the show when I delicately lead into cosmology, flat earther, no, YouTuber. Covering cosmology, I'll ruin your day after you've studied my teeth, not before, right? And then the person's intrigued and interested in me telling them that space is fake when it violates the second law of thermodynamics. Again, I don't think I left his office with him calling me an idiot because I'd said the words flat or earth in combination to him. I don't think it even came up. I'm there for a dental appointment. But if you're the type of person that wants to evangelize and preach about flat earth to every sod that you come across, then number one, you're going to be considered a nutter. I tell my kids this because they have to obviously overhear the show. I have to make it explicitly plain to them. Everyone's entitled to their belief. The majority of the people you encounter will believe they're on a ball. Don't tell them otherwise. It's not your place. Don't roll your eyes either. Just go along with whatever. It's the same if you come across a Muslim, a Jew, a Sikh, a Buddhist. You don't suddenly roll your eyes because they don't believe as you believe. The fact that you know it's a belief is neither here nor there. You don't be rude. Now, I'd like to think that I could adopt that attitude when I'm out in society because I know what society is. They're all globe believers, right? And I'm definitely, as a flat earther, in quotes, meat hooks, considered second-rate, second-class citizen, stupid idiot. So why would I want that label if I'm ever going to go into a foray of discussion with somebody? It's not going to be my priority to tell them that fact. So therefore, to bring it back onto the subject matter, why would I concern myself too deeply with how that publicly tarnished title of flat earther is represented by some tosser called Witsit? It's kind of neither here nor there in reality of my world that I actually live in, beyond what I do for a living on the internet. So why should we care? They're representatives of the clown show that is Flat Earth. And Flat Earth isn't what we want it to be, is it?
Well, in the spirit of devil's advocate, the best argument I can come up against you is that he could influence the sea of people so much that he gives the majority of people enough justification to hand-wave dismiss the subject and therefore you and this show, which will directly affect your income.
Maybe.
Deal with that.
Yeah, maybe.
Could also go the other way. Could give people that little bit of curiosity that they might look into it just slightly more and find something more than just Witsit. You know what I mean?
Nah.
Could go either way.
Nah, algorithmically, that line has been severed about 5 years ago.
I don't mean algorithmically. I mean like intellectually, honestly. Like some people will hear it and get curious enough to deep dive into it.
No, I
Not
got
just
you.
stick to the.
You're saying
know what I mean?
intellectually just looking into what is actually the world, as opposed to who can I trust about what they say the world is. They might actually look into it in a more broad, open way. I mean, I was just being
Yeah.
selfish thinking about how it would affect me as a YouTuber, Chocolate, to be perfectly ruthless.
Well, what would they look into? Where would they have to look? They would get
Anywhere
nothing but
there's measurements,
nonsense
Neil.
unless they know what you are.
There we go. I'm glad you asked that question. Hopefully Brian's listening. I mean, that Irish guy whose name we often forget, right? Yeah, what they have to look into, how it's measured, Neil. All roads lead to a flat Earth.
Yeah, but where are they going to find this information?
Anywhere
They're gonna have
Earth's
to
measured,
search
I
it
just
out.
answered you. Anywhere Earth is measured, Neil, they will find flat Earth. I assure you. All roads lead to a flat Earth, Neil. You just have to look a little bit and you'll find it.
No, they're going to go on YouTube and they're going to get all the nonsense
Is that looking at
channels.
Earth? Is Earth YouTube?
Well, they would have to hear it first.
It doesn't matter about the conduit in terms of what is being postulated by Chocolate. He's saying once they're at that point, what do they do next? Well, express a bit of intellectual honesty and look at how Earth actually is, and what will they find? A flat Earth is the answer. It was already there waiting for them. They just never looked. They looked on YouTube or asked somebody, Neil. That's the point. Right, Chocolate?
Exactly.
You're answering me, because I immediately turned it into, well, will they find me algorithmically? And Chocolate's like, no. It's not about you and your YouTube views.
Oh, I got you. I got it.
But it is like that for me. Please share the show. I mean, if you do only see that route rather than just outright, well, how does Earth actually function? Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it's flat. I mean, obviously, if you're going to retain your globe faith, that's going to be a struggle, and that's our opponents in this internet realm of debate on the subject, which there isn't one. That's the real reality of it. There is no debate. It was always flat. It still is. It always will. It's never going to unfold or fold into a ball. This is stupid, right? But in terms of what we perceive to be the case on the internet and everyone's religious belief about it being a ball, then yeah, there's a debate. Okay. And in terms of the perception of the masses, that needs to be skewed towards them believing they're on a ball. Okay, well, I accept that too. So then it's the ongoing toil of whether or not that's achievable within a system that braces against us. It's all very exciting. But if you're into that sort of stuff, the only way you can actually achieve an ends that would be satisfactory to someone like Neil, you know, evangelical flat earthers, is to share the show. Smash the share button, because we're about as condensed as it gets in terms of the information that we're putting out there, how the Earth is measured. Sometimes it's super condensed to the point where I can edit down a 2-minute video for conspiracy, a taboo conspiracy. But yeah, just share the show. If you want people to find out via the means that they'd have to listen to someone else like me or Neil or Chocolate saying or Brian talking about it, then that's the way to do it, right? Share the show, because they won't find it naturally if they're looking for it, because you don't find a flat Earth measurement by typing in flat Earth to YouTube. But if you did want the guy who does do that to find me, then he won't, so you have to share it with him.
Yeah, a big thanks to Taboo Conspiracy, because it was David Weiss shouting at your channel that led me to you. Obviously, that path is no longer an option for the masses out there, but Taboo Conspiracy is. So the fact that he's taken that choice is a great thing.
Yeah, well, I'd hope that he doesn't end up getting any flack. That is to say, there's a certain degree of what's the word? Cross-pollination between Taboo Conspiracy and us Flat Earth Debate and the people who've burned bridges with us or I've burned bridges with. So I would hope he just doesn't get in any way caught in any crossfire and any politics in that regard. So in other words, if he was tomorrow contacting Witsit going, actually, I do want to talk about Ether, I'd be like, good for you. That's your bag. I don't care. And hopefully he wouldn't catch any flack from Witsit going, didn't you just cover Nathan yesterday in one of your videos? Oh, no, how dare you? I'm not going to get... Hopefully it wouldn't cause anything of the sort. Quick shout out before you respond to that to Unisocks Femi. Thank you for the super chat. Or you could go to the library and read about elevation. Yeah. Stuff that you reference in the library that's with regards to measurements. You don't have to physically go out and get your tape measured, but I'm just saying, if you're talking about how Earth functions with respect to a measurement of Earth, that will be found in the library. You know, but if you're trying to find it via Google search, then we're in a propagandized world of the internet, aren't we? Where your inquiry is directed in a certain fashion. The answers that you're given are skewed along with the road that you put on when you ask a certain question, which is different to what I think Unitox Femo is driving out with that super chat, which is when you go to a library, it's a completely different kettle of fish. I love going to the library with my kids, teaching them how to look stuff up and find stuff, because there's no algorithmic persuasion that takes place. If you're just there casually, it's what takes your fancy. And if you have a purpose, you go in and find the thing you're looking for because you know how to look through books to find a book for reference in a given subject. So I'm all for libraries. We regularly visit our library. Visit your local library before it goes away. Thanks for the super chat. 84 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Smash that share button. It's only a couple of clicks and it goes on Facebook or Twitter or Bebo or MySpace or wherever it is that you like doing your social media things. We will resume with a normal covering of a video, no doubt tomorrow. I thought we'd end up chit-chatting about celestial navigation for the entire hour, and then I'd have to cobble together 2-3 minutes from that chit-chat.
We need 10th Man for that.
No, well, we don't. Thanks to 10th Man, we don't need 10th Man, which is a testament to him doing an exceptional job of training everybody here about what celestial navigation is, what it entails, how it works, how it proves the flat Earth. That's down to 10th Man that we don't need him here. So as much as that might sound like rude, we don't need you here, 10th Man, because you've done such a blinding job of making everyone understand how this all works. Big shout out to 10th Man. Most of these diagrams were stolen from him, the ones on screen now of elevation angles. And from him, I mean he acquired them initially from other sources, obviously. They're not his, per se. Anything else happening over the weekend in regards to Flat Earth as opposed to trips to castles? Did we all hear Matthew Learns admitting Earth was measured flat on Friday?
Yep.
This is something I should do in terms of sharing my own show. Friday's politics show, and this is the case for all of the politics shows. I'm just going to hype it up. I don't know if this is true, but just for the sake of drama, I'm going to hype it up with unverified nonsense. It was censored, right? And they all are. All of the politics ones, they're censored. They're held back by the powers that should not be. The dark and evil hidden hand holds back these shows. Because typically, the politics debate shows, which are the ones most likely to have an actual contentious outcome in the show, live, get the least views. Therefore, I'm going to pick up my own bloody show. Why not? Rather than moaning about it and looking at the stats going, why do these shows do terribly? When they're the best shows of the week and everyone tells me how much they love them. And we get things like Matthew Learns telling us, yes, I know Earth's measured flat. Well, why wouldn't it be flat then? Well, because people have arguments about it's a ball. Well, give us one. Well, this guy measures Earth flat. That's your argument for... That's what we got in the politics server on Friday. So hopefully one of my mods... I don't know if they're Divergent Droid's around. I know he is, but I'm just going to pretend I don't know he is. Can dig out Friday's show link to the live show, this show from Friday, basically, and put it in my own chat and say, after we finish live, I strongly urge you, there's almost 90 people watching, go and check out Friday's politics show and just spin on maybe 15, 20 minutes, maybe 18 or so minutes in, and you'll hear Matthew Learns piping up and just casually admitting how Earth is measured flat. In no uncertain terms. So this is somebody who's teaching people maths at university level, admitting Earth is measured flat. Awesome stuff, very calm. And at the end, him going, oh, that was very easy. Far calmer than I was expecting. It's like, yeah, when people don't lie to us about how it isn't measured flat when they know damn well it is, we're surprisingly calm with you. It's only when you lie to us about how it isn't measured flat when it is that we get annoyed. Because we know the awful truth from your perspective. Earth's measured flat. for everyone. So check that out. You know, I haven't had an opportunity to trim it out. I will. I'm sure I will at some point if I can remember.
He has it up already.
Pardon?
ED's Ace.
Who's Ace? Oh, Divergent Droid's all over it. Yes, I see that now. So yeah, he's saying if you missed it, very polite, positive spin there, Divergent Droid. If it wasn't delivered to you by the black hand that censors the show, there it is in my live stream right now. So hopefully a few of you will toddle along when we round up in about 10 or so minutes time, and check it out and leave a comment. Not that it's going to help me in the YouTube algorithmic love that we send to our opponents so often on our response videos, but leave a comment anyway. It's nice to see comments rolling on by on these videos. But you'll hopefully enjoy it because there's a good chance you haven't watched it if I'm encouraging you to. That's why the numbers are low on it, because you haven't watched it. So check it out. It's the best show of the week, typically, I'm told. I mean, I like all of them. I think we make a great show generally. But I am frequently told that the politics show is people's favourite and that they really can't wait for it and annoyed if it doesn't take place, which isn't often. Everyone agree?
Yes, my favourite moment was when I asked him, do you know that Earth is spherical, or do you accept without evidence that Earth is spherical? And he said both.
Yeah, he gave a very confusing answer. Justified belief or something.
Yeah, it was a train wreck.
An amusing train wreck that admitted Earth was measured flat. Like I say, that's why I'm encouraging people to click on it. I think as the numbers have just dropped, a few people have clicked on it, so they've got it in their history to find after the live show's finished. Hopefully they'll come back, as opposed to just start watching it now. But we have actually got a video to continue responding to. I can't remember what it was that we were doing on Thursday, but I did intend to carry on with that because it was quite juicy. I just can't remember what exactly it was. Anyone
Mark
remember?
Gober on the Jeff Mara podcast.
Is that what it was that we were covering?
Yes, do you want me to repost it?
No, well, yes, I do, because I'll need it for tomorrow. We've got maybe 5 or 10 minutes left on this live stream, so we won't start it now. Yeah, if you pop it in Master B, I'll cover that tomorrow. We only got about halfway through. Sorry, Neil?
Why put off tomorrow what can be accomplished today?
Oh, thank you for the advice, Brian. Because you can put it off till tomorrow. That's why.
Nowhere.
Say again, Adam. Sorry.
I said we're not going nowhere.
Don't do tomorrow what you can do today.
Can't we get a little taste?
We did it on Thursday. I'm not going to get the mods to post Thursday's show so you can check out the first half of it. But from memory, and by from memory, I can't actually remember who these people are, what we covered about it, or why we would need to cover it again. But I do remember telling myself that we do need to carry on covering it and do it again. So that means it was memorable in my justified weird way of saying that we should be doing it again, even though I can't even remember their faces or what we covered about them. Was it good? Can anybody remember? God, I'm terrible.
Yeah, he was the author of 7 books, who was a heliocentric skeptic who just walked into geocentrism and the implications of how wrong the model is. And he was going through that and trying to explain to a normie who was resisting the entire way. So psychologically, it was very entertaining.
Yes, I do remember now. Kind of fuzzy camera guy. Yes, and it was weird because in a way he's kind of skirting the edges of what we do, if memory serves me. He's like one step away from being a flat earther, and in some cases he's justifying a flat earth without, any declarations of being one himself. He's like the pinnacle of, I'm really skeptical about it being a globe. Yes, I do remember now. It was worth covering again.
And later on in the video, he does state that the geocentric model, in his words, is a more convincing model, and he's more inclined that way.
Yeah. They're like Sun Genis on Ballbusters on Saturday. That's his stance, isn't it?
Yes.
Half step in.
Maybe this is part of a slow release that some prophesized about.
I don't know, all this slow release. I've speculated it myself a few times. I think it's just us self-aggrandizing, wanting to be part of exposing the world to this information. And I can't really toe that line while saying, oh, well, I don't care if it represents me in some dog shit titled flat earthism. Who cares? In general terms, I wouldn't even want that ascribed to me in public. So, does it matter? So, if this, had a complete change of perception in the world's view of how flat earthers actually are. So, I don't know, there's probably been 100 years of poison laid down, hasn't there? That's a lot of mopping up to do.
Yeah, so the best way about it is to break the ice slowly, chip away at it. What if?
In the back of my mind, I've got that when something's truth, but obviously it's not accepted that way, or there's a lie in place. You know, the people who come forward to present the truth are ridiculed and sometimes abused physically or verbally, but eventually it's just accepted as having always been the case by the masses. Well, for me, we're at the stage that next stage in that process is the whole world just going, yeah, we always knew it was flat anyway. Yeah, we knew that it was a religion.
Nathan, let me ask you a question. At any time, has people from the other side given any money? Because I found that
Oh, the
we're
other side.
softened.
Do you mean the afterlife?
No. The people that are on the ball side, because that guy Platypus, he's a baller, right? From QE, when he's usually on QE.
What are you saying? If Ballers super chatted me, yes. What's your point?
Oh, okay. No, because I think we're softening him up because he sent me money when he found out I was injured. And
Well, I think
that's
people,
a baller.
Yeah, it's the whole love to hate people. A lot of the audience love to hate us.
No, I think it's different. I think we're breaking through.
It's not a brand new thing, man. Like, as much as we go at them, even somebody like Rufy has helped out when the time came. So some of them do have some sort of a heart, even though he's a faltard.
Yeah, Rufy's been generous several
record.
times. I'm sure Rufy's been in contribution to various GoFundMe campaigns. That is to say, he doesn't hang around sending super chats or anything, but he'll send me contributions to a PayPal or whatever, to a GoFundMe or whatever I've forgotten the name of what we call it now. Give, Send, Go. We always seem to change the platform, but he has helped out. So there are ballers that will take pity on me and send me financial help, and I think I can only justify it from their perspective and in the regards that they spend a long time watching and realise I do actually earn a living from it with a different hat on. In other words, it makes no difference to me being able to feed the kids. I'll still be entertaining them as much as they despise what I stand for and want to oppose it. It's the wanting to oppose it that would lead them to still contribute financially, as weird as that may sound. I'm assuming, I'm not speaking on Ruhif's behalf, but that's my assumption.
Yeah, I thought I broke the barrier.
You thought that you were a straw that broke the camel's back.
I thought so. Oh well.
Well, people are people, and people who are generous by heart, even if they oppose us, will still just be generous by heart. So it works both ways. In the pre-show, I was talking about how the dark side of people's personality, and it is their personality was the point, comes out when there's a certain amount of anonymity that you can attain by being on the internet. You only have to have a fake name, and suddenly you can make believe that the horrible, disgusting things that you do aren't really you. It's just you when it doesn't really matter because it's just some fake name on the internet. My point being that no, that is still you. Those are just the monsters in your closet that you haven't really faced, the demons that you have but don't want to admit to. Well, it works both ways. The person that you see as the demon online is probably just still, at heart, just a normal, good person. And that's true for most, if not all, of our opponents, believe it or not. That is to say that we see the worst of them. That isn't to say that the average Joe Glober that's watching going, oh, I hate Nathan, I hate his guts, him talking about Flat Earther, isn't actually quite a normal, empathetic, reasonable person, good husband, tender lover, whatever, in normal, everyday society. And that will spill out in terms of their empathy for you when tragedy befalls you. So you it's shock to you when you see the good side of these shitheads, is kind of what you're telling me, Neil. And I've always known that people are all the same. People are people. The fact that we get to see a certain demon that they won't want to admit to in public, that kind of amuses me. Because those are normal people that are generally, or most people are generally good. So even the majority of the trolls that seem like complete shitheads, they're still, for the majority of them, they're just normal good people, Neil, believe it or not. Just sat behind a keyboard with their kids running around in the background with a mortgage to pay. They're just normal people, as shocking as that may seem. So when you see their kindness, it might be a shock, but it isn't to me. It's like, no, I know that we're just seeing the demons from these people because they've got a bit of anonymity. I like that you're surprised by it, though, Neil. That does, I don't know, for whatever reason, that amuses me.
Well, I still have these delusions of grandeur, I guess, that we're gonna be something someday. The flat earthers, we have changed the world.
That's the thing that I don't like, though. Influencing people to recognize the world that they always inhabited is kind of a mouthful. And you're like, here, kind of dilutes the... It's a far cry from being Superman, isn't it? Yeah, you were always stood on a flat earth, and if you were ever to functionally deal with it, it would have been functionally dealt with that way. Oh, again,
Oh my
rumpus by
God, I
Neil.
can't believe you
Or
don't
is it
get
those
this,
voices?
Nathan.
It could be those voices. Am I getting that about schizophrenia again, or is it Neil just rumpusing me?
Nathan, we all know it. I understand that everybody has always stood on a flat earth, but not mentally, they haven't. And if we can mentally break through the what do you call it, brainwashing that everybody had to go through from cradle to grave, then we've accomplished something.
What would that be?
Then what are we doing this for?
You started to sound like
I'll answer
Pinky
you.
in the brain.
I love the subject.
What are we doing this for?
It's just asked, well, what are we doing here? Love the subject. It's absolutely fascinating and was a revelation for me mentally. And I want to share that experience that I can only personally experience. It's me and what I can see and how the world appears to me. And I want to be a YouTuber. I love being able to pay the bills and feed the kids by doing what I do, Neil. So with those two hats, I can just about balance it to the point where I'm ill and run down and overworked, which is wonderful. Life's great. I mean, there you go. There's my answer. What's your excuse?
Okay, but in the process, you don't think that that's affecting people and changing people? You're enlightening people. You are an educator.
Yes, I agree. Smash the super chat to support this channel if you feel enlightened.
Oh, man, bro. Neil, guess what? I've been doing this for almost a decade. The majority of people that have been bad to flat earthers and have sabotaged flat earthers' lives and relationships that I've encountered have been other flat earthers.
Yeah, that's
there you go, Neil. It's true.
Where's this enlightenment coming from?
Exactly, Neil. Half the people jump straight from the frying pan straight into a different fire. We've been talking about Witsit for half the show. That's a bit of an exaggeration.
But not us. Let's separate. Let's have some separation here. I'm not talking about
Neil.
the cool ones.
No, we're all fallible,
What do you mean,
Neil.
not us? Hold on, Neil. What do you mean, not us?
I'm not in the category of the true earthers. They're not flat earthers.
I know, but I mean in the sense of this enlightened thing where we no longer are bad people. We no longer are human. Where we
never
do
said
good
we're
and
no
bad.
longer bad. Ho. I never said we're no longer bad people. I'm saying you're enlightening people.
Right.
People are coming to an understanding. I never said people ain't going to be bad.
Well, then what good is this understanding for their lives then?
I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people, when they come to understanding that Earth is flat, right? Then they know that this cosmos nonsense is a fairy tale, and some of them may come to an understanding that, hey, this is created, and now I'm accountable, and they could find Jesus.
That's fair enough. If that's your reason, I'm going to read out this super chat. This is going to be an interesting conversation development, I feel. I disagree with normal people. There are at least 20 potential Nobel Prize candidates hidden behind the mainstream, open bracket, pseudoscience scene, says Unitox Femu. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate your support. This seems like this could be a conversation that could carry on. Because we're questioning the validity of our existence in this arena at the moment, aren't we? Just contemplating whether or not we should stay alive or should I round out. Just
No,
debating.
but it's true. We are questioning what we're doing here, and I think we're doing a good work here.
This show gives you proof without a doubt that the Earth is flat
Stay
and
alive.
created. So that can only benefit you if you appreciate that.
Hey, QE.
Well, yeah, and also some of the realization when it comes to truth is you got to realize not everyone's going to accept it, right? And so this idea where you're going to change the entire world with your truth that you have isn't necessarily the case, and it doesn't need to be the case to make your endeavor worthwhile. Like Neil said, in Neil's paradigm, if he affects one person's life, then that's of infinite value. It doesn't matter if he affects millions. If he affects one person's life, it's of infinite value because in his paradigm, a single human is worth an infinite value.
Yes, this is definitely worth staying for. I'm all lights, camera, action, ready to round out this live stream, but I think it's definitely worth staying live for a bit longer just to carry on this discussion because we're discussing our worthy endeavors in this arena. So I think I'll stay live a little bit longer.
That's correct.
Turn my
But
lights back off.
what about the bigger picture, AI? Yes, every individual is important, but you don't think that the work that's being accomplished here is going to affect, like, down the, maybe not now, but it's getting out there. It's getting out there more and more. I see it on TikTok. Yeah, it's got nonsense with it too, but the real truth is getting through. You don't think that's going to affect?
Yeah, I do. I do think it's going to affect, and here's how. So the flat Earth is going to be used to push the new synthetic paradigm. That's the way it's going to be used. Okay, so the majority of people who become flat earthers, who are interested in flat Earth and go down the flat Earth road, are going to be subsumed into the new paradigm that has nothing to do with truth. Okay, that's my opinion, and I think it's borne out by the facts of history and human nature and the evidences within our own community from the time it started till now. Not to mention it's congruent with the scriptures. So I think my position is going to be the case.
Yeah, I completely agree. So if you look at what globe Earth is, you're like, okay, well, when we talk about when I say it's no big deal, the reason I say that is because, well, everything in terms of its functionality and measurements is also self-evident. It's obviously and observably flat. That was what we used to say, or I used to say. So based on those two things, you go, okay, well, then what's the purpose of there even being a globe? Well, it's another control mechanism. So the only reason it exists isn't because it's important whether or not the surface curves or not when it's observably flat. It's just whether or not you have a means of controlling people. So if you're going to replace that, which has, in the mind's eye of Brian and Neil and others who argue for this, created a quote-unquote paradigm. It's not the world that you're actually standing on that's relevant in that regard. It's how you perceive it in your mind's eye. Well, if you're going to have a replacement paradigm that in the argument we're having live now is a suggestion that we should open people's eyes to, so we're the new gurus ushering in the new paradigm, well, no, the only need to have a new paradigm would be for the same reasons that you had an old paradigm. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. So what's the new paradigm going to be, which we're definitely not going to be ushering in? Well, it'll be a means of control, like the one that's replacing, obviously. So why would we want to usher anyone into whatever that Pied Piper path that we're, moaning about the Feast of Nonsense regurgitation that we're paving the way with if we invite ourselves to be part of it, calling ourselves flat earthers, or brace against in futility because it's only got one path to a paradigm if there's going to be one, and that's for someone else's control. Unless you want to be the person in control, Neil, then you have to become the tyrant to achieve that.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Nathan, for anyone who holds a Christian worldview, right, the Bible says that the great delusion that comes at the end, the culprit, the perpetrator, the one who does it is God himself. God himself. Not Satan, God.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So God's responsible for the globe deception.
No.
Yeah.
Listen to what he's saying.
Here's the reason. Before you go on, I want to say the reason that's given in the scripture of why he does this. Because the people did not love the truth.
So they get a lie to love instead.
So he gives them over to a strong delusion.
That's sad.
Yeah, he basically gives them the desires of their love, right? He says, hey, if you love lies so much, well, go ahead and have your lie, sucker.
Yeah, that's kind of the sentiment when I say, well, I've resigned myself to the awful truth. Everyone's entitled to their belief is my way of expressing that in a polite way. You want that lie, suck it up, you can have it. I don't want it anymore. Shout out to Jomo. I have always a Neil type of thinker, and it's interesting to hear from the other side of the flat earth community. Prayer hands. Okay. I don't really follow, but thank you for the super chat. I've always had a Neil type of thinker. Okay. Anybody know what Jomo's talking about? Maybe that needs unpacking for me because I'm not following.
Just can I add quickly to AI?
You can, but you're obviously not going to unpack Jomo's super chat. So thank you for the super chat, Jomo, either way.
I just want to add what AI said. Yeah, when you look in context of all scripture, remember, God is not the author of confusion, right? So it's like, as Neil said, just God gives you up to what you want. If you want to believe lies, he'll just give you up to that. So that's all I wanted to say.
So basically, if you see a ship disappearing in the distance and that's happening over a flat plane, but you want to believe that that's happening over a ball, well, then that's your decision. He doesn't make you have that delusion. You did that to yourself. So have at it. That's what I hear what AI says.
We had a show about that a while back. I can't remember the catalyst, but the whole show was basically why would they lie? And the conclusion was the only person that's lying is you to yourself. So when you ask why would they lie, you're saying, why am I lying to myself?
Exactly.
All the rights in chat that it's to those who hate the gospel, the good news.
Well, that was the other a different topic, but along the same lines. AI was to say, well, who's the perpetrator of the lie? I mean, I'm joking in the show saying I'm censored by the Black Hand. Well, the same thing is true, isn't it? Who's the perpetrator? If you're trying to find the origins of it, it's like, well, if you're looking for who's in control of something, look at who's in control of it. If you're looking at that, it's obvious because there's a person at the end of the chain that you can look and point at. If it's a company, you can look at the MD, etc., etc. Well, in this instance, when you go, well, who's peddling these lies? Well, the people peddling them, the people we talk to peddling them. Now, sometimes their lies become so coherent and repeated so concisely by so many that they become part of the story. But ultimately, it is just us that's doing it. It's just people doing it. It's not the frigging badgers. You know what I mean? It's us. We're doing it.
Yeah. There used to be a trend in the flat earth community, and it still goes on today, where people are coming in with strong opinions and attendance. And they get this thing put on them that they're somehow paid shills. Like the only reason they're showing up is because some government organization or whatever is paying them. And I'm like, dude, people do this for free, dude. They're motivated from their own internal reasons to be here constantly, even though they say flat earth don't matter yet they want to show up all the time. It's not because they're paid. It's because it's just human nature. Like, they're here to defend their own selves against the lies they told themselves, against somebody daring to tell them that they've been wrong, basically.
Hey, Eli. We are still live, by the way, so don't swear. I decided to extend the show because we're discussing our meaning of existence as flat earthers, which I thought was worthy of staying live for.
True that. True that.
Anybody else has
That's
any
part
deep
of it.
thoughts about this?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, AI.
Or I was just going to say, like I was saying before, like one person being affected by the truth and being freed by the truth is of infinite value. Even like, for example, in Neil's idea where he said, you know, if one person's affected, well, there's this old saying in Christianity that if only one sinner was ever going to be saved, Christ would still have went to the cross, because that one person is of enough value to God and God's love that that one person alone is worth all the effort. And that's part of the you know, the world is, you got to realize that saving one person is worth it. If you start to measure the endeavors that you undertake by how many people I'm going to save, and if it's not enough to make it impactful for me, then I'm not going to waste my time and I'm just going to let them all go away. But that's the wrong attitude. So yeah, let's say we don't affect that many people. So what? If the people we did affect are worth everything, aren't they?
Yes, that's something I'll try and communicate when I explain the sense of community that I get from doing this job, which it is. It's my job. But there's very few jobs out there that would offer the same level of reward, even the people who are in the same YouTube hat on job as me. So even if there's people out there that get 20 million times the number of views and support and therefore cash from doing the same job, being a YouTuber, they will never achieve the same type of community that I get from doing what I do. Now, maybe that's only as a result of the level of suppression. It could be that the two are intrinsically linked. I don't know. But what I do know, and Neil expressed it at the beginning of this show and in the pre-show in terms of his support, he's had a disaster befall him, and he's had financial support directly from the audience that's this community. You go, good. You know, that it's nice to hear someone else expressing it, because I try and express it every time that normally I have a financial crisis, which is frequently, and people just randomly around me, because I've said, oh God, this is awful and I can't cope with it financially, and people just say, here you go, there's help so that you don't have to stress about it, get back on with the show that I love watching and feel a part of and feel is important. Now, it might be that we can say, well, we're not really making a difference. But as AI's just pointed out, it's the same as me saying it wouldn't matter if only I knew Earth was actually flat functionally and measurably. I know, regardless of the consensus. So if you flip that on its head and go, well, Simon Dan's reaching 1 million people now. So what? You reach 5 people and it actually touches them a way that there is no other subject that is ever going to touch anybody in the way that we can when we do, even if it's limited, then that in itself is worthy. It would be nice, as Neil would express the sentiment for frequently, to reach the masses. But would it actually touch them in the way that for the people who've actually stuck around long enough to comprehend it and realise it balls to bones to make them the kind of community that we do have? Maybe not. It might be disregarded as being unimportant to the masses if you gave it to them. Sometimes the valuable gold that you hold out for the guy in the street is just brushed off and tossed out of the way like it has no value. You can't do anything about that. What's the term?
You
Pearls
can,
to
you can
swine?
if you keep offering it.
Pearls to swine, is that the term?
Yeah, do not cast your pearls to swine.
Right. There's very few swine in the community. There are people who come that are scumbag rustlers, if that's the right word, you know, trying to steal the adorable pigs. But, you know, the pigs are adorable. Anyway, we've got a lovely community. Did I just compare the community to pigs? To the adorable, cute pigs that you love and rear, as opposed to swine and scumbags.
Well, in one community, Nathan, they did have the pigs adorable because Jesus had all the unclean spirits go into them because that's what they asked for. And they ran into the river, over 2,000 of them. And they asked Jesus to leave their town.
I don't understand the meaning of the story, but thank you.
Well, the pigs, they held the pigs more valuable than the Savior himself.
Yep. Yeah, but also it's a symbolism of Jesus removed the demons from their midst, but it cost them something. It wasn't just free. They had to lose something, and so they were basically saying, "Well, we'd rather have the demons if we can keep everything the status quo. If I don't have to lose anything, I'm okay with the demons."
Can you run that by me again?
Is that kind of like better the devil you know?
No, rewind. What they do with the pigs?
AI, can you tell the story? I can't right now.
Not the whole story, just what the last thing you
Yeah,
said,
man.
because I was following.
Oh, the townspeople lost their pigs, which is what Jesus did to the situation. He put the demons into the pigs, and the pigs were lost, and so the people couldn't use them to sell, to eat, whatever. Right? So they had to lose something. So as long as they didn't lose anything. Now, there's another sub lesson in there as well. The person who was afflicted by the demons was suffering, being hurt, being tormented, but he was in the midst of their community. Every so often, he would hurt other people, but the majority of the time, he hurt himself. And they were willing to allow this man to be destroyed rather than lose their pigs, you see? So that you're willing to walk amongst the mix of people, taking advantage of their suffering for yourself, because you don't want to miss out on something for yourself, right? And if you could change one person's mind from essentially being that selfish to being like, you know what? If I have to lose a pig or two to help this other man out suffering because he's of infinite value, I'd be willing to do that.
Mm-hmm. That's that. I was just
the Bible
watching a
can be
movie
quite profound,
called,
eh?
Anyway, skip the movie. The whole pig thing. It's crazy because I was just hearing that, but I didn't know that that was in the Bible. Another thing, it's like, what the F is that doing in there? All I've been hearing about is plus somebody's been talking about like parasites and stuff, and then they talk about how the pig is the dirtiest, and then some people think that parasites are demons or whatever. So it's just interesting that that happens to be in there. That's that's crazy. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, the Bible's full of lessons like that Jesus does to his men, because a lot of times his men think that Jesus is there to kick ass and take names, right? Well, so much so that one time there's a city who is kind of like, kind of like an enemy to their message a little bit, and the disciples say to Jesus, "Hey, Jesus, hey, do you want us to like bring down fire and just turn this city into a bunch of ash and destroy all these suckers?" And Jesus looks at them and he says, "You have no idea what spirit is going on in your heart right now. I didn't come here to destroy people. I came here to save people." He basically rebukes his own disciples for having a lust to conquer people that don't agree with the truth. Jesus is like, if your idea is I want to punish people who don't agree with the truth, then you're not of my heart. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not giving the truth out so people can reject it, so then I have a reason to beat up on them. And by the way, friends, there's a lot of flat earthers who are involved.
Yo, I
There's
was just about to say, AI, you and I are in the same boat, and everybody else got their bazookas out, yo. I just wanted to point that out too.
There's a lot of people within this community.
Look what Jesus did. Look what he said.
That's not us. That's not us. I don't know why you're cheering.
They're here to beat people up.
It kind of is.
No, it's not. It's when they're spewing
Well,
nonsense. It's being
specifically,
dealt with.
QE delights in destroying ballers. Like, let's
If
just
we
not lie.
can't, all right, Eli, what's the motto? If you can't
Let's
be
not lie. Come
validated,
on, man.
if it can't be
Let's not be
validated,
Weasley.
nah. See, you're on the wrong thing.
No, we
Richard
can't
doesn't even know
science
what
how
manner of
people
spirit he
feel.
is.
That is definitely a category error, my friend. No.
Well, look, demolishing someone in an argument, right, and relishing that victory isn't the same as wishing destruction upon their lives, right? They're a little bit different.
Right.
Okay, fine. Some people do feel like that, though.
No, I don't.
I won't say we feel that
Community
way.
feels that way. When I say this community, I'm talking about the one that Nathan Oakley established, along with QE. And but what a sight that must have been, watching 2,000 pigs out of nowhere just run into the river and drown themselves.
Hey, Neil, you
Demons.
missed something in the subtext there, which a lot of people do miss. Is if you're not supposed to be eating the pigs, right? Then what are you doing farming pigs? So in other words, the people, check this out, friends. The people who were so indignant at Jesus for casting out the pigs or casting the demons into the pigs and they lost their livelihood, who are they selling the pigs to? Sometimes it's thought that they were people who were of the covenant where they're not supposed to be eating the pig, and they were profiting off of breaking the own rules of their society, which was a theocratic society. That means they were pissed off at God for taking away from them something they shouldn't have been doing anyway to be able to help a human from suffering. That's how much of an asshat these people were.
Yeah, but I didn't miss that. I know that. I know that exactly what they were doing.
Fair.
Jesus was hard against the religious, but he was never hard to the
Correct.
sinner that was seeking salvation. He was very strong and hard against the religious.
Right, exactly. And the lesson there is that saving that one person from suffering was worth it all, right? That's the lesson.
Yeah, and it goes along with the woman that was contorted, right, for 18 years or something, and he healed her on the Sabbath, and they were all upset because he healed her on the Sabbath. Meanwhile, he just loosed a daughter of Israel. They were complaining.
That's the last thing you hear, man. No, not the last thing. I've never heard, hey, Jesus was kicking ass and he hated religious people. Because you'd be like, what? How? What does that mean?
But he did. He called them all whitewashed sepulchres.
Mm-hmm.
He was very tough on the religious because they did not recognize his visitation, and they were supposed to. They do the scriptures.
Yeah, he had a lot of taken names attitudes for those type of people.
But not for the sinner seeking salvation. He sat down and told them stories about a father that had two sons. One son wanted his inheritance. And it goes on to the prodigal son. That is a touching story. It brings you to tears.
Right. And the lesson there, what's the lesson there, Neil, is that
the older son,
the endeavors that the religious people do to increase their ranks. Okay, part of their motive is to increase their ranks. And he told them, listen, guys, you guys will go across the sea to convert someone to your idea. But the only thing you've accomplished is making them a twofold child of hell than you are.
Twice the son of Satan.
That's a scorching indictment. Yeah. So the idea is, I mean, yes, you want people to come to the truth, but you don't want to have this idea where if I don't have numbers, I'm not doing anything worthwhile, because that's just not the case.
So that brings us to this whole heliocentric thing here, because obviously we know it's not in the scripture, right? But yet it consumed the whole world, that the whole world thinks we're on a spinning water ball, right?
Yeah,
I think that's a strong delusion.
And I do think that's the delusion. And to speak to AI's point, it's like Like I already knew that even though we're the smallest in number, especially like how we attack, the situation and expose that actually everything requires a plane to begin with. We're very, very small number, but people echo our sentiment or try to counter our sentiment or strawman our sentiment. That's everywhere anyone's talking about flat Earth. All that came from us, even if they don't know us. That's how big the impact is.
Well, even that has a hidden truth behind it, which is you're judging those numbers on what you can see. But there's always a large portion of people underneath the tip of the iceberg who aren't as prominently public or vocal about their belief system, because for whatever reason they keep it quiet among their little area. Just like we had somebody in the past, he said his child said something about flat Earth in their classroom, questioning the mainstream paradigm. And then all of a sudden, like 2/3 of the class were agreeing with him, which meant that up until that point, he didn't know that 2/3 of the class were thinking the same things he was thinking, because he was keeping it to himself up until that point. He was thinking he was the only one on the let's just call it the righteous path. Oh, woe is me! I'm just alone. I'm just here by myself. Nobody's affected by this truth. And it turns out 2/3 of the class were thinking along his lines the entire time.
Hmm. People know truth. It's just some reject it. Hey, you guys got to watch this movie called Leave the World Behind. Yeah, man, it's interesting. Um, like a couple of things we touched on, they kind of touched on in that movie. For example, when the whole what would the people rather do? Keep the pigs and say F God or whatever. Um, no, no, no. It was something you were saying about humanity, like uh, and I can't tie this together the way I wanted to. I'm sorry.
Use your
My
words.
bad. But do watch that movie and then you'll go, "Oh, okay, I see." It's something about like government and the US being overthrown, a coup d'etat, and the main thing is people are supposed to uh lose faith in humanity and start thinking, everyone for themselves. You're not supposed to help that kid and give him medicine because you have it, because this is a different world now and everybody has to stick up for their own family. It's like, it's like, uh, do you have to stick up for your own family, or in your heart do you know, man, I should also extend myself to this other human being. I know I'm supposed to. I'm just fighting the urge to.
Yeah, yeah. That's a huge indictment, Elijah, against the modern church and modern Christians. Okay, the average Christian would not invite a homeless person into their house to sleep the night. Okay, when Jesus himself said, when you do that to people, you do it unto me. In fact, some people parse out those passages where it says, I was naked and you gave me clothes. I was hungry and you gave me food. I was outside. I was outside.
Ah,
And you took me in.
estábamos esperando la señal.
There you go.
Entonces,
Oh,
There you go.
dude.
Sorry, carry on.
I was like, who the heck?
Just someone hot micing is fine.
Hey! It's the demons. It's the demons.
Is he in Discord?
He's speaking in tongues.
No, if he's in Discord,
Yeah.
listen.
Well,
Just when you get a phone call, you're gonna get taken off mute immediately. That's the
yeah,
problem. What's happening?
Yes, friends. Let's stop this message to say a very important public service announcement. Take your
Sorry.
iPhone, throw them in the garbage can, and buy an Android. You'll thank me later.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did say that the other day.
But let's not get off the point, though. Is that Jesus said to the people, like he was criticizing people who think they're holier than thou, as well as people who also praising people who actually help out people. Is that Jesus' heart is a homeless person that's going to freeze or even going to suffer throughout the night. Like, if you're out there saying I'm a Christian, professing the name of Christ, and then you spurn someone to help them, right? What message are you sending to the world about the love of God? In fact, in some places it says, if you see someone in need and you tell them be filled, and then walk away, not giving them the food needful for the body, where dwelleth the love of God in you?
Exactly. It's very easy to get through them to a lot of homeless people. They ask you for money. I'll tell them, I'll come and buy you a meal. And some of them are like, give me excuses. But the ones that do come in, you tell them, pick out whatever you want. And they just pick out the smallest things. And you're like saying, no, get something to eat. You got to push them. Those are the ones that are really in need. When it said, well, I'm not hungry now. Just give me the money and I'll buy it later. Well, then you know that they're not asking for food.
Hey, let me add this also. That movie, Leave the World Behind. You guys know Barack Obama was the executive producer, right? Wait a
I
second.
do not know that.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, he was the
That's the
executive
weird thing
producer, and
about it.
he gave feedback.
Because I had. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
He gave feedback to the script, also notes on the characters. Just doing a Brave AI search. That's what it gave me so far. So he was
Yeah,
involved.
I looked to my left as I was watching the movie, and I began to say to my girl, I said, and the government, like as far as any government propaganda is concerned in movies, like they have a direct hand in that. And then I stopped because I was like, what am I doing? I'm watching a movie with my girl. It's funny that you said that.
Exactly. So you got to realize, you got to give people a little bit of warning when you talk about that movie, then, because who knows what they're
Yeah, give
pushing.
them warning. All government leaning. As a matter of fact, it's probably all of them. What am I talking about? The government has a hand in it. That people who want to push an agenda. Let's say that people who want to push an agenda. The government happens to be one of those uh arms, and but the movie still, like the script, I just couldn't help but feel like there's like some, if you're listening correctly, like there's a lot of truth in here, or good questions in here at least.
Obama's Romanian.
Hey, now come on, let's calm down here.
That's funny. Kiwi's on point.
Oh snap. Okay, I get it.
That means he's
So
always
you're listening
listening.
to the
So
show then.
beware, because that was done very, very early in the show.
No, I don't get it.
Wait a second, maybe we're jumping to conclusions. Did you listen to the show earlier, QE? Or you just said that off the cuff?
Oh, no. Kiwi's always listening. Beware. That's why I held Matthew Learns to the model thing. I'm not getting indicted over not bringing up why did you not challenge model.
Oh man, I have a dream that one day some members of the panel will get over this idea of not being indicted. It's going to be great when that day comes.
No. See, you have no worries
I don't
there
give a shit.
because QE likes you. You're his main guy. He will never indict you.
You sure about that?
When you
No.
Well, I mean,
deserve it,
look,
you deserve
guys.
it.
I mean, it's not a secret. Look, it's not a secret that me, Quantum Eraser, Indio, and Nathan are actually in league with the Globers in the background to promote a false dichotomy against the real truthy truth, which is, of course, friends, the true globe. At least that's what the
I
Bevites
thought
tell
you
me.
was gonna say Ethan.
No. Nathan has perfect foolproof. Don't you know that? He's been hiding it all these years.
Hold on. AI, did you say the Bevites are saying what you just said?
Holy crap, dude! Holy crap! You're not even up to speed on this yet.
No, sir.
No.
Holy crap,
No.
dude! You're gonna love it. I'll send you the clips.
Oh, you're not gonna at least summarize?
Tell us what the heck's going
All
on.
right, hold on a second. If he's posting the clips of Master B, let's watch them.
Oh,
No, we're
we
still
did it
live though.
before, dude. You guys did it already one
Oh,
day. You did a show about it.
so we need the summary then.
I'll give you this. The summary is, okay, so the summary is, let's set the context. Ultimate asshat pedantry. Okay, so that's the context. You know, we've
Mhm.
suffered with people being like the earth's not flat because of mountains, from globers and alleged flat earthers alike, right? And so technically, from an ideal standpoint, it is the case that earth isn't perfectly, molecularly, idealistically, supernaturally a plane that exists as a concept in mathematics. No frickin' duh. Likewise, it's also not a sphere, because a sphere, again, is a mathematical ideal that can only exist conceptually, can't exist in three-dimensional reality. So neither a perfectly flat surface or a perfect sphere can exist in reality. So to argue that the Earth is neither of those things is just to show that you're a retard, right? So the way that they solve this problem is, rather than call the Earth flat or a globe, they switch real quick to the idea that a globe is a nondescript shape, which is actually false. A globe doesn't represent any nondescript shape. A globe represents a spheroidal shape. For example, an orange could be considered a globe. So their new term, friends, to solve the problem of them calling themselves flat earthers or calling themselves sphere earthers, they call themselves true, not earthers, true globers. They believe in the true globe. In other words, the nondescript shape that can represent any permutation of shape you could think of in your mind about the Earth that you don't know the shape of. And so they're going to come and tell us we're retarded for saying flat Earth, but they're okay saying true globe. I rest my case.
So the part of that that's missing is that the Earth is flat.
Uh,
Now,
uh,
what I mean by that is in orientation wise. As a matter of fact, that's usually what we're talking about.
What do you mean? Dishes on my counter means my counter's not flat.
Right. So
all I can
the
say
critique
to
to
what
that,
AI just said was, "Wow."
yeah. So let's give a fielded critique of how it would work from their viewpoint. So what they would say to Elijah, you're just describing the true globe in your own way.
No.
Because
No,
we
I
live on the
wouldn't.
real
Like
reality,
I literally
whatever it
leave the
is,
call.
right?
I can't deal with. I would leave the call at that point.
Because what the hell else are you gonna do?
Yes, I
Like,
can see
you're
it
gonna
now. The
continue that
headline.
conversation? Sorry,
Well,
AI.
yeah. The headlines in the other server. The headlines in the other server. Elijah gets demolished by the True Globe.
Yeah, it'd be rage quit. Elijah rage quits.
I'm just saying you can't use the Earth as a frame of reference, and at the same that doesn't have anything to do with the undulating surface. At the same time, though, like you can't have a level globe, bro. Like I don't. That's like one of the only shapes you can't do that with.
And on that profound note, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
I heard otherwise, but I mean, it's all good.
Heard what otherwise?
Situations like that are tricky, man, because I didn't even know Syngenis was going to be there until the night before. Yeah, like at 12 the night before. And then I'm like,
boy.
damn, so he's wrote a whole book against flat earth, but he's a geocentrist. So I'm like, I wanted to make it where we weren't going at it at the beginning. So I don't know, it was tricky, because then it very quickly turns into like 3v1. And yeah, I don't know. It's just hard. It's hard not to like completely monopolize the mic, and you have to be like real aggressive to not get interrupted or to keep it on point. And I don't know. I just didn't really want to. I didn't want to like turn off the audience because there's a bunch of people that wouldn't look into it otherwise. So it's kind of tricky.
Was it a flat Earth debate?
Well, that's what they said, but it clearly
Yeah.
wasn't. You know.
Well, why didn't you tell him
Yeah,
how Earth is
the
made
text,
is flat and take him into there?
he did.
Yeah.
Drive that point home, and you need not go to anything else.
Well, I disagree with you, man. I think that the Earth not moving is a big part of it.
Everything else they go to makes no sense once you establish that Earth is flat.
So, yeah, that's fair. But the thing is, Neil, is where's your track record of debates and public forums with thousands of viewers to benchmark your performance? My point is, everyone has Monday morning quarterback syndrome. A lot of times, you know, we can't always all be everywhere at all times. So sometimes you got to take what you can get, right?
Yeah, I'll just let you guys know it's pretty tricky. It's actually tricky in person. It's pretty tricky, you know, because you don't want to, like, you guys may disagree, but I don't want to come off as like this super like pompous, arrogant flat earther that's like super aggressive, interrupting people. I would never be invited back. So it's just like, you know, I guess everyone has their
to
own.
be fair to that sentiment, it wasn't actually structured as a debate where there was a moderator and two sides going back and forth. Like, it was a panel discussion.
Exactly. Like, and I was actually, of course, told as a debate, but I knew it probably wouldn't be. And then I find out Scientism is going to be there. So now it's like clearly not going to be one. And, you know, Alex Stein isn't a debater.
You know who's the best? You know who's the best?
So it was globe. It was heliocentric versus geocentric. Good job.
The whole like last 45 minutes was about flat Earth.
I'll listen
the
back.
last 45. How nice.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's no making you people happy. But I don't actually care.
Who's you?
It's not about making us happy.
Go ahead.
Like, how about not acting like the Democratic Party, and when somebody has a criticism going, well, I see how you feel. Like,
no, it's just what I'm
need to.
saying. Like, you all are running this narrative. I didn't talk about flat Earth at all. He just claimed it wasn't about flat Earth. I corrected him, and then you all moved the goalpost to, oh, it was only the second half. and dude, you can go on the shows and do it how you would like, because in reality, I specifically made the flat Earth measurement argument. Okay, I'm not gonna be in here like interrupting each other, right? I'm just saying I specifically made a point with the flat Earth measurements. Every time I made specific flat Earth arguments, they ran away from them. So it's really easy to sit over here and act like I should have done something differently. Should I have stood up and started screaming? I mean, like, you're avoiding the point. I made multiple flat Earth arguments and they kept ducking them. And there's 5 other people there fighting for the mic. So what am I supposed to do?
Why didn't you object? Why didn't you object when they talked about the travel of light?
We're missing. We're going over the fact that he's lying, though. Like, you just lied.
What did I lie about?
Light traveling.
You said that everyone is talking about, you this, you that. No.
Okay,
Stop
it's just
that's what Neil just said, dude. Not 2 minutes within the last 2 minutes, dude.
And I tried to stop him and tell him to put that on Neil.
What are you, his representative AI?
Okay, fair enough. I said everyone.
Hold on a second, friends. Neil, did you watch the entire thing?
Yeah, we're reviewing it on Ballbusters on Saturday.
We're reviewing it. We do things slowly.
Okay,
we don't.
So you haven't watched the whole thing yet, right?
Not yet, no.
Yeah,
so why don't you think you should reserve your critique until you watch it?
We're critiquing it as we watch it.
Okay. Well, Whitson, if you do good, we give you credit when you do. When you're on point.
Well, you just made the claim that it was a heliocentric debate. You just made that claim, but you're wrong.
He got emotional because I said what I said, and now he's operating from an emotional space, and that's why it's so hard.
You're the one that keeps making personal comments. I couldn't care less about the personal conversation.
It was a critique of something you're doing. How the freak else am I going to do that?
Okay, look, here's the deal. I didn't know Scientism was going to be
answer
there.
The question.
Okay.
He's just going to claim that I did something, and my rebuttal is just going to go unanswered.
Dude, you're making it all about you and some personal thing. I don't care about anything. Okay, so all I'm trying to say.
Let me say this real quick. The appropriate response to anybody who doesn't like what's going on, right, in the fallout of this, if they should be attending Tim Pool's stuff and making corrections according to the way they want it to be corrected, right? That's what I would do. All right, go ahead.
And I'm trying to make this point. I didn't know St.
Well,
James was going to be there.
what's that
Okay,
got to do
so
with
if you
me? What's that got to do with me throwing in there a little lighthearted jab that flat Earth is literally the last subject? What's wrong with that?
okay, so I'm going to now say what happened. You haven't even watched it. Okay,
Well,
so
you
the
just
first
told
thing
me
brought
that, stupid.
yeah, because he claimed it was just a heliocentric debate. I'm like, it was like
Yeah, but
strictly flat
I
Earth
didn't though.
ethics.
All I said was,
I'm
"Oh
not going to
wow!"
talk to you if
So
you
it
can't
was at the
control
last
yourself, Eli.
part of the debate. So stop trying to spin
Can
it. That's all I said.
can you try to control yourself?
Okay,
Okay,
let me ask
so
you a question, Winston. Why would you wait
no,
for the
now
last
it's
45
Neil's
minutes
turn.
instead of laying down your claim right at the beginning?
Let
I hammer that
Winston
shit home.
Oh
talk.
my God, there's now
Let him
3 of
talk.
you from G Plus who can't control yourselves.
Okay, so like just so you guys know, if you watch at the beginning, you see that what Tim does, because I didn't even know Sanjis was going to be there. And by the way, I reached out to, I had over 5 PhDs like tentatively agree and then back out. And then I reached out to like 20 other people. So we just had to go with this guy last minute, right? And so it is what it is. And so it was supposed to be basically a 1v1. Tim is on the globe side, Alex is on the flatter side, but they both acknowledge that they're not like real debaters like that. So basically, it was just supposed to be more so me versus that guy. Okay. Then the night before, I'm told Osun Genis is going to be there, who's obviously a very well known geocentrist who, in my opinion, has done a lot of work exposing the lies in academia about heliocentrism, but obviously is super anti flat earth. Okay. So I didn't know that until I got there. And so I go talk to him. And then I tactically, I'm like, okay, I need to go talk to some Genis and at least like have some rapport with them. So it doesn't just immediately turn into this like all the table against me where I can't really speak. Okay. So I did that. And then what does Tim do at the beginning of the show? He immediately goes to Robert because he has a PhD. And he's like, and throughout the whole show, he's always just like looking to him for the, the approval of whatever said. So he starts the show by having Sanjinis present geocentrism. Okay, so then I had to make the decision. Am I going to start correcting Sanjinis right now from the beginning and arguing with him? And you can disagree. I made the decision that that wasn't the best. So I had to try to tactically work that situation where it didn't get out of hand from the very beginning. Tim is in control of the show. He pushed it right at geocentrism. Every time I would even try to slip in flat Earth comments early, he'd be whoa, and he'd bring it back to this geocentrism thing, and he'd try to facilitate the conversation between Astronomy Live and Syngenis. Okay, so then I had to find a way to get back into those conversations without just like yelling over people or being super unprofessional. So I didn't actually even make the decision for it to be like predominantly geocentrism. If you just watch it, Tim does that himself. Sanjina starts talking, and then they start going into CMB and all this other stuff. Right. So
Okay.
I have to like give valuable
That was
input about the actual subject. I can't just start changing the
No, I
subject
get it.
as
You're
if it's
opening.
my
I get
show.
it.
But
You're saying
can I
it's
ask a
difficult.
question,
What you
Nathan,
can
of
just
witness?
let me just summarize. So what you're saying is it was orchestrated to be a neutral outcome, and you had no control over it. Am I right?
Sort of, but and so if you actually listen though, if you think about being new to the subject, we may disagree on this, but I think that for people to hear that this idea that Earth moves around the sun is it's not actually the definitive truth that it's claimed to be. It's still good to like break through someone's cognitus before you start going to geometry anyway.
Nah.
People just start shutting down. Now you may disagree. Everyone's different, because
I
some
mean,
could
the
say,
reason
well,
I'll
actually, if
tell you
you
why I disagree. I can keep it relatively brief, and then Brian wants to ask you something, if that's good by you. So the reason I would say it's not good is because number one, it's a belief that others hold that's for you a non-positive claim that you don't need to in any way justify. I don't have to prove something isn't happening. They have to prove it is, and if their basis of truth is just, well, I believe it is, and you need to prove otherwise, well, then you're caught in a dichotomy that serves no interest for you. You don't need to prove it
sure, but I did
isn't
make that
moving.
point. I did make that point on the show, right? I specifically said that they
Yeah.
have the burden of proof. And then what happened was Sanjinis jumped in and ran cover for Astronomy Live. And then I actually went to you're just, reifying a belief. We're suspending belief and let's go back to the earth and look at the empirical evidence. And then again, Sanjinis jumped in and ran cover for him. So it's like, if you
No, I
actually
get
pay
it.
attention to
I
the
get it.
stuff I say, so much of what I
No, I get
tried
it.
to
I get it.
say
You
was
were
buried.
introduced last. You know what I mean? It was pretty obvious in terms of how it was orchestrated. What was slightly troubling was it seemed like it was implied that you had introduced or brought along Astronomy Live.
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah,
the reality was that I like Alex was kind of responsible for finding the guide to defend the like mainstream globe model, and so he was asking me to help, and I am the one that reached out to Astronomy Live because I couldn't find
Well, fair enough.
anyone.
You were asked to do so. So it's like find an opponent for yourself, almost.
That's an interesting point. Let's focus on that point for a second.
Hold on, just before you do AI. Hold on, just one sec, AI. Hold on, AI, just one sec.
Go ahead.
Brian's got a question he wanted to ask, and then go ahead after Brian, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Brian.
I'll wait until after that. It's okay.
Go ahead, AI.
Yeah. So what I was just going to say is, don't you think it would be an opportunity for certain Globers to want to be on Tim Pool's podcast? The fact that some of the Globers weren't willing to show up, that's pretty telling.
Yeah. Like there's only like 2 that I excluded, which was Mattoon and FTFE, and that's just because they've slandered me
Good
so
choice.
much. I don't even want to give them platforms like that. Yeah.
I don't blame you a bit.
I can agree with that.
Horrible.
No, that was the way.
Horrible.
Which is why I actually kind
My
of kept it a
question-
secret, because every time that it comes out that I'm going to get on any decently big show, McToon immediately like starts spamming them, behind the scenes, trying to get on. So, but what I wanted was someone with credentials, because, that's like the whole deception is like, oh, the experts, the science, blah, blah, blah. So I wanted it to be someone like that because they'll be more professional, whatever. And dude, it was like impossible. I had so many people agree, and then they would kind of go look into some of the debates, and they'd come back and say they couldn't do it. And then I had some people saying, like, there's an astronomer named Phil Plait. He said he couldn't do it or he wouldn't do it because Tim Cast was a right wing podcaster. So like the political aspect of it also was a component. So it was super tricky. It's easier to talk reckless on the internet and pretend the Earth's a globe than to like sit in person and actually debate it, right? So,
And on a platform that actually has some substantivity and cross pollination. You know what I mean? Like to go to McToon's channel to talk about it is much different than going on Timcast to talk about it from a Glober's point of view.
yeah, and it's just so many people. So, and like that's just even with Astronomy Live, he talks reckless on the internet. But if you looked at him, he was like super timid and not, just. I think that's actually good. We should push in person more. But yes, I don't know, Brian. You had a question. I'm just gonna reiterate this to you guys. I actually tried. I asked people beforehand, and I kind of tried to integrate the critiques or advice, right? But what I found, and because it wasn't a real debate, was they were able to bury the specific points. So, like, if you actually listen carefully to the arguments I made, if they were responded to in good faith, like with specificity instead of being deflected away from, I actually made very specific flat Earth arguments that I would assume this room would be happy with. It's just
We
that they
haven't heard
weren't
him yet, that's
addressed.
all. We haven't heard him yet.
Yeah.
Also pointing out.
Check this out, friend.
By the way,
I got a
pointing out-
logistic point.
Hold on.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Point taken about actually, you tried to integrate flat Earth and they ran interference. I get it. That is tough. But what's crazy though? Sleeping Warrior in a way pointed out that kind of tactic when you land a winning point. Someone will just carry it off into the abyss in the other direction, and it never lands home for the audience.
Yeah, every time, bro. They did this every time in the show, even with the stationary part of it. So what can you do?
Yeah, so
And
let me
what's it
talk
just
about
so
the
you know?
logistical point real quick.
AI then, John.
So the show being broadcast from Tim Pool. Back. Let the other guy talk. I got to take a call.
Go on, John. Were
Can
you
I
still
go after
waiting,
John?
Brian? Brian or John?
Well, I'll say it real quick. With it, there was some points in it, like that we applauded you on too. It wasn't a lot of it was like when you were making points about how the globe fails, all they would do is let you get out the globe claim, and then it fell in, everything else got interrupted. It would be turned to Scientism to speak, or to the other guy to speak after you got out their claim, and you never got
Yeah, exactly.
to refute it, and that was upsetting to me anyway.
And it's like, dude, if you just think about it, I obviously can't, I could, but I would never be invited on anywhere else, right? I can't just like start raising my voice over everyone. So it's just, you know, it's like the negative to getting on the bigger shows. It's like they obviously, for Tim, he's jeopardizing all this money. So he obviously has to make it clear that he is on the side of the mainstream because these people, like, you know, they sell out in that sense. And so it's always the odds are stacked against you. To me, it's just a net positive to have some of our real arguments said in front of that big of an audience, even if it is like unfair, you know.
Hold on, AI.
Let me reclaim the logistical point.
I just one sec. There's a whole bunch of people I want to talk to, but it's me included. Brian, did you want to get something in? Then,
Yeah,
Eli, please, because we argued about this literally like last week, right, Neil? But go on, Brian.
yeah. What's it? I've only seen maybe the first 40-something minutes of the debate, and well, my opinion on the first 40-something minutes is that it was all based around possibles and maybes and general relativity and this, that, and the other thing. But at the very, very, very start, and this is where I would have come in, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have cared about pleasantries. Astronomy Live claimed that he had measured the radius of a globe Earth. Now that is a straight out lie. And I would have, at the very start, very, very start, I would have said, hang on a minute, there's been an absolute lie here told. And I would have held him to task on that and got him to go through the process he claimed to have gone through to measure this thing. Now I would have been fastidious about that. I would have been like a pit bull onto a piece of meat. I wouldn't have cared. Now I don't know because I haven't seen the other half of it. But did you hold him to task on that?
That's why you don't
claim?
get invited to those platforms, Brian. That's why. That attitude right there is why you're not there. Okay? That you got to take this back, bro.
Okay.
Nobody's talking to you.
Yeah. Can you please leave Witsit talk, AI? Because he's able to talk for himself. Well, Witsit.
But I mean, I kind of agree in the sense that, like, yes, that's ideal in terms of the information. It just wasn't feasible. If you actually watch where he says that, he mixes that in with this like big conglomerate of bullshit claims, right? And then immediately they shift it away from me. And so like Tim takes it and gives it to Robert after that. And like it,
Yeah.
dude, these people are not going to have you on. These people are not going to have me on if it's not, first of all, if there's a bunch of interruptions, it's audio chaos. We're talking about like a highly professional production, right? They have an
I'm
entire
not talking
warehouse.
about
They
a
have an
bunch of
entire
interruptions.
team.
So 1 second.
You're never going to get on, look, you're never going to get on these shows if we do it like we do in Discord, where there's just audio chaos and people are interrupting and clipping, and you know, it's just never going to happen. They're going to be like, and then, and actually, and one more thing, Alex vouched for me to get me on. So it's like I had to show respect to Alex, you know, and that was like the agreement. Obviously, was like professionalism. I wasn't going to make it where I betrayed Alex and he vouched for me to get on that platform, and then for me to just like destroy it and be super unprofessional and aggressive and interrupt people, because then Tim's going to be pissed at Alex, right?
Yeah, but you've been led down. 1 second. 1 second. Leave me respond to that. You've been led down a path there by AI, and I've been like, I'll say it again. The very start, like I know when when Astronomy Live said that, he said that as part of his opening statement. Nonsense, right? Now, I wouldn't have cared what Tim Pool was going to go to. I would have said, sorry, Tim, just before we go further, at the very, very start, when he was the Roberts and Genesis, I would have said, sorry, Tim, there was a claim made by Astronomy Live there within his opening statement, besides everything else, but this claim is an absolute, total and utter lie. And if I want him to prove otherwise, right, and I would have gone through it, he has claimed that he has measured the radius of the globe Earth, and I know that there is zero measurement for a globe Earth in existence anywhere in history, and nor will there be. And if he wants to claim different, then he has now got to present what he did. And Maybe that's why they don't want me on, because I won't be the nice guy.
But
I
there's a
won't
way
do
to
that.
Yeah, but
there's a way to communicate that.
let me
Hold on.
Because
segue.
that is
Hold on. I just
Let me
want to
segue that.
Look. Everything's being put to Witsy, so he's going to get a response. Time.
No, I mean I get what you're saying, you know, and yeah, okay, duly noted. You know, I don't know what you missed.
You've got no way of
Yeah, fair
positively
point.
responding to that, Witsy.
Was it addressed though at all? Just afterwards, did you address it with him at all?
He did. He already told you the answer.
Yeah,
I'm
that's already
asking
in,
with
answered.
in the in the show,
God,
multiple
I'm just going to be
times.
stop. Everyone, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. I said, in order to be conciliatory towards the person that had invited him on, in this case, Alex, he couldn't be that
but I'm
guy
asking,
that was.
did he address it at all during the whole thing? Because I've only watched the first 40.
Oh, he's asking you
minutes.
if later on in the stream did you
Did
address
that
the
get
fact
addressed?
that it suggested?
From what I remember, I pointed out that he's just assuming the spherical model and then looking at observations and claiming that, which is what he's doing with his radius value claim and the distance.
Sure,
thing
but
and everything.
no, that's not what you've been
listen,
asked. Just one sec.
Eric,
Just,
you're more
AI, please,
that's
AI,
not what I'd be
please,
talking about.
AI, thanks.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't keep out.
Brian's saying, did you explicitly address the claim that he made directly? Which I don't think you did. That's fine, but that's
I
what
don't
Brian's...
remember.
No, that's fine. It's if it was
I
2
do,
hours
'cause I
later.
watched it.
Well,
Okay,
we
thank
are
you.
going to watch it. We're just asking
That's the
him
point,
because
that's the
he's
point
here
I'm
now.
trying to make here, guys, is that a lot of us in the community are actually ahead of the FED panel on this. Like, we've already been involved in this stuff and the fallout beyond it, and we're not waiting until Tuesday to cover it, is my point here.
What fallout?
Okay, there's logistics going on, and I just want to put this out there, okay? From Tim Pool's side, the broadcast is not over yet. So if we just go internal on this, we're going to miss an opportunity. So, for example, Tim Pool is broadcasting shorts that he's clipping out, or his crew is clipping out from the episode. And so they are going to be broadcast to his channel in that format, and it would behoove us, especially people like Brian, who has points to contend with, to interact with those broadcasts when they occur or as soon after they occur, because that will be the most chance to impact audiences that have not yet had a closing of the circle of reference to, like us. For example, on the main broadcast, when it came out in the second time, I was putting plugs in there, to people who came for a flat earth debate. 2/3 of it wasn't flat earth. Hey, you want to learn more? Come to 24/7. Hey, you want to learn more? Come to FED. Right? So
when you say interact AI with
all
these things,
all the people to go interact with that, because interacting here is good because we want to bring people here, but interacting there and creating those segues, it's going to be invaluable over the next few days to the next week. So I'm just saying, keep your feelers
That's
out
right.
that arena. Just like when Nathan
when you say interact, what do you mean by interact?
Okay, hold on. Before we discuss this, hold on just a second,
Eli.
Brian.
That's
just one
important.
sec. Everyone else has put something to it. So I want to put something to him before we open it up in general discussion, right? My only critique with it.
Go ahead.
Try that again. You there, Witsit?
Mm-hmm.
My only critique has been my rhetoric for the last 12 months, which is, as a flat earther, I'm encouraging particularly the Discord server that we're not generally in, which is politics, to move forward as flat earthers on the front foot. Now, I have listened to what you've said in terms of how it is, and I've been there. I understand entirely what you're saying, and I can empathise, right? However, my way of talking to any other flat earther, including you, is to say, if your first and foremost intonation is to go forward on the front foot talking about how Earth is flat, and looking, if you're second in line, third in line, fourth in line in this instance, looking for any opportunity from what the opponents have said up until that point to point out how what they have said requires a flat Earth to be measured, that would be the way I would have moved forward and would have hoped you'd have done the same. I.e., the moment you got the mic, if it was along the lines of Brian's critique, to say, that guy said he could measure radius, he can't. The only way he can is by elevation angles to Polaris, for example. You've got to measure a flat Earth for radius. Something along those lines that starts on the front foot of flat Earth being the main thing you're talking about, as opposed to Earth's not a globe. That's just my take on it. That's all I've got to add.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So I did make that specific point, right? But as it goes to the how the conversation started, like I said, everyone's supposed to have their intro. You know, I'm not. Everyone can do their own thing. I'm not interrupting someone's intro. I'm not hijacking the show from the host who's facilitating the intros or taking the first topic that he chooses to bring to the table. I just wasn't going to do that. I actually stayed very reserved at the beginning because I knew it was 2 whole hours, and I was not going to let them box me out, but I was just going to try to let it play out for a little bit. So that was my decision. I specifically made that point multiple times, and it was always ignored. And again, so Jenna started running cover for the guy. I made the point that you actually have to make. I made this point probably 4 times, that you actually have to take flat Earth measurements to Polaris to even get the globe model in the first place.
Oh.
And I explained it in detail, right? I said you have to
Excellent.
actually use that horizontal baseline to the zenith, and then they take that latitude system and then they wrap it around a ball. They actually have to make flat Earth measurements. It's the prerequisite to even creating your globe model.
You got a bit of indigestion there. Fair enough. No,
So
good.
wait, we're gonna
I can't
hear
wait
this
to hold
when
on
we
just a second,
critique
Neil.
it?
Oh my god. Thank you, Neil. So, what you're saying is when we get to it, which we haven't yet, because we're reviewing it, you may or may not be aware or care. Either way, we are. And when we get to it, I can't wait to hear it. So, even still, my critique would still stand that, yes, AI saying there'll be a whole load of shorts videos trimmed out. It'll be for the guys doom scrolling to find 30-second clips. And potentially some of what you have said will be amongst them, I would hope. Great. But in terms of the video that's already out there, 40 minutes in, there's no very limited flat Earth stuff. Whereas if you, I'm just repeating myself. If your mindset is to take the first opportunity to say Earth is measured flat, then it's the first thing that's documented from your side. Now that critique would stand, and I'm delighted to hear that you've got this mindset of pointing that stuff out, because that's all I've been encouraging others to do for the entirety of a year. Great. So I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, also, I didn't even bring up ether at all. Like, obviously it came up in the conversation. I actually did the opposite. I was like, this has nothing to do with ether, because he was trying to pigeonhole me into that
Yeah,
conversation.
we noticed.
You must have
Yeah,
been
I
losing
cheered
your
him for
mind.
that. Hold on. I cheered him for that, and there's no sense in saying something like that, Neil. He hit it spot on the
Yeah,
money.
but come on, I'm joking
He was
around with
being
it, but he
baited.
knows I'm
Yeah, he was
kidding with
being
him.
baited. Hold on, we're giving him props, right? There was someone on the panel that had suggested to you, or suggested to us, that they told you in advance you're going to get baited into talking about ether. I can't remember who it was on Ballbusters, and the whole time, who was it?
Reg.
It was Reg
Was
Joe.
saying they had conversation with
Right,
him.
Reg Joe said he'd had a conversation. Regular Joe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that
We
dude.
had an after show session. I'll just lay the groundwork for that. There was an after show session after the 8-hour episode where the main panel had left, which it returned, and he did a sensing session essentially of the people there of constructive critiques of how he should act on these big platforms coming up that he's telling us he's going to be on. And people there, including myself, Flatsy, Reg Joe, gave him critiques. Make sure you say these things. Make sure you avoid getting baited by these things. And of us who gave him specific advice, we noticed in this debate versus others that he actually took that advice and ran with it.
That's our biggest problem. Yeah, good. Props to you, Itzy, because that is our biggest problem. Do whatever you like. Obviously, it's your bag. But when you associate the ether with flat Earth, that guy, I can't remember which one. I think it was the astronomy now. It might have been the geocentrist. They're just trying to bait you into talking about it because they know you'll have you over a barrel looking silly quickly. And you didn't take the bait.
Oh, man. Nathan, you haven't seen the whole show yet, but the person who looks the silliest in regards to Ethereum concepts is Sungenis. He makes himself look like an absolute stone cold retard. It is funny, hilarious.
Good, because he's an idiot, and he had already done that in the first 45 minutes that we did critique.
Yeah, only at that point of the combo did I even make a comment about the ether, and I because what he was saying was so retarded that I was like, well, there's this other concept as well. That's what Tesla said, and then tried to move away from it.
We're at the point where
but I'll also say this. That's actually why I'm here, right? Because I know for sure that there were people saying like, "Oh man, he's not our representative, and it sucks, and he doesn't do good," blah blah blah. But I actually do want to hear the criticism because um, whether you guys want to accept it or not, I am representing quote unquote flat earth on these platforms. He asks me, and you're a flat earther, right? And I say yes. So I actually take that to be pretty important. I don't want people to have to sit back and watch me be on these big shows. Like that's the biggest show I've ever been on. And they're gonna get bigger, just so everyone knows. And so I don't want them to have to watch it and feel like they're not having their point represented at all. At the same time, I'm also not gonna like not be me, right? I'm not gonna
No, we
like
get it.
change my position. So
We get it. John was telling me in the pre-show because I was like, I don't care if it's representing or not, and he's like, well, then he's your unwilling representative. In other words, like you've just stated, whether I like it or not, you're out representing flat Earth. Doesn't matter if I like flat Earth or like you. You're doing that, and we appreciate that. That's why everyone's critiquing you heavily. So glad that you take it seriously. And I'll repeat for the third time. I won't say it a fourth.
Yep.
If you're on the front foot talking about Earth being measured flat, then you're on a winner, because that's not anti-globism, which is what flat earthers have done for the last 10 years.
Well, I think in this instance, Witsit made himself palatable for even bigger venues. And when Nathan said earlier that hopefully he's finding these arguments in the people scrolling that are attached to Timcast, I don't think that's sufficient. Okay, what they need to find when they see these shorts, they need to find people from our side of the community there engaging in the comments respectfully with precise arguments. So when they see the short, underneath the short, they see segues to the arguments proper, and they see segues to the platforms proper where they can find out more information. Now, I'm going to stress this to the community listening. A lot of you have sat and watched shows, have sat and criticized how people put themselves forward in the public, have sat and listened to Nathan say, share the show, have sat and listened to Nathan say, go and put a link in that person's channel. And many of you have done so, but more of you have done nothing but sit back and throw stones from a glass house. So I'm telling you, go spend your money on super chats, go spend your finger time typing in the comments and addressing some of the points made, and make it to where the millions of people who Timcast's subscribers will have a segue link through algorithm and presence of our arguments in text form. Go do something about it, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, and from that regard, we can only thank Witsit for having the opportunity to have that sort of a call to action. But for the fact that Witsit was there, we wouldn't be calling for action for people to go and make comments in that regard, giving good arguments. So, yeah.
Can I ask
I agree.
Can I ask you a question after Eli?
After Eli, yes.
Yeah. So all of this stuff is great. Excellent. Cool. I mean, yeah. All right. Now, there was a heavy debate between us about how we should be putting ourselves out there and having this conversation. And I said it's interesting that whenever you know, aliens comes up or Bigfoot comes up or magic mushrooms comes up or anything comes up, there's somebody like Joe Rogan to sit them down with a hot cup of coffee or something, and they can just explain or weave a story that captivates you for an hour and a half. That's kind of what's been granted to Dave Weiss, actually, the way he has his conversations. I said, well, it's funny that whenever it's flat earth, it's always, well, let's have him versus this glober. It's never, let's just have this conversation. What do they have to say? I want a flat earther who's going to lean on the front foot of the earth is measured flat, to have that in discussion form on big platforms too. Why can't Tim Pool also have you on the platform to have a discussion rather than a debate? That's something that
that's what I'm trying to do. That's like my objective, and that's specifically why a lot of this advice I'm getting is, in my opinion, not good advice. Because if I did any of this stuff that some of these people are telling me I should have done, from the Monday morning quarterback, I would never be invited back, and it's
What does that got
already
to do with my
super
advice? That's
risky.
completely. That's completely
Well, I
aside
just so
from
you
it.
know, I'm
Oh,
not a Monday morning
I
quarterback.
said what
Just
you
so
did
you
is
heard that
good.
down.
I said what you did is good, whatever. But also, we should be talking in this format as well.
Okay.
Not you should have did that in debate form in a place where you were postured to debate.
I didn't say you said that, bro.
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't
not.
say. I
He's not
said
saying that.
I
Yeah, that's
have the
fair.
same
You guys,
objective, and I'm
yes,
explaining
yes, you
why
guys
I'm
are missing
doing
it.
the way.
You guys are missing it.
Not missing
No
nothing.
major platform. Yeah, hold on a second. No major platform is offering that format that Elijah wants. We have to force their hand to accept that platform by having smaller platforms engage in the way in which just recently happened. And then you reach a tipping point to where somebody else, let's just throw it out there for pie in the sky. Let's say Lex Friedman. You know Lex Friedman's format? He's going to invite somebody to have a one-on-one discussion eventually. But he's not going to invite some schlub in the corners of the internet bitching. He's going to invite someone who has already established a repertoire that he can base. I want to invite that person on my show.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
Except
let
you're
me
working your way in.
very
Yeah,
quickly,
exactly.
Neil. I
And
know
I
you
and
want to
I,
make
I
it.
can't
Ask
tell
the
you
question.
guys what all is going on behind the scenes, obviously. And there's a reason why I didn't even mention this for a long time because of people like McToon, right? But there are many people who are being like pushed to have me on in a format like that, and they're just nervous about it, bro. They're nervous about because if it's easier, it's safer for Tim to have it on there as a quote unquote debate because he's not stamping it in any way, right? He's actually doing the opposite. He's like basically being on the other side and he's facilitating a debate. He's only housing flat earth as a way to like ostensibly debunk it with a debate.
Yeah, we
When
get
you
it.
have someone on to actually have a discussion about the idea, that's totally different, right? It seemingly leads some credence to it. It like gives it some validity, and you're talking about people losing tons of money in their mind to do that. So the only way we're going to get these people to do that is for them to see flat earthers on there having professional decorum and other interactions, it not being too much of a fallout for that content creator where they are like, okay, now the coast is clear, basically. Like I can have him on. So that's the reason I have to be very tactical about how I present myself, right? Because there's no way if I'm super aggressive and it's just a shit show, there's 0% chance that that another content creator is going to put that on their platform.
We never wanted you to
It
do that.
sounds
I
like
still
he's
got my
being.
question. Hold on. I still got my question here.
Oh my God.
Eli, I gave room for you. I just got one quick
Yeah,
question.
come on, Eli. Fair is fair. Leave Neil asking
Right, I know
questions. He
you're
doesn't
having a
need that.
debate with Witsit, but I happen to like Witsit, and I want him to do well if he's going to be representing us. But let me ask you a question. Once you establish the fact, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that Earth has been measured flat, there's no doubt about it. Do solar systems have any power? Do planets have any power? Does anything else yield any power once you establish that?
No, not really, no.
Yeah, Neil's saying
I
the
mean, I
same thing I am.
understand that concept for sure.
That's it.
I've explained my position on this. Yeah, I'll reconsider it, but
No,
like,
I hear you as well. It's in the moment. There's a million and one things and going through your head, and you're assessing how you're going to be coming across. You don't want to be too abrupt, but you do want to get your two pennyworth in. You also want to keep it on the lines of the subject that's being discussed, and some things that have already come up need to be addressed, and some don't. All of that's going through your head while the cameras are rolling and the mic's in front of you, and you're just looking for that opening that you're not seeming to get. I get it, right? It's a very difficult thing to do, and all you get from everyone around you is criticism, irritating when you've worked your ass off to get there. So to step out of that, kudos for getting there in the first place, regardless of how well you're, as it seems from our critique, didn't when we're critiquing you. Like someone's already said, we've given you props where props were due, and it's easy to be a, what did you call it, Monday morning quarterback? Well, yeah, you're right, because that's precisely what some of us will be perceived to be doing when this is listened back to as a recording. On the other hand, we are trying to give you constructive criticism, as Neil says. If you are going to be out there representing, and you are, we'd only hope, or I would only hope, as an individual, that you'd put forward the rhetoric that I'm putting forward. I'm selfish. I want you to be saying what I'm saying, which is Earth is measured flat from the outset, for everyone, always. Yeah? Now, if you're doing that at the back end of it, and you understand it, That's a good enough start for me. I can't wait to hear it. Ideally, it'd be on the front end. But that's it. That's very little critique compared to last time, especially if you haven't blarted on about Ether for 25 minutes. Good. Because that's all going to make you look stupid. Therefore, by reflection, make us look stupid, which is all we've ever moaned about.
I just wanted to make a point there. The term Monday morning quarterback came up, and AI mentioned slobs on the internet given out or whatever. Nathan, you just said that Austin has worked his ass off to get to that position, and I don't doubt that Austin's put in effort. Right, you must put in effort to get something. Right, you don't get something for nothing.
Right.
But I put in all kinds of effort over the years, and it's not about whether my debate style is, because my debate style is just direct. Right, I'm not going to be interrupting like crazy if I get onto one of those shows, but I am going to be direct. Right, and I'm not going to spend the time Witsit would have spent talking about stuff that really has no relevance to reality. I'm going to be focusing on them supporting the existence of this, and we'll start at the start of that, which is their globe. Right, that'll be my direction. The point being is, right, I've also put in loads of work, but YouTube make it impossible for me, nearly impossible for me to get subscribers. I don't get them. People don't know who I am, even though I'm around 9 years, because YouTube make a point of making sure that doesn't happen. So I can't be classed as a Monday morning quarterback or a slob on the internet making noise, because I am absolutely willing to go on to the biggest arenas. No bother. I have no fear of it whatsoever. I'm 100% confident. But they won't choose me because I'm literally nobody on YouTube. And YouTube keep it that way.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, gotcha. Hello. Gotcha, Brian. Thank you. You ended with perhaps the not best choice of words. Choose you. Did you proactively contact Tim Witsit?
You co-host.
No,
Hang on,
Alex.
I'll get to that in a
It was
second.
through Alex.
You co-host.
It was through Alex Stein.
Do you know if Alex proactively contacted him?
Yeah, yeah, he made this happen. Yeah.
He reached out to Tim, correct?
Yeah, they're like friends, so he pushed him to having this conversation.
There you go. It's not what you know. So no one's choosing anybody, right?
Really? Okay then, Nathan, let me just put that
I didn't want to respond.
No, 1 second. This is directed towards me. No, this is directed towards me. 1 second. This is directed towards me.
Well, not directed
1
towards
second.
you had the
this
question.
This is directed towards me. So, Nathan, are you saying that I haven't proactively contacted very big YouTubers? Are you saying I haven't put my name in there, and I haven't literally put myself forward in situations?
No, but there was a liaison there.
Seems like Eli's answering you, and you're not stopping talking, so there's no response going to come, and if it does, it's going to get chanted through by you or Eli, like it is. Yeah, that's not what. Hang on, okay, it seems I'm still trying to get the response in. Maybe 4 more repetitions of Brian's question to me.
Well,
what's going on? Can you not stop talking?
I haven't finished asking.
Hello?
I haven't finished asking it. So, are you saying that I have not proactively contacted the biggest YouTubers I could find? And are you saying I have not proactively put my face forward and my name forward to people to be brought on?
6 more times, perhaps. 6 more times with the same question, perhaps.
Don't, Nathan, don't disrespect me.
I heard it 6 times. What do you want me to? It's not disrespectful. I heard it, tried to respond to it. You carried on asking the same frigging thing 4 more times. Now I'm answering and you're still yammering through the top of me. You're now still yammering through me. I'm talking now, Brian. Talk about disrespect. I'm answering you. It was 6 times I heard the same question. Not being disrespectful, stating facts. While you yammer through the top of me. Stop being so disrespectful. I'm answering you. Is it not that I haven't suggested that you haven't put your name forward? No, that's not what I heard from Witsit. Alex Stein's a mate of his. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Witsit knows Alex, Alex knows Tim. That's not being picked. It's got sod all to do how many times you contacted random strangers and cold called them.
You stated that... Right. You asked Witsit, has he proactively put himself out there? And that's where you're going. And then it turns out Alex Stein was the one who put Witsit forward. So yeah. Alex Stein knows Witsit, right? He put Witsit forward.
That's the answer to your question.
You implied that no one else here had done that. No one else put themselves forward. That's a complete falsehood.
All right, and that's why I wanted to jump in.
Sorry,
And
what,
that's
Eli?
why
Why are
don't
you
you
getting in
keep talking
between?
while
I'm
I'm
trying to
answering?
keep
Why don't
control
you
of a
keep talking
conversation
while
with
I'm
Brian,
made the
and now
point, and
Eli's
that's what I
stepping
wanted
in
to
to
jump
cause
in.
extra
talking
audio
while I'm
chaos.
responding to the-
What's going on, Eli? Thanks
Well,
for the
I'm not
help.
audio
Didn't need
chaos.
audio
You
chaos.
jumped
Brian's
in
going to
front
carry
of
on
me,
yammering no matter
Nathan,
what I do.
when I was
Doesn't
trying to
seem to
Leave
matter
them
that I've got control of the show.
Leave them go.
No,
There's no
Eli
point.
and Brian are going to ruin my show. Can you both shut the fuck up? What is your malfunction, Eli and Brian? You pair of dicks. Shut up when I tell you to shut up. That doesn't mean keep yammering. I give a fuck if you're in line. Shut up or fuck off, both of you pair of twats. What is your problem?
You're a co-host shithead.
I
That's
think
my
you need to
problem.
listen back to
Not the
this.
co-host. I'm running this frigging show. When I tell you to shut up, or better still,
Yeah,
when
you
I'm
know what
answering a
co-hosting
question I've
means,
had
though,
put
but
to
move
me,
on. Move
I'm
on,
answering
since you're making an
Brian
administrative
Eli.
decision,
I'm not
dickhead.
being subtle. I'm answering Brian. Yeah, thanks. I didn't need any help, Eli. Yeah, it's not what you know, it's who you know. I found out from Witsit how he's got in there. So Alex Stein knows this guy. Who's Alex Stein? How do you know Alex? Maybe that's a question you should be asking, because you don't know any of these people, but Alex does, apparently. He's glad handing all these big... He's getting the receipts because of Alex, then. Right, Witsit? All the receipts you said
This
you were
one
getting are because
specifically.
Alex has got a hand in with all these people, right?
This one specifically, yeah, because I met Alex back in the day when he was like no one. He was on Jaren's show a little bit. He reached out to me. He said he saw some of my debates on Modern Day Debate, and he said he thought I was the best flat earth debater or whatever. So he asked me some questions, and then he wanted to do a show with me. We ended up not doing it, and then yeah, we just stayed in contact. You know, obviously he blew up doing his own thing, like going to city council meetings and like trolling Democrats or whatever. And yeah, we're just friends. So in his opinion, I'm the best flat earth debater. So he got in a personal conversation with Tim, and then started pushing him to have the conversation online. And really, the Antarctica trip sparked it, actually. Right. So that's another portion of it was me going to Antarctica is what kind of popped in their discussion, because he was saying he would pay for Alex to go. So
So
then
they
Alex
were
was like, okay,
discussing...
well, who I want.
I
Who
see.
I
So
want to represent
Alex and he
FE
were
is
discussing Antarctica. You came up in conversation. He's a mate of yours, so you got on the show. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So where's next?
Can I butt
can't
in
say.
for a second, if I may, with a very strong logistical
I'm still
fact?
waiting. I'm still waiting, though.
That fact is,
I'm
yeah,
still
but
waiting,
what I have
though.
to say is actually relevant.
Well,
That's
what I
great.
have to
Keep
say is
waiting.
relevant, too.
Cool story.
What I have to say is relevant. It's exactly
Okay, so
analogous.
yeah, okay, dude. I was already talking. No one need to heard you complain about waiting. For goodness sakes.
Because I respectfully waited after getting cursed out.
Because you were interrupting Brian and I, stepping in between us,
Well,
causing more
whatever,
audio
but what
chaos.
about now?
Yeah. All right, dude. Eli, I'll yield to you after a very short stint. Okay.
Fine.
Accept it or
Eli,
don't.
then AI. Go ahead.
It's exactly the same when I reached out to Killer Priest and got butt kiss. But because of the relationship with Vinny, got on the show.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah. That's how this all works, by the way, for anyone wondering. It's all about that. Like, 'cause these people get flooded all the time, and they actually they're very, they have like barriers around them, right? They're very like protected. So they have teams that look through this stuff. And so to really get on the show, you're going to have someone that vouches for you. And it's for this very reason. They can't just bring anyone and everyone on their show, because they run the risk of it being a bad show, of them not being able to carry themselves
So
professionally.
why don't you vow
or
for
not having
Brian?
experience.
He's not
What?
Alex Stein, is he?
No, I'm saying on the next one, vow for Brian to come in. He'll be totally respectful. He won't jump through like he just did now.
I
No. You're not getting this. You're not getting this. Oh, hold on. I've got to talk to Neil now. Right. You never heard of the 6 degrees of separation? Right. If somebody wants to come on my show, Witsit knows me and could vouch for the person, and that might happen because I know Witsit, and Witsit knows the person that wants to come on my show. Random tosspot wants to have an interview one-to-one when I don't even know who he is, and he's moaning about me not reaching out to him. That's what's happening. It's not or how much you reach out. This is becoming so freaking painful. I'm going to lose my shit again.
I was agreeing with you, Nathan. Calm down.
Me? I'm getting rambled through in the middle of a point, and I'm being told to calm down by the people who have interrupted me that I've had to told to shut up twice. Just getting painful. I get it. Everyone's keen to talk to Witsit. He's currently a celebrity. Good. It's nice to have you here, Witsit. I'm glad it's generated some discussion.
I was keen to respond to what Neil said because my name was brought up.
Take umbrage with that. I actually don't care about talking with Witsit right at the moment. What I've been talking about is taking advantage of this opportunity in the most amenable and practical and yielding way possible. And I want to bring up this logistical point about the show that happened. Yes, it is because there was relationship, but there's something else in the subtext, which was actually said in the beginning of the show by Tim. And that is that 99% of his audience answered the poll. They wanted Alex Stein to go to Antarctica. That means that of the people willing to engage with Tim Pool's podcast, 99% were interested in the subject at the present moment. That means that in all the other things I just said, strike while the iron is hot and go into these chats, go into these publications as they come out after the fact. For example, the shorts when they're published and the segues, like I was on Flatsoid channel, that creates a segue. And the degrees of separation will begin to close. But here's the key, friends. You cannot bring this kind of energy into those chats and expect to be taken seriously. We have to do it on a respectful front foot where we're giving the arguments and responding precisely, not with emotion, not with denigration, with none of that. We have to make the Globers look like the absolute retarded spastoids, okay? And in that regard, I invite a lot of people to go to those shows, and I actually have to sit with my fingers crossed that the people who I invite to go aren't going to make an absolute ass of themselves. So for the love of God, people, take advantage of this opportunity in a good way.
What opportunity?
And I'll also tell you guys this, right? So the reason I jumped in here,
Why would you think that
fast,
we make asses of ourselves?
I don't know what opportunity he's talking about.
AI is 100% right because I've been trying to jump in to interject to clarify, and I've not been able to do so for forever. But he has a good point. You guys are acting like you don't know what the hell he's talking about, like you're all 70 years old. This guy is broadcasting a show. Wherever it's being broadcast, there's an audience. Be there and mix in and mingle. That's what he's saying. Wherever it is, go be there. So what does he mean?
So that's
if there's a comment section with people
rubbish.
having the conversation, have a conversation there. It's not that
that's
hard.
A load of rubbish, Eli. That's a complete load of rubbish. I couldn't respond to that. That's a complete load of rubbish, Eli. I mean, there's never been a bigger load of rubbish than that. What, you join in on the chat, is it?
Yeah.
Give me a break. Give me a break. That's
let me suggest something.
Ever.
What do you see if you can...
Brian, that's why you're irrelevant.
Hang on. Nobody's ever done that before, AI. Think that never happened before. This route to success.
Why don't you just ask Witsit if you can get Alex Stein's number?
There you go.
He can't.
I'm talking to Brian.
I'm just no, and I'll tell him why too. I don't want to fight with you, but it's like you're just being so aggressive.
Down wrong.
You're being so. Listen, man, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Okay, you're being so aggressive, and like, I'm not going to put my reputation on the line the same way that Alex wouldn't, right? Because that's what this whole entire industry is about.
Excuse me.
So
sorry, what reputation, Witsit? You're a lying shit. You think you've got a reputation?
Okay. Yeah. No, my reputation with Alex.
What, as a lying shit? Sorry, Witsit, we're exposing you as a lying twat, and you're going to talk to me about my aggression levels, you lying little prick.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about you.
I'm talking about you. Alex is vouching for a lying fuckstick, prick, double-speaking cunt like yourself. I'm going to point that out to you when you tell me that we being aggressive is going to affect your reputation. What, as a lying fuckstick?
See, yeah, exactly. Why would I?
You're a lying fuckstick. I'm calling you out as a lying fuckstick. What say you, liar?
Okay, see, so...
We talk about the travel of light for a bit. Let's talk about the travel of light with you, you lying fuckstick. How dare you question our integrity based on our aggression levels and your reputation because of a result of it? You have no right being on these shows. You're only there because your mate put you there. It's not because you're reputational, because you're a good fucking debater. You're a useless shit. If I had my way, you wouldn't fucking be there, you stupid little boy. You represent me as a lying little twat. Now I've got to put up with the fact you're there, because Alex put you there and vouched for you. He doesn't know that you're a lying shit, it would seem. Now, if I got in touch with Alex Steen, I'd put him straight about what a lying little fucker you are, putting you in front of these big people when you're a lying little twat. That's what I'd say to Alex. So you're damn straight you wouldn't be giving me his number, because I'd be telling him what a lying little shit you are, with examples. How dare you suggest that we're going to tarnish your lying fuckstick reputation, Whitstick? You're a liar. You think you got a reputation to tarnish? You're a liar, proven, demonstrable. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're not going to let me speak, obviously, but...
You're a liar? You're a liar? Why are you talking about some reputation you haven't got? Beyond you being a liar, you don't have a reputation to tarnish. You're a liar! Do you think you got a reputation, son? Beyond being a liar?
So I wouldn't tell Alex, hey, here's Brian's number or vice versa, and vouch for Brian, because I would be lying, and I'm not going to...
You are a proven liar. I'm not asking about whether or not I'll get Alex Steen's number. I'll clip this out. I'm telling you personally, based on provable facts, you are a proven liar, Whitsit. What part of that aren't you understanding? You think you've got a reputation and a right to be on these shows. Now, what I'll do is I'll trim out a shorts video, Whitsit, with me telling you face-to-face, metaphorically speaking, that you're a proven fucking liar, and you've got no right to represent Flat Earth because you're a liar. You think you've got a reputation that my aggression will tarnish. No, you lying little fuckstick. You've got no right to be on these shows. Yeah, you're not representing me because I want you to be. I've got a deal with a lying little bastard who interrupts me. The lying twat thinks he's got the right to interrupt me.
Unlike yourself, I'm very...
You are a lying little fucker, little boy who lies through his back teeth about stupid shit you fantasise about. We prove that daily. But you think you've got the right to tell us that our aggression tarnishes your good reputation that you haven't got. You haven't got one, you're a lying little shit. Why the hell is Alex Steen... And I've also indicted Alex based on these facts. I'll trim this out, Whitsit, while you yammer through the awful truth. I also indict Alex Steen for being a poor researcher, for saying that you're the best Flat Earth debater. You're not, you're just a liar. A lying shit. Okay. So, by implication, Alex Steen is also indicted. Facts. Your own community has proven you to be a lying shit who is rude and aggressive and interrupts like you're doing now, Whitsit. When we confront you with the lies you tell, you interrupt us. So you're not a good debater and you're not a good representative. You just interrupted me challenging and putting to you the demonstrable facts of your lies to you. You've no right to represent me as a flat earther, and I'm telling you that now. Your reputation is that of a liar, son. Do you understand?
You said I interrupted you, and you literally interrupted me. I let you get all this...
I don't give a shit. This is non-responsive. Whitsit's a liar. It's a proven fact. He's no right to represent me as a flat earther. He doesn't represent me as a flat earther because he is a proven liar.
Okay, actually, just so everyone knows...
It's not okay! It's an outrage and makes me filled with aggression when liars say they represent us and claim to have good representation because they're good people with a good representation. No, you haven't got any reputation. You're a liar, Whitsit. So you've got no right to represent me, and I'm telling you, and all you're doing is interrupting while I tell you why you've got no right to represent me as a flat earther. Because you're a proven liar, son. And all you keep doing is interrupting as I tell you the facts of the matter and why. You're going to growl through me, son.
You're insane.
You're going to growl through me telling you you're a liar. We prove it. We've been doing it for weeks, son. You haven't even mentioned it. You've been here quite some time, and you haven't even addressed the elephant in the room that we, on the daily, prove you're a liar, son. You think that's worthy of interrupting me?
Okay,
Stop being so aggressive, interrupting me. Calm down, Whitsit. Take a chill. Your aggression's a very poor This interruption's a very poor, aggressive representation from Whitsit. Stop with the aggression, Whitsit. Do you mind not interrupting me, son? All I'm doing is pointing out your lies, and you keep interrupting me aggressively. Can you calm down with your aggression, please, son? I know that having your lies highlighted to you as a reason why I wouldn't want you on these shows, and how it's an indictment of the failure of Alex Steen to screen you for whether or not you're a lying shit or not, making Alex Steen incompetent. Yeah? That's what it makes you a liar and him incompetent, indicted, because we know you're a liar. You've been here some time and you haven't addressed it. You've just given us aggression, talking through us, telling you about the lies we've been pointing out, Witsit.
I could tell you where too, Witsit. You agreed that light travels slower through the medium of water. And you said that light does not travel. You're a liar.
Yeah, you indicted me on it, Witsit, you lying piece of shit that shouldn't be on these big shows. And we're telling you to your face why you shouldn't, because you're a proven liar, Witsit.
Are you done?
What, indicting you for your lies? You ask me if I'm done? No, I'm done indicting you because you're a proven liar, Witsit. Those are facts. That's why Alex Stein is also indicted. We know you're a liar. You know you're a liar. We show your lies regularly. You thought you had a good reputation to uphold and somehow thought it was righteous to charge us with aggression while you chant through me, pointing out the lies you've told. You lied on that show, Witsit. Neil just pointed it out and your response was to ask us if we were done. No, you're done. You should have never started. Why are you here in Flat Earth? You lying piece of shit.
Okay, so just a reminder as to how this happened. Someone mentioned...
Do you think this is funny, boy?
Yeah, I think it's literally hilarious that
your lies to the entire Flat Earth community, and in this case to a subscriber with 1 million followers, is funny. No, you're just a liar. When a liar's caught lying, they just laugh it off like it's nothing. He's lied to every Ethereum. I'm telling my audience, and this aggression's coming out of him. See the aggression as I tell the Ethereum audience about the double-speak lies of light travel that he told to that audience. It needs aggressively talking through, doesn't it, Witsit? You projecting scumbag liar who shouldn't be on these shows. Alex Steen, what an idiot to put a liar that's having us, his own community, charging him with his own lies that he laughs about. Alex, your boy that you think's a good representative's just laughed at in the face of his own lies. What does that say about you, Alex Steen? Maybe these people who trust you, who trust you, Alex, who trust you wouldn't trust you so much if you knew that you'd put a lying scumbag on their show, Alex. Maybe you'd lose friends if your friends realised that while you're vouching for these people like scumbag lying Witsit, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be vouching for them, Alex, because he'll laugh in the face of the lies he's called out on. Like he does, he'll aggressively chant through those lies being pointed out to him and then claim his opponent's aggressive and that they're tarnishing his good reputation as a proven liar. Right, Witsit?
Well, I'm actually very calm and you're screaming aggressively, so it's funny.
Non-responsive. You're a proven liar. Light doesn't travel or light travels through vacuums. Proven lies or non-responsive Witsit claiming by projection that it's me being aggressive. Oh, I'll calmly, very gently call you a liar, Witsit, with sugar on top. You're a lying shit stain, Witsit. I can say it really calmly. Doesn't change that you'll start chanting through me aggressively as I calmly call you a liar. Notice the aggressive chanting Witsit's doing. There's nothing but aggression coming from Witsit no matter how calm I am. I can calmly call him a liar and he'll still chant through me with aggression to try and deceive the audience he's lied to multiple times. You're not welcome in this Flat Earth community. Why are you representing it? Why is Alex Stein saying you're a great Flat Earth debater and representative when you're a proven liar by your own community? That's me. You might not like that I'm your community, Witsit, when you stand up and represent me, but I'm going to stand up and be the voice that calls you a liar, because you are. And you'll be telling me how aggressive I am when I call you out on your lies and deceit, won't you? Telling me about my aggression level when you're a proven liar? Is that your best comeback? To call me out on my tone when you're a proven liar?
This carpet bombs AI's point. Just totally carpet bombed AI's
point. You really don't care, Eli.
Because while me and AI tried to land a point, it first of all was confused because Brian had He had an objection to it, whatever that was, and then it was carried into this. So ultimately, we already know, because we talk about it damn near all the time, that he's a liar. But AI's point was carpet bombed, and it was a call to action. And fuck y'all for that.
Yeah.
No, AI's point wasn't a good point.
It wasn't lost on the people who are seeing this stuff that's coming out, whether we like it or not. This lying piece of shit is our representative on this show. This lying piece of shit will be on those shorts. This lying piece of shit will be doing his best to put our fucking arguments we give him in the best possible way at the end of the 3-hour session. And that might, if we're lucky, go into a shorts video that we can proactively put the arguments underneath in comments. Yeah, that's all well and good, and the call to action was very much heard. I cleared the airways for AI to make his point, and we all heard it. Meanwhile, the guy that we were critiquing and having to accept unwillingly that is our representative whether or not we like it, he now has to accept that we're his community and we can't stand that a liar represents us, and we're telling him personally. And what's he doing while we tell him? Well, he's calling us aggressive and chanting through us, projecting that shit straight back onto us, not addressing anything. He hasn't addressed the lies once, has he? He's called me aggressive.
Just very
Never
briefly.
addressed them.
Just very briefly. With it, my name was put forth to you from Neil and Nathan. Now, I didn't ask you to do any of these things. It was other people brought it up, and I would prefer that they spoke to me first, but they didn't, right? Point being is that your response to my name being brought up and being passed on to Alex Stein was that you wouldn't do that because you want to save your reputation. So in other words, what you're stating is that you would not promote me because you feel I would hurt your reputation.
Yeah, that's where I
Yeah, because you have no self-control and you interrupt incessantly. Right? And I will.
Where did I not have self-control?
Brian, instead of pouting about how YouTube doesn't promote you, I'm super censored, Brian. I'm also super censored. I've been debanked,
Not like
buddy.
me or not. Not like me or not.
Brian, I've been debanked. Stop crying about censorship. Okay, listen, Brian. Maybe do some self-reflection. Be like, what is it that I do with my content? And maybe I'm not being.
Hang on, Neil. Let's get back to you.
Let's get back to you. You just went on this narcissistic spill about how you're the victim and no one will have you on their shows because you're a victim. No, it's because your content sucks, Brian. It's because your content sucks, Brian.
Me is that I'm an interrupter, right? Now we can go back to the last debate me and you had, and we can listen to every single bit of that. And I gave you every opportunity to support your claims, and you didn't. Now, you can call that interrupting if you want, but that's not interrupting. Now, the reason you won't promote me is because you don't want someone else out there showing you up for being not as great as you think you are.
Or a lying shit.
That's the real reason.
Or a lying shit.
It has literally nothing to do with that.
What about the lies you told then?
Projection.
What about the lies? We've proven you're a liar. You haven't addressed what I said. You've taken Brian's critique over mine.
Well, because he was talking. See, if you would let me speak, I'd happily speak.
Non-responsive.
There was no reason for it to get crazy like that, right?
Also
it was
non-responsive.
a pretty chill conversation before that.
Third non-sequitur.
I've already addressed the claims that I'm lying.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You've lied. No, you haven't addressed it.
I showed the receipts.
That's a lie. More lies. So you're going to lie
you're
again?
Interrupting me. You can't let.
Yeah, because you're a liar. When I interrupt, it's because you've told me that you've addressed the fact that you've got a contradictory position, and you even had the gall to have me over a barrel for this contradictory position that you took on the very show. I'm calling you a liar for being on when you addressed the journey of the light. The one that you wouldn't have said for ages. You agreed to it on that show, Witsit, making you a proven.
You don't understand it.
Is it just me, or is the interruption that Brian was just accused of?
Oakley,
and there it is again. Is it me, or is it my hallucinating this voice in my head, or is it Witsit?
That's why you look like
it is. It's me hallucinating these voices.
Falling apart.
No, it's Witsit.
Angry.
It's Witsit projecting and chanting through me like he's just accused Brian of.
No,
it's this aggressive.
Me.
You're stepping up the aggression level. Constant chanting with aggression now, Witsit. You're projecting, my son.
You want to calm down?
You see, it seems like Witsit's not going to shut up now because he knows he's absolutely fucked. So he's going to non-stop chant through me like he's accused Brian of it. It seems like I'm not going to get to the end of the statement because Witsit won't shut up now. It seems like the thing he's accused Brian of only 2 minutes ago is going to be what he does to me incessantly. Well, I point out he's caught out in his own lie. And the reason I wouldn't want him as a representative is so he doesn't do those very things. Lie. like he did on that show. I've pointed out that
didn't
lie, and now he's talking through me again, it seems, saying he didn't lie through the top of me before I get to the end. Is that a Brian interruption or a Witsit interruption? Should Brian feel like he's aggressive when you interrupt me, saying it's not a lie? So light does travel then, Witsit?
No, the only...
So when you agreed with that guy and said it did on that show, that would be you lying then, you piece of shit.
No.
So it's not a lie when you agreed with him that light travels, when you went, and agreed with him. See, the problem with liars is they have to continually lie and rumpus and project. See, Witsit's now chanting through my summary. I'm going to have to close the line because I can't get my summary here clearly. And as I raise my voice, he's going to accuse me of being aggressive. No, he's caught in the lie he told. Very much caught in that lie. Because on the one hand, he's telling us light doesn't travel, and on that show, he agreed with the host when asked about the light travelling. And he's chanting through me that it's not a lie. Which is it? Whoever that is in G+, go on mute.
Chocolate, you're off mute.
Chocolate!
Oh, shit. My bad.
You guys are just so toxic.
Non-responsive. You liar. Non-responsive. He's called me toxic. So for my audience's benefit, as Neil starts talking, of course, he's called me toxic in response to me overtly stating the lie he's telling.
I've tried to address it and you keep interrupting.
Non-responsive. Again, it's the 7th non-sequitur in a row. I'm keeping tally of every single non-sequitur.
So, for intents and purposes, I say that I agree to it traveling because my conception is actually...
Sorry, you held me over a barrel saying you wouldn't say that and hadn't said it for years. You lying piece of shit.
The rate of induction can...
So you're going to start waffling on about the rating of induction when you told me explicitly that you haven't said that for years?
I have said it for you.
Oh, so now you have said it. So you're a demonstrable fucking liar, aren't you, Witsit?
No, you just lied about what I said.
Oh, really? So light doesn't travel. You wouldn't say it for years, but now light does travel because you've got caught lying saying it does when agreeing with the host.
Again, I'm not going to be on that show and debate the guy about...
non sequitur, you agreed with him, contradicting yourself. Non sequitur, you weren't arguing with him, you were agreeing with him when he said light travelled. Something you explicitly said you don't claim. You even told me you told people off when they suggest it. But in this case, you wouldn't want to tell the host off. You agreed with him, Witsit, making you a liar. Is it just me, or is every time I summarise Witsit lie, he seems to be stammering and chanting through me like he accused Brian of, and like he's doing at this very moment. Witsit's stammering and chanting through me, summarising his fucking lie. Maybe I'll get called aggressive as I start raising my voice to get over the fact that Witsit won't shut up. He will not shut up, ladies. Let's just put him on mute. Let's calmly point out that Witsit's contradicting himself and lying through his back teeth. While I've got the line closed, I don't have to be accused of being aggressive, do I? Witsit probably clocked now that I've just closed the line.
The only reason... If you watch the show,
the only reason is Witsit will chant through me calmly, stating Witsit's lie. And the only way I can get around Witsit inducing me raising my voice, stopping him from talking through me, is closing the line. Witsit's a lying shit. Alex Stein has no discernment whatsoever. His own community has proven over and over again that Witsit is a proven liar. Now he's being called out on the lie, and what's happening is calling the person calling out on a lie aggressive, toxic. That's what he's doing.
I hesitated to answer the guy's question. I said yes because I did not want to debate whether light travels, because we do quantify the rate in which we see the light as if it travels, and it slows down with an additional medium. Now, I don't think it physically travels from point to point. I've made this point very clear. You keep...
That's not clear. That's complete double speak, you lying piece of shit.
So you're not actually...
Sorry, why are you going to tell me why I'm not actually, after you've explicitly stated your double-speak contradiction in one breath? So you lying piece of shit. Why are you here representing anybody in this subject? You double-speaking lying shit.
Okay, and I actually came...
It's not okay. Get the fuck out of my community, you lying shit. Alex Steen, why are you putting this person on community forums and platforms as though he's an honest man and a good representative of Flat Earther? I've just proven he's a liar
No, the rate.
Yeah. Doesn't travel, but it does travel. I agreed with him that it travels because it doesn't travel. You lying piece of shit.
No.
Yeah, lying piece of shit that absolutely has no right representing me in this community. Stop lying and double speaking about what Lite does, you Ethereum scumbag liar. You have no reason to chant through me as I tell you of your lie. You're chanting through me. You're chanting through me. Ladies and gentlemen, with justification, I'm going to close the Discord line. I wouldn't want to be accused of being aggressive before the end of this sentence, because that's Witsit's little trick, isn't it? When he gets called out on his lies, just chants through the person accusing him of the lies just told. And then as they have to raise their voice to point out his lie, he just chants more and more and more through the top of them. So when I open the line, I know Neil's going to start doing it now because I've managed to keep my voice calm. All I've done is close the Discord line, because when I open it, we get
some self-awareness. You're so ugly and toxic and aggressive and dishonest.
Ugly and aggressive in the face of his overt lies we've caught him in. I'm being called ugly and aggressive through the top of me pointing out his lie. That's Witsit's tactic. He's also levelled a claim at Brian that he constantly interrupts. And at the moment, I've got the Discord line closed so I can calmly, so I'm not accused of being aggressive and ugly, which is what's happening while the line's closed.
Problem. Because I'm trying to give you guys an opportunity to have your arguments heard on these big platforms. That's literally why I'm here.
We don't need
the critique. Yeah.
I was in the middle of pointing out your lies, and you kept on chanting through me and talking through me. Eventually, I just closed the Discord line so that I wouldn't get accused of being
I don't care.
like you're doing now. I'll just close the Discord line again rather than being accused of raising my voice or being aggressive, because Witsit's doing what he accused Brian of 3 minutes ago. He's talking straight through the middle of me. I'm levelling my summary about the lies you've told, but with the line closed so we don't hear your constant interruptions, Witsit. I've proven with your words here today that you're a liar. And therefore, with my summary saying Alex Steen is indicted because there's another interruption from Witsit the liar, flailing and flapping as I indict Alex Stein. I hadn't finished my sentence. Maybe this interruption will end up getting me getting called aggressive, or I can just close the line of this wanker liar who's now interrupting me for the 5th time. Yeah, I'm not aggressive. I'm not an aggressive man. But when a guy who's a proven liar starts chanting through me because I indict the man who vouched for him, you shouldn't have vouched for him, Alex, because this is the kind of guy that he says is a bad representation of Flat Earth. He's done nothing but interrupt me and be really aggressive and chant and tell me he's giving me an opportunity while simultaneously chanting that I'm toxic and aggressive.
On mute.
Yeah, there he is again, chanting through me. I haven't put anything to him. It's not his time in conversation. But apparently what he's doing now is his accusation of why he wouldn't give Alex Stein Brian's number. Because what? Because what? Brian will interrupt like he's doing to me right now. I'm the host. This disrespectful fucking liar is chanting through me non-stop.
That's why you literally look like that, the way you look. Because
sorry, shut up, bro. Boy. The host is telling you to shut up. Oh, maybe this is what flat earthers are like. Yeah, this is what he's charging us with. He's saying he wouldn't want us to go on these platforms because what? We'll cause audio chaos. I'm telling him as the host to shut up. I've got the line closed because he won't, because he wants to make me look bad. That's why he's here.
Okay, so no, I actually came here in good faith.
No, you're a liar. There is no good faith. That's why I chanted in the first place and got quite pissed at you. You don't have a reputation. There is no good faith. You're a liar.
I was actually talking about a reputation with
you don't have one. Shut up, Eli.
I don't have a reputation with...
Yeah, because you're a fucking liar and we've proven that. So when you don't have a reputation and what you do have is us proving you're a liar, why is Alex Steen vouching for you?
Because he knows that I can actually hold myself professionally on these shows.
You've done nothing but interrupt me for the last 10 minutes as I've proven you're a liar. You think you act professionally as you laugh, call the host aggressive, call the host toxic, that's me, when I call you out on your lies. Now, after you lie about it not moving, but simultaneously justifying why you agreed with that host, the one Alex Steen vouched for you to be on, when you agreed with him about it moving, it was because it was okay because it doesn't move. You fucking lying shit.
Oh, you're so retarded. You actually
notice
don't
he's still
understand it.
talking. I had the line close, of course, while I'm summarising his lie that's been proven here today. He's starting talking through me because it's a poor show, isn't it?
Going to YouTube right now.
Yeah, this is him being very cordial on the shows he goes on as he chants through me on my show.
Does no one in this room find it disgusting?
Is this you being aggressive, Witsit? As you get her up on your mic asking questions through the top of me? Yeah? Yeah, you're projecting that which you accused Brian of there, Witsit.
Are you guys so void of intent?
It seems like you're getting a bit too aggressive, Witsit. Do you want to take a chill pill and calm down? Maybe get a hold of yourself? You're getting very aggressive.
You're intentionally deceiving the audience by...
No, you're the deceiver. You're projecting. You're a liar. I proved it here. You stated the lie overtly about not moving and moving simultaneously. Double speak, lie, and contradiction, fundy much. Stop being so aggressive, liar.
Oakley, can you calm down? I'm
perfectly calm. I'm calling you a liar in a perfectly calm voice while you chant through me and claim I'm toxic and aggressive while you're chanting through me constantly and doing the thing that you've accused Brian of doing. Like constantly chanting through me while I haven't finished my sentence yet. Like what you accused Brian of earlier, right?
God.
And grunting quite a lot in frustration of me proving you're a liar with the lie you told not 10 minutes ago on this show.
Okay, so
Not okay. It's you lying to the host and the reason I wouldn't want you on those shows. It's the reason I'm indicting Alex Stein. I'm doing it very calmly now, in spite of your constant incessant interruptions. Alex Stein's indicted because a proven liar, you...
Oh, he's indicted by the guy with 37...
Maybe if you get really aggressive with me, something you said that you wouldn't want people to be doing on these shows, maybe if you shout at this host, that would be a really good reason to have you on further shows there, you aggressive little boy.
Oh, he's indicting Alex Stein. Oh.
Maybe you're being really mature. Maybe we need a mature representative who laughs through the host's indictment of his lies.
Oh, you indicted the guy with millions of views. Oh.
No, you. You are indicted because you are a liar. That was proven here now.
No, because...
Yes, you told the host Lite does travel because you wanted to be conciliatory. Unfortunately, that makes you a liar, Witsit.
If you don't know how debate works, which is that...
If I get really close to my mic, maybe I can accuse you of being aggressive too there, Witsit.
Listen to this guy.
Listen to how he stutters for me, ladies and gentlemen. When he's over a barrel, he'll stutter.
I didn't stutter at all, actually.
I didn't stutter. Yeah, you did. You stuttered because you're screwed. You know we've caught you in a lie. The same lie you had to agree with the host on. Like travels, right? Like the host said.
It wasn't the host. You're just kind of retarded. It's okay.
Oh, so now I'm being called retarded. Is this why we'd want you on a representative basis for these big shows, right? To call me retarded? Maybe call me toxic. Maybe claim I interrupt you. Is that you interrupting there, Witsit? It seems I hadn't finished my sentence about your projection of the interruptions you keep doing. It seems like when I state something, I have to close my Discord line so that I can be heard and not accused of being aggressive.
You're such a fucking crazy person, bro.
So are you swearing at me now? I'm fucking crazy. So now I'm being accused of having mental illness problems through the top of me indicting you on your lies about Lite not travelling. Oh, unless you're agreeing with that host, right?
In debate, you temporarily concede
in debate? Is that you not stuttering? In debate isn't a response to the Lite travelling that you agreed with that host on.
I didn't stutter.
Right, Lite travelling like you agreed with that host on, right?
This is the same thing you claim I lied about with you.
That's now he's telling me about what I've done. I've put it to him 3 times, ladies and gentlemen. So he agreed with the host of that show, the one we wouldn't want him on because he's a liar, when he agreed with the host about Lite travelling. Maybe if you just chant through me that I'm a grifter. Yeah, maybe the audience won't hear me indicting you on the lie you've told. Call me a grifter
you lie
again.
To get money. You lie about me to get money.
Non-responsive. I've called him out on a lie, and he's chanting through me non-stop that I'm a grifter.
You are a grifter, yeah, because you have to lie about me so that people will click.
What, like the lie of Lite travelling that you agreed with that host on?
It's just an intents and purposes concession for the 5th time. Do you understand?
Oh, so a lie, an intents and purposes concession, aka lie.
Oh, does everyone agree that that's a lie?
Does that everyone agree that that's a stutter?
That wasn't a stutter.
Yeah. That wasn't a stutter about the lie that you conceded with the host, then?
If you watch the show, you hear
I did. I watched you lie to the host about the Lite travelling. Something you thought you could call me out on. Like, indict me for? It seems like something I got indicted for was something you lied about and agreed with that host on.
I literally say in the show, yeah, sure, for intents and purposes, you...
So you lied. Just for intents and purposes, you lied then.
God.
You lied then.
Dude, you're so desperate. Okay.
Sorry, desperate as in I've caught you out on a lie and now I'm being claimed to be desperate. No, I've caught you out on your lie.
Yeah. I tried to come here and see if anyone had a constructive criticism about...
And you left being called a liar with proof that you're a liar, Witsit, because you're a liar and you lied when you conceded to the host about light travelling. Something you indicted me for saying? Something you claimed you corrected people on? You didn't correct him though, did you? You agreed. Didn't you, you liar?
For intents and purposes.
So you didn't correct him then, you agreed with him, you liar. So when you told me that you actually go around and have for years correcting people, what you actually meant was you will lie and agree to all intents and purposes then, you liar.
Do you know what intents and purposes means, or are you just dumb?
It means that it's the complete polar opposite of what you've indicted me on. That would be about light travelling, something you agreed with him on, making you a liar.
That's not what intents and purposes mean.
It's a lie that you've told, but maybe if we discuss what intents and purposes is, it won't be a lie you've told.
Maybe
it may be you stuttering bitch. Yeah, it is. You lying piece of shit, stuttery, stammery, liar. Yeah, it's a lie.
Your words out right
yeah, it's a lie. Do you mind not interrupting me with your aggression?
Unhinged.
Do you mind not being so aggressive as I point out, you liar?
I'm calm, you're screaming.
You're a liar, and I'm going to indict Alex Stein for putting liars who lie when they agree with the host about light travelling for all intents and purposes. No, you indict people for that and have for years, unless a host says it to you, and then you'll chant through me pointing that out because it makes you a liar, Witsit. Facts, son. I don't want you represent it. I haven't finished, Witsit, but maybe the indictment, if it comes with the interruption you charged Brian with, it will overcome the fact that you are a demonstrable, proven liar. Out there on the circuit, on these big shows, lying to hosts just to be agreeable, challenging things you've told your audience about, like not travelling and that, things you've indicted me for saying. You know, how rude that you tell me how wrong I'd be to suggest that, like, travels. But, yeah, for all intents and purposes, you'll lie to the host of a big show if it comes down to being conciliatory. Or maybe you'll interrupt the 8th indictment that you just don't want to hear. Mate, is this Brian interrupting me? Is this Brian making a very terrible show of flat earthers? Or is it Witsit projecting that? Because he can't stand being called out for being a liar. Maybe Witsit would be doing this if the host would have called him on his lies.
He's a liar. For intents and purposes, he's a liar. Oh, why are you interrupting me? What's it, liar? You just say the same thing over and over. You're just retarded. You're literally low IQ, bro.
Sorry, low IQ isn't a response to the double-speak lie about light not travelling unless you need to agree with a host. You making a British accent is a mockery of me. That's an ad hominem. That's not an address, it's non sequitur to the fact I've proven beyond all reasonable doubt that you are a liar, Witsit.
I have addressed the argument, so it's not an ad hom. Try to keep up for once, Oakley. I addressed the argument. You keep on interrupting and claiming I didn't address the argument, but I did, like 7 times. I didn't want him to get to deflect away with the debate about what the nature of light is, so he could get away from the damning point that he was double speaking on the actual measurement that showed the Earth wasn't moving. So I said, I paused, hesitated, and said, sure, for intents and purposes, right? Because...
Right? No, you indicted me on that. What do you mean, right? No, that's not right, Witsit. That's where you become a liar. Not right. Liar. Are you hearing me or are you chanting through me as I point out you lie again? It seems like when I get to the point that you lied, you want to talk. No, Witsit, it's not right. You indicted me on it, son. It seems like I'm there trying to continue the point of indictment and he's talking again. Is it Brian interrupting me? No, it's definitely Witsit. Oh, this seems like flat earthers that you wouldn't want on your show. The ones that interrupt when they're indicted on the lies they've told. I've been told that's right. No, Witsit, I'll try again for a third time with a constant. Maybe I'm going to be called aggressive or should I just close the line? It's now the 3rd attempt.
We have no concept.
Right? Question mark. Keep chanting there. Zealot that wouldn't want to be on a show making a poor show of flat earthers, eh? I'll just close the line. No, it's not right, ladies and gentlemen, because I personally was indicted by Witsit on that which he's now telling me is right. No, Witsit's not right, or you wouldn't have indicted me on it, would you?
First of all, I wasn't even talking about you.
So that's non-responsive. I point out the lie, and he takes the non-sequitur of, I wasn't talking about you. No, you were talking to me about how indicted I'd be when I said Lite would travel. How you wouldn't tell people that, and how you would correct them, and have done for years, unless you're on a big show, and then you'd agree with the host, making you a liar, Witsit. Is it just me, ladies and gentlemen, or is it a constant stream of interruptions as we indict Witsit on his lie here?
This guy not a psychopath. How do you not hear his voice?
And now I'm being called a psychopath. So Witsit gets caught in a lie, and I get called toxic, aggressive, a psychopath, mentally ill. None of these things are true. All of these things are legally actionable. But Witsit's proven lie will never change. The fact that he can flail, stutter, and throw egregious accusations at me in the face of his lie is just a testament to what a massive wanker Witsit actually is. When caught lying, he'll call you aggressive. He'll call you toxic. Right, Witsit? No, we've just caught you in a lie, mate.
No, the quantified rate does change with water, right? And that's why I said for intents and purposes, if you want to call it travel, it doesn't matter. The same net effect is that the rate quantified based on the observation of the light changes with the water.
The
Do you
160
understand?
IQ is in question. It's not intensive purposes, Witsit.
I said intents and purposes, you retard.
No, you
Witsit,
didn't.
you've indicted me
Yes,
for
I
saying the
did.
light doesn't
Yes, I
travel.
did, Neil. Stay
And
in
now
your
we've
little
got a
5-4
rate of
lane, buddy.
induction. So it travels then.
No, it doesn't technically travel from point A to point B.
So when he told the show host about the travel, when detailing the, what was it, Ares failure, you agreed with him about the light traveling. You heard it. He's a liar. There it is. Proof positive. There's no doubt about it.
Do you not know what
Now he's going to shout at me like the bitch proven liar he is. He just said it. No travel. Unless you're agreeing with someone with 1 million subscribers, then it's, yeah. Light travels down the telescope. Because you wouldn't want to be debating that which you've indicted others on, would you, Witsit? You'd rather lie.
I want him to get.
You'd rather interrupt me when I point out that you'd rather lie. You'd rather interrupt me when I point out that you'd rather lie. Maybe you'd rather continually have a stream of interruptions when I point out you'd rather lie in those circumstances about the light travelling, right, Witsit?
I did not lie.
So when you agreed with him about it travelling, it actually doesn't travel then, right, Witsit?
For the intents and purposes.
Is that a stutter? For the intents and purposes,
Dude, do you guys hear this fucking crazy?
Swear at me, you lying little pig dog. You're a lying little bitch who has no right in this community. We've exposed you over and over again. We're doing it to your face, and all you can do is call me toxic. Call me aggressive.
They resoundingly reject you,
while
why?
you
Because you're
interrupt me.
You're a bunch of narcissists
Here it goes. Narcissists, toxic.
Each other before I'm even. You're screaming and cussing at Eli and Brian before I'm even involved.
Right, now you want to take the conversation on to my compadres? I've indicted you. Doesn't travel, end quote, you 3 minutes ago. Unless it's a host of 1 million subscribers, then you'll interrupt the indictment of the lie you've told.
For the intents and purposes of the actual observation that was being discussed, it doesn't matter. I wasn't.
Oh, it doesn't? So when you indicted me for it, it didn't really matter, but you felt the need to indict me on it then? Why would you indict me on it exactly if it doesn't matter?
What?
Why would you indict me on it? The whole point of me critiquing you is you changed your position after you indicted me on saying light travels. It doesn't matter. Why did you indict me then?
Because the actual context of our conversation, it was relevant. In the context of this conversation, it isn't relevant. You were.
Oh, I see. So depending on the circumstances, Witsit will tell you it does travel sometimes, but in other circumstances, it won't travel. It's kind of like you're a lying fuckstick double speaker then, Witsit. Yeah, pretty much exactly like we're saying. In one circumstance, it'll be one thing, and in another, you'll lie and give the completely contrary position. And when we point out you're lying doublespeak, you'll say, oh, well, it's a different set of circumstances. When I lie and say the opposite.
No.
So it's just down to the circumstances. In some circumstances, you'll say light travels, and you'll indict me in other circumstances for saying it travels. And in these circumstances, it's just unimportant, right?
Yes, it actually depends on the context. That's correct.
I see. So in some contexts, light travels, and other contexts, it doesn't.
Oh, that's a straw man.
That's a stuttering bitch caught between a rock and a hard place when it's pointed out that his double-speak contradiction can't have both ways. Stuttering bitch.
No,
Either light travels or it don't. In your argument, it don't. Unless it needs to, then it does, making you a liar.
Straw man.
And I'm just going to get chanted straw man through the summary of the conclusion of his lie. And when I try and raise my voice to make my conclusion heard, I'll be called aggressive and toxic. Now, you've heard it here. I don't need to summarise it anymore. Depending on the circumstances, Witsit will say whatever the fuck he needs to. If light needs to travel in this circumstance, it will. But tomorrow, if it doesn't, it won't.
That's a lie. That's a straw.
No, it's not a lie. That's a summary of what you've told us.
No, it's that based on the context.
No, not based on anything. You've just told me. In some circumstances, yeah, light's okay to travel. Others, well, it doesn't. I would never say it does. And now you're chanting through me summarising.
You're lying.
You're chanting. You're doing the thing you accused Brian of. You've been doing it non-stop the whole time you've been interacting with me, exposing your lies, your contradictions and your doublespeak. You're taking certain circumstances to say light does travel, but then it doesn't matter. Unless every time I get to the conclusion of the summary of the lie, he starts doing what? Here we go again. Is this you doing a good show, being a good representative?
Every time I get to the conclusion that I've said 17 times because I'm literally retarded.
Right, that's an ad hominem attack. You calling the host of this show retarded with absolutely no respect. If you're the host of a show and you're intending to have this man on your show, that'll be a short. Don't have Witsit on. He'll call you the host retarded when you expose him for lying.
You don't even know what an ad hom is. That's so pathetic.
So when I call out the fact that in certain circumstances you'll say light does travel, and then in others you'll indict me for saying it and say it doesn't, and that you'd never say it, you'd indict others for saying it, and you'd never say it, you'd tell off others who do. But then when I point out that you agreed that it does on a show with 1 million subscribers, you say it doesn't matter anymore. So there was no reason to indict me, and obviously it's going to come with an interruption to the conclusion, because Brian's terrible representative.
You're so stupid.
No, Brian's a terrible representative because Witsit constantly interrupts the conclusion of his lies.
Processing speed is...
Yeah, that's Witsit still talking as I'm summarising the point that he lies.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. You've indicted Brian for being an interrupter, for like constant audio chaos, something you've caused non-stop since you've been here. Excuse me, Hillary Clinton, you've caused audio chaos for the majority of the time I've tried to point out your lie to you.
No, as I go to try to respond to you, always interrupt me one sentence in. So the distinction between it traveling or not is only relevant depending on the context. In that specific context, it wasn't. It would have been a deflection. He would have clamped on it because he was diverting the entire time. I wasn't going to give him some attempt to deflect away and avoid the actual point, because for intents and purposes, it doesn't matter how you interpret why we quantify the change in the rate, whether it's physical travel or it's just a perceived illumination rate. Doesn't matter when it comes to the actual discussion at hand. When you and I had a discussion, it was relevant. It was literally specifically relevant as to whether or not it travels. So just like with you in the same narrative you've pushed for months, the lie you keep claiming is that I temporarily, occasionally concede for intents and purposes the use of the word travel, because one thing is for sure, the rate of illumination is a real thing. It's the interpretation of that perceived rate that I disagree with, but it is just going to be used as a diversion away from the actual point if I start to make that point during the middle of the debate. I was not going to take only the 2 hours I have fighting for a mic to let him argue with me about the nature of light. Okay? That's why I said, sure, for intents and purposes.
That's what you peddle.
In 1702, Nathan, Witsit came in and said specifically, and it's recorded, that light needs a medium to travel through. That was his claim.
I did not say that. That's correct. You're a liar.
Yes, you did. No, that's recorded.
You want to bet 10 grand? You want to bet 10 grand?
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Brian, do you want to bet 10 grand?
Yeah.
Be more fair. How about $50?
Okay. $50.
Okay.
And when you say 1702,
Yeah,
you're talking about
absolutely.
an
Yeah.
old episode or something? Is that what that means? 1702?
Yeah, 1702. You stated, and it's recorded, that light needs a medium to travel through. We've played the audio over and over and over again.
Yeah, you're done here
Okay.
with
And,
it.
okay. If you're talking about an old episode, I'm not going to bet on
Was
that.
that for
Have
all
I
intents
addressed?
and purposes,
Hey,
Bill?
honest question for the panel. Have I addressed this
No,
miscommunication
you said you
that
didn't
keeps
say
being
that.
thrown
Sorry,
at me
you were
as
just
if I'm
sorry.
lying?
What's going on? You just bet that you
Yeah,
haven't
you
said
just
that.
tried to bet me
You
10,000.
just
You didn't
bet
say that.
10 grand. You hadn't said that.
I didn't know he was talking about an older
So
episode.
you mean you
I was
didn't know
talking
you'd
about a
said
time-
that?
You
Because
didn't
you
know
I thought
it
he
was
was talking about a
recorded.
time mark. I thought he was talking about a time mark of this interaction. I offered you $10,000 though, Oakley, and that in this
I
recorded
said
episode, $10,000.
1702.
That
Then
I
why
did
would
not
I bet
claim
with
that
you? You're a
sometimes,
proven liar.
Oh my God! See, in this,
Don't take the Lord's name in vain. You are a proven liar. You got no reason to be representing anybody here. None of us do that. None of us go out and lie about light not travelling and then say it needs a medium to travel through, like we've told you said. Then you bet you
can
hadn't
you
said
still
it.
man my position?
Now
Oakley?
you're
Can you still
interrupting
man
me
my-
summarising. Maybe you're Brian.
I'm gonna go.
Maybe
I
if
have
you interrupt the
responsibilities,
summary of
unlike
this
you.
lie, it'll be Brian's terrible representation of flat earthers as you yammer through me.
Okay.
Yeah, okay is you being a really good representative of a flat earther as you yammer through me non-stop.
And you ruined it because you had to be a narcissist. I'm literally.
Now I'm being called a narcissist as he chants through me. He's being indicted again for this lie. And what are we getting? Well, the same as last time he was indicted. We're getting called narcissists.
Yes, because whenever we're talking about an appearance I had, and you have to say, YouTube censors me, why am I not put on the show? That's
Nobody said anything about YouTube censorship. We told you what you said in quotes. You bet 10 grand you hadn't said it. Then it went to 50 quid. Then it's, oh, I didn't know it was an actual quote from a show. I thought you were talking about this show. No bet.
Brian was crying about how it's actually the world's up against me because I'm such a good debater. That's why Witsit won't put me on these shows. That's laughably.
No, what's laughable is you got to be on that show because you have any ability whatsoever. The only reason you were there is because Alex Stein vouched for you.
Dude, I've been asked to be on multiple other shows that have nothing to do
really?
with
Which
Alex
shows?
Stein. Like,
which shows?
You don't worry.
Stuttering bitch. You were only there because Alex Stein asked you to be there.
Oh, you said I'm only on big shows because of Alex Stein. That's a lie.
That's what you just told us an hour ago.
No, on that specific show.
Oh, which show did you make your way on of your own volition then?
Oh, InfoWars.
You contacted InfoWars proactively, did you?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct, Oakley.
Okay.
Okay. Shh. Okay, now you're about to see me get on bigger shows, and I came here just to say that if you guys have critique of what I said or have a suggestion as to what I lead with, I will happily take them into consideration.
Okay,
and try
fine.
To
Can I ask a question then? Fine. Can I ask a question? Does light travel?
No, I don't. I need you to acknowledge
Does
how
light
insane it is
travel?
that you just acted like that.
Does light travel?
No, I do not think light physically travels from point A to point B, but it looks like it does. Okay, we quantify it as if it does. So if we're talking about an observation where the quantification changes, I'm not going to focus on whether or not I think the interpretation of that quantification is correct or not. Okay, because it doesn't matter for intents and purposes of the actual point.
Don't you need it to prove ether, though?
No.
Or ether's got nothing to do with light, then?
You don't need physical travel to prove quote-unquote ether.
Light.
You can prove it
Light and
ontologically.
Light and what it does. You don't need that for ether, then. It's not important what light does.
I didn't know. Wait, is it that you don't need it, or it's not important?
Why are you stuttering? Why are you stuttering?
Whether you need it or if it's important are two different things.
Does light travel? Yes or no?
Did I not already answer that?
With a yes or no now, does light travel?
No, it doesn't physically travel from point A to point B.
Okay, thank you. There's a follow-up question. Okay, if it does not, why did you agree with the host that it did?
Because for intents and purposes, when he asked, what he actually asked me was, do you agree that the water slows or the light slows down in the water?
Yes, traveling.
And I said, yes. I said, yes. And
so you're a liar then. So when you say light doesn't travel, if you're asked by a host of a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel, if light slows down, that would be it traveling, you will agree because you're a liar.
Okay.
It's not okay. It's the reason why I'm calling you a liar and the reason I don't want you representing me. Because that which you preach, you will concede if you're on a 1 million subscriber channel. You've got no integrity.
No, even in my consent, even without Lite travel.
Stuttery bitch. Do not represent me. Yeah? You stuttery little stammery lying little bitch. If you say Lite doesn't travel, then you better be damn sure you're not agreeing with a 1 million subscribed host that it does. Slow down, because that'll be it traveling, son. You lying piece of shit.
Okay, so...
It's not okay. It's the reason you shouldn't be representing me. Stop saying okay when I call you out and you lie.
You noticed that right when I was about to explain it, you had to stop.
I don't want an explanation. I want you to piss off out of this community. Yeah, and I'll be getting in touch with Alex Steen and indicting him based on the fact he's putting proven liars in front of big audiences. Maybe I'll get in touch with Tim and say, you know, this guy who vouched for this lying shit, we exposed him as a lying shit.
He's gonna...
And he laughed about it. When we called him on his lies and had him over a barrel, he just laughed.
So I didn't lie. It's a
So Light doesn't travel unless it's slowing down in a telescope then.
So Hitchens' razor would say...
So Light doesn't travel, Witsit. You say no, it doesn't travel. Unless it is slowing down in a telescope, Witsit, right?
That's why I said for intents and purposes.
That's why you lied. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, you're a lying shit.
It doesn't mean I'm lying.
Yeah, it does. That's exactly what it means, Witsit. It exactly proves you're a liar.
Dude,
you're a liar, and I don't want you representing me as a flat earther. You're not one. What you are is a proven liar.
Intents and purposes specifically mean...
It just means you're a liar when you say it doesn't travel and then you agree that it slows down in a telescope. That makes you a liar.
Intents and purposes...
Makes you a liar. If it's not moving, it's not going to be agreeable to suggest it slows down in a telescope. You liar.
Literally, intents and purposes mean...
Why'd you keep arguing about the meaning of intents and purposes when you say light doesn't travel and yet you've agreed that it slows down in a telescope? I'm not arguing about what for all intents and purposes means when you say light doesn't travel here and now today, but you've agreed that it's slowed down in a telescope. That proves you're a liar.
It literally means for sake of conversation.
I didn't ask you to define what for all intents and purposes means. I'm laying out your lie and you're flailing about a definition of something I'm not asking about.
Well, you have to omit that to claim...
I don't have to admit jack. I can just point out again and again that you've said light doesn't travel, but you had to concede with the host that it slowed down in a telescope, you liar.
Perceivably.
Yes, so therefore when you say it doesn't travel, perceivably you're a liar then.
No.
When you say it doesn't travel, but perceivably it does, that makes you a liar, Witsit. There's no getting around it, boy. There's no chanting through it either. And even when you do chant, eventually I'll just close the line so you can't accuse me of being aggressive, because I'm having to talk over you, interrupting me, pointing out your lie again. Is it back into this little routine of you chanting through me, overtly summarising your lie? Maybe you could accuse Brian of interrupting me while you flail through the overt summary of your lies, Witsit. If you explicitly, there it is again, if you explicitly say no when I ask if it doesn't travel, but then have to, unfortunately, for all intents and purposes, say it slows down, that just proves you're a liar, boy.
If you're retarded.
Oh, is that your ad hominem response to your lie being pointed out, that only if I'm retarded can I summarise your lie?
What does overt summary mean?
Sorry, now we need to describe what an overt summary is rather than light doesn't travel, says Witsit, unless it slows down in a telescope in front of 1 million subscribers.
No, it was for intents and purposes.
Yeah, we haven't asked about what that means. We're pointing out your lie again and again and again, and you want to describe what overt means, or what for all intents and purposes means, when we just got light that doesn't travel, say you, unless it slows down in a telescope. Tell me what intents and purposes. Ask me to define overt.
Yeah, the phrase is specifically used for whenever there is technically...
Nobody asked you to define what the phrase for all intents and purposes was used for. We wanted you to squirm like you are about your lie about light not moving and travelling unless it's slowing down.
dude, whenever it's the
Dude, you're a
distinction,
liar.
whenever the nuanced distinction is not pertinent
What does
to the
nuanced
actual
mean?
topic.
Does nuanced mean you're not a liar if you say
You
nuanced?
hear how he's so
What does
scared?
nuanced mean? If I say it high pitched, maybe if I say it in a Yank accent, like you take the piss out of me when you lie. Maybe if I lie like you do about Light not moving in an American accent, it'll make my point less valid.
I don't talk like that, though.
No, maybe you're just a wanker who lies about light not travelling. Unless it's slowing down in a telescope, then you'll just interrupt that summary.
When the specific nuanced distinction is not pertinent to the actual topic.
Now, what does nuance, pertinent distinction mean when you're talking about light not moving?
Because it's perceived to move, but
So it's definitely a lie when you say it isn't, then?
I never say it isn't perceived to move.
So you say it isn't moving?
Yeah, I think it's just...
Yeah, so you're just a fucking liar then, boy.
Someone needs to clip
You're just a fucking liar, boy. Don't go out representing us, you lying little shit.
Can someone clip this?
Could somebody clip what you being proven to be a liar? Yeah, we will.
Okay, please, I'm going to clip this. This is recorded, right?
I don't understand.
Because this way we don't
why
ever have to have this
he's going
conversation
to
again when Oakley just showed he's actually just retarded.
The nuance is that Nathan didn't make a claim. You were making the claim.
I didn't say Oakley made a claim, retard.
Him for light. You attacked him for light traveling. That's what the point was.
No, I didn't.
You were making a claim about ether, and then you attacked him on the rate of change as a perception. What the context
so
is
you're
here?
also just not smart.
You're messing it up.
You guys
You're
don't
completely
understand
getting
my
it wrong.
perspective.
So as the host, I've got to close down both John, who's making a point, and Witsit, who's doing a Brian, apparently, interrupting the summary of someone else's point now, being very aggressive, talking straight through the top of John. I mean, I personally, as a host, wouldn't accept someone like Witsit on my show, because he just constantly chants to other guests, aggressively, like now. Try again, John. Maybe he'll start laughing through the top of you as you point out his lies to him.
Oh, man, the 37 people watching.
Your name's not John Witsit. Your name's not John. I know you want to aggressively interrupt him again for a second time after the host has told you not to. John, go ahead, hopefully without a third interruption from Witsit, the really aggressive flat earther.
Right. The claim was being made by the person who had ether to assert, but it was turned on to Nathan as if he was making a claim about light. So for all intents and purposes, that was deceptive to begin with. What claim does
You just misused the phrase, showing that none of you are smart.
Sorry, it's the third interruption, just as the host again. I've got to take control of this wanker Witsit who just cannot shut his mouth. When things are put to him, the summary of what's being put to him needs to be interrupted aggressively. And then he needs to charge people like Brian with doing that, which he's doing right now. I mean, John, I know I'm not going to invite John for a fourth time to do it, because I'm going to get interrupted as I invite John for a fourth time to put this on the table. I mean, it's like Witsit's really aggressive, constant interruptions will be charged to Brian later. I mean, I don't know why someone like Witsit would ever be allowed on these shows based on his general demeanour and his attitude and his aggression. I mean, he's just really toxic. Really toxic.
Got a great reputation.
It might mess up my reputation of not being a scummy liar. This constant interruption from him now might mess up my reputation of not being a fuckstick liar like Witsit is, proven to be here today. John, we'll try for a fourth time. Hopefully this toxic, interrupter, aggressive man won't rumpus your point for a fourth time. We can only pray that Witsit will tame his aggression for a few seconds. Go ahead, John.
Well, the thing is, he said that for intents and purposes, he was conceding a point so that he could get him on a larger point. But Nathan wasn't making a point. He was coming in and attacked for his understanding of life, not making a claim. It just seemed like it seemed irrational to begin with. And now you're saying in context it matters. So that doesn't make sense either when you put it in context.
Oh, you didn't actually put it in context. You made some vague, ambiguous claim about what the context was without the specific conversation that I responded to. When they interrupt me every time I speak, it's okay, though. So
Nathan not making a claim is not the context?
The only way you can debate Witsit is to censor him. Yeah.
No,
so you said that when you were on. Oh, look at that shocker! You're censoring me again. So when you said that when I was on the show, I said that I just temporarily conceded for intents and purposes, which is what happened. Then you jumped over to Oakley Because you can't actually address that. That's clearly what I did on the show, and that you're all lying right now,
I'll address
slandering
that
me
if you
because
want,
you're
and
liars.
I'll put it into context. Yeah, no bothers. I'll address all of it, right? If I was in your position on that show, right, and I didn't want the point to be red herring the way, right, for us to talk about light. Now, if my opinion was that light didn't travel, what I would the least I would say was I don't agree with that description for light traveling, but that's a separate argument. We'll move on. I at least would say that. I wouldn't just go, yeah, right? Now, the context that John, one second, the context that John was talking about is in 1702, you came in and you said light needs a medium to travel through. You are promoting ether as that medium. In 1724, hang on, this is the context. Don't interrupt me. In 1724, you came back in and charged Nathan with claiming that light was traveling.
Yeah, because he does claim that light travels. So in the conversation, you're going to interrupt me,
So do
guaranteed.
you in 1702?
So in the look at that! Look at that! Look at that, Brian! Your point's so strong. You can't let me respond to the accusations. Oh, shocker! Shocker! That's what you've been doing for 3 years, by the way. So I've addressed this very specifically when I was talking to Oakley. Same thing with Oakley. And I've readily said I misspoke. But in the moment, I was just trying to make the point to Oakley, which was that there has to be something or nothing there. And he wanted to deflect away into something else. So I was not about to argue with him about the nature of light because he couldn't, why you interrupt me? He couldn't address the dichotomy of something or nothing. And actually, on that very episode, Oakley said that something or nothing was quote unquote a false dichotomy. What a retard. Okay, so then he had to avoid that point. And then I was I wasn't going to bring up how I disagree with the mainstream interpretation of light traveling because it is not actually sequitur. It's not actually sequitur to the point being made.
I have to stop you there. You made an absolute straight out claim in show 1702, where you come in and you stated very clearly, and I quote, that light needs a medium to travel through. You came back then in show 1724 and tried to lay that claim, at the claim of light traveling, not the medium, at Nathan's door. That's what happened. You changed your position within that space of time. That is the truth of what happened, not some reverse changing of history like you're trying to do.
Yeah, well, what does that have to do with the podcast?
Oh, nothing. They just wanted personal beef.
In the podcast, he agreed that light would travel at a rate through the telescope. That was what the argument was about.
Okay, but I've explained the nuance of my interpretation of that multiple times, which is that the rate of light would appear to slow down. I personally don't think it's physically traveling. It doesn't matter.
That is a travel. If that is a travel. Hold on, AI. That is a travel. Hello. Right, the rate is a speed. So to say I don't think it travels, but the rate does change. That's a speed. Oh my God. It's these aggressive flat earthers that interrupt all the time, isn't it, Wixit? Yeah? This is just us pointing out your doublespeak, Wixit. It's a contradiction. From you.
Okay, I get you're saying it's a contradiction to say that there's no speed of travel and that there's a rate, because rate's a speed. Trust me, you've been saying it for 4 years, 3 years, whatever. No, it's not, though, because I'm saying it's not physically traveling from point A to point B, but it is illuminated. It's already present. It isn't physically traveling. It's already there. It's just illuminating at a rate.
I see.
Okay? Those are different things.
Maybe I'm wrong in indicting you. So you're saying it isn't traveling down a telescope then?
I don't believe it's physically traveling, no.
So when you said it was traveling down a telescope, that just makes you an outright fucking liar then.
If that's how you want to spin it, when in reality,
it's not spin.
What it is
you say it doesn't travel unless it is traveling when you need it to be.
No, it's just that I'm not going to start.
Do you hear people laughing at you? It's it.
I'm not going to start a debate about whether
it's not a debate. It's not a debate. It's your lie laid bare. It's not a debate. I'm not asking to debate about this fact. You say it doesn't travel, unless it's traveling down a frickin' telescope, making you a liar.
No, my point remains.
So it doesn't. Okay, so let's clear it up. No, okay, if you disagree, let's clear it up, Witsit, without you chanting through me then. Let's clear it up.
You're
So to be
chanting through me
clear,
right now.
your position is light doesn't travel down a telescope.
That's
correct.
correct.
It doesn't travel down the telescope. Good. Why did you say it did then?
I said for intents and purposes.
Oh, so when you need to lie, for all intents and purposes, you'll contradict your position if you need to. So you're just
That's
a
not
liar.
what that means.
Yes, that's what it means. It means you're a liar and you'll lie when you need to. If you say light doesn't travel, when you need it to travel down a telescope, it will, because you need it to. So you're a liar.
No, just for sake of
so we can't believe, I'm summarising, Witsit, you're talking through me like that aggressive guy you accused Brian of being. Maybe you'll sigh through me now. Maybe you'll start growling through me. Maybe you'll start calling me toxic through the top of my summary of how we can't believe a word you say. Because if we listen to you telling us light doesn't travel down a telescope when you need it to, we could only assume that what? It's the circumstances that will dictate your lies. Yeah, that's what liars do. Their situational awareness isn't acutely aware of what's going on with the people they've told something to, and then they tell them the complete opposite. But that's not a lie, it's just the circumstances have changed. No, that's you being a liar, Witsit.
It was for sake of conversation, to move the conversation forward, because as it pertains to the specific discussion...
So it couldn't be the case that if you needed to move a conversation forward to be on a ball, you'd be on a ball if you needed to be. You see, I can't trust you as a flat earther now, Witsit, because if the conversation needed to be moved forward on a ball, you would move it forward on a ball. So fuck off, don't lie about your position and relinquish it just for the sake of moving conversations on big channels forward. That's why I don't trust you there. It's also why Alex Stein shouldn't be vetting for you. There's no reason why you should be there telling others that you're a good man when you will just relinquish your position for the sake of being conciliatory, for the sake of moving the conversation along. Yeah, it's a ball, right, Witsit? That's what you'll do. Yeah, light travels down a telescope, completely contradicting that which I tell my ether-believing numpty audience. Yeah, we get it, Witsit. You just can't be trusted.
No, even if light doesn't physically travel, the rate at which it illuminates once it's in water appears to slow down, and so it actually is
traveling. Yeah, we know it travels, slows down in water. So when you say it doesn't, you're just a provable liar. Then, when you say light doesn't travel, when it needs to, you'll let it travel. Then,
okay. Everyone else in the room.
It's not okay. It's the reason I'm telling you to piss off out of this community. It is not okay to tell ether-believing idiots that light doesn't travel.
My children are now around.
So why are you telling me about your children through the top of me summarising your lie?
Okay, bye.
Not okay, I'm summarising your lie and you keep telling me it's okay, and now you're talking about your kids while I summarise what a liar you are.
I came in here in good faith. And
you're not in good faith. That's where I started talking to you. You've got no reputation. You're a proven liar. There's no faith in you.
Oh, man, I win the bet. The 7th time he said he was going to leave, he left. I'll take my money now.
There is no faith in Witsit. He's a proven liar.
That's something that would never be done on Flat Earth Debate. For all intents and purposes, lie about something just to move the conversation forward. That's why I love being here.
That's a fair point, Neil. The problem is, Neil, that in most forums, internal critique is a valued form of argumentation. And in the internal critique, you have to yield points within their worldview to show them how their worldview is wrong. That's not an illegitimate form of reasoning. Now, you may not prefer to do it that way, and that's fine. And when you get on a place where you have to talk to people about it, you can choose
not talking about that show. He said it to us in other shows. He's lying. Nathan's right. I'm sorry.
You're missing the point.
You're trying to rewrite history now.
Yeah, he's indicted me on something that he's...
Objection to the context. Objection to context. I object when someone is using this as conceding the point to move the conversation forward. What was the context of the claim Nathan made for him to come in and attack Nathan and call him a scammer?
I wasn't.
You either answer that or you hold your criticism.
I wasn't. But the host was fielding a discussion about specifically, although the guy who was talking about it didn't realise he was wrong in the context, specifically about ether. Specifically. The guy that was putting these questions to him about telescopes and the light travelling through them was specifically detailing ether to Witsit. So if he wants to say, oh, no, in this context, I was trying to move the conversation about light and it turning. No, the guy said the word ether to Witsit, something he peddles.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right. Well,
Right.
he lied,
Like,
didn't he?
Within that
Right.
conversation, yeah, but within that conversation, which it accurately stated that ether has nothing to do with this event whatsoever.
It had nothing to do
Doesn't
with
matter.
Right.
Yeah, but
But that's
so-called
not what I'm.
observation
No,
at
you're
all.
missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying that for
So in
him
that
to
example,
say he's just trying to move the conversation forward, right? He's going to have to justify why he attacked Nathan. Right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You get it?
Yeah, I understand you, John.
what him and
Yeah.
Nathan was talking about.
Hold on.
What
Go
him
ahead,
and
Reg.
Nathan was talking about at the
Just one
time.
second, AI. Go ahead, Reg.
I was saying what him and Nathan was talking about at the time. So they was talking about something irrelevant to ether, and then he just brought up ether to Nathan.
Well, I've not made a claim about it, Reg. That's the point. He's the only one making a claim about it.
Oh, okay.
Let me just point something out here. What Witt's defense was is that when he was on this show on Tim Pool's, that he didn't bring up the fact that he doesn't state that light, that he doesn't believe that light is traveling, right? Not that he just hasn't stated, but he doesn't believe it. That's his position today, right?
Yeah.
He said he didn't bring that up because he wanted to move the conversation forward. Now, I stated what you do in that position is you say, well, that's not how I would describe it personally, but for the purposes of the conversation, I'll go along with that.
Did you look at the whole podcast?
All you had to do was put in...
Did you look at the whole podcast, Brian? They did talk about it later on.
No, we're talking about this specific point, right? Not the whole point, just this specific point, right? All he had to do was add in that caveat, right? It wouldn't have red herringed the way onto an argument about light. That's all he had to do. Now, he stated that he never said that, and then he just moved it on. That means he's willing to say anything and change his position at any time, depending on the situation.
Exactly.
It's not a position change, though.
Hang on. Go back to 70.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on, Brian. Hold on.
All right.
Regular Joe's trying to respond to you. Go ahead.
I'm trying to say, I'm saying if he's saying he's doing it for intensive purposes, as in, I'm conceding to this point to move the conversation forward. It depends on what they was talking about. They were talking about Aries failure. They was talking about a proof for whether or not the Earth is spinning or whether or not the Earth is at still. And if he's saying that what this so-called experiment, which is an observation, has nothing to do with ether, then he could say, "Hey, I want to move this conversation forward because you're trying to bait me into an ether conversation."
Correct.
Something we could talk about later.
Yeah, but
because the arbitration of Aries failure has nothing to do with ether. So to start engaging in ether conversation,
I didn't say anything about ether. I didn't mention ether at all. You're changing the situation.
I'm not talking about you, Brian. Imagine that you're not the star of the show. Imagine that.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, but it's also about whether or not
Hold on, Reg. Hold on. AI. Just one sec. Go ahead, Brian. Just not responding to that last
point.
point.
The argument is about Witset's claim about whether light travels or not about ether. It's about whether light travels.
Who cares? I could care less.
But hang on 1 second. He stated that when it was put forth to him that the light moves slower through water, right? Through the water in the telescope. He just went, yes, and agreed to it because he wanted to move the conversation forward, right? He said he just wanted to move the conversation forward. Now, if his position, right, is that light doesn't travel, the least he would say the least somebody who is honest would state at that point to say, well, that's not how I would describe it, but I'll go along with that just to move the conversation forward. That's all he'd have to say. Okay. But he never adds in these caveats. These caveats come after the fact.
Oh, maybe not.
In 17, hang on 1 second. In 1702,
hold on, Brian's nearly done. He's got a little bit more.
I'm not done yet.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. In show 1702, he came in and specifically stated that light needs a medium to travel through. I don't care what medium he's claiming, he said it needs a medium to travel through. The caveats are coming after the fact, when he's been held to that.
Right. So in the description of Aries failure, if he already said light needs a medium to travel through, and he's agreeing that the light is traveling through the telescope within the context of that argument, that's not inconsistent.
No, you're trying to change things around
It's a straight
because
up
you're his
lie.
hero.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm
Reg
not really
just
trying
got
to
something
change
to
it
add. Go
around.
ahead,
I'm
Reg.
just, yeah, I'm not trying to change it around. If you're saying I mean, you believe that he's being
No,
dishonest.
AI I'm talking to, Reg, not you.
He's got something to add.
Oh, I'm
Just add it,
sorry.
Reg. Go ahead.
But all I'm saying is, who he was talking to Scott. Scott was the other guy with the NASA on his laptop and everything, and he's a globe proponent, and he did state he was talking about the ether. He did indict Whitsitt on the ether claim. He said Aries failure. He said Aries failure because ether don't exist. That's why we see Aries failure. He said that multiple times for 5 minutes he was talking.
Yeah,
And then
but we're
when
not talking
he
about the
challenged
ether,
Whitsitt
Reg.
on the light, and when he challenged Whitsitt on the light thing, Whitsitt did concede. He did say and concede, right? In order for him to explain the mainstream version of the observation and why it's a failure, and the failure has nothing to do with ether. He stated that. He said the failure had nothing to do with ether. It's just only
Why are
proving
you
that
talking
it's a
about
that's a
failure.
red herring away from
not
what we're
listen to
talking
what
about.
Brian's saying.
They're not listening. Reg, you are not listening.
I'm
And I don't know
listening
what
to what
AI
you're
is
saying.
Everyone
doing
stop.
that. He's back
Stop.
to
Right.
right?
Everyone stop. Brian's saying there's cross purposes, so maybe Brian's going to re-illustrate his point if there's cross purposes. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. We're not here talking about whether he's claiming ether or not claiming ether or arguing about whether ether is involved in Aries failure, any of that. We're not focusing on any of that. We're talking about his claims of whether light travels or doesn't travel, and how he keeps changing his position, right, and adding caveats after the fact when he's held on his previous position, being 180 degrees from his present position.
Exactly.
That's what
So
we're talking about.
let me
We're not talking
ask you.
about
Let me
ether.
ask you, Brian. Was they talking about was the premise of the conversation? Was it about whether or not the light travels? Was that the premise of the conversation?
That's his
That
premise.
was the premise of the conversation. But the point
If it was, then he's lying. But if it wasn't, he can move the
It wasn't.
conversation forward
What do
because
you
he don't want to
mean?
deflect it to another
No,
argument.
but it's part of Aries failure. That is
Getting
part
it
of Aries
backwards
failure.
still.
Yeah, that's part of Aries
Is it the
failure.
main
The light is traveling
and Aries
from the
failure
air
is
into
proven
water.
what? And it's right.
Holy
It's
crap. That's why we never get anywhere with you guys on a show like this, because you never get to the point, for goodness sakes.
Reg keeps
No,
asking
you're
me.
trying to change history. That's what the problem is here, Ian.
No, I'm not, dude.
The
I'm
problem
not trying to
is here,
change any
Brian, the
history,
problem
dude.
is here, Whitsitt was able to get inside their heads in Discord, and now they are Whitsitized.
But what Brian is saying,
Whatever, dude. Neil, no, that's not gonna fly no more. Neil. You need to stop that bull crap, Neil. That is gay, dude. That is the gayest little gayness I've ever heard.
Okay, can we get some order? Everyone stop.
All of a sudden they're a Whitsitizer.
Everyone stop. Thank you. Eli, go ahead.
Thank you. What Brian is saying is that it's not like it's a hypothetical. When they're talking about Aries failure, they're talking about observing something. And the travel of light is part of that. You can't just say, I'm agreeing for all intents and purposes. You're agreeing that the light is traveling to debunk something in the end. You can't say that you're not doing that. And you're not
hello, Adam. Just 1 second. Refracted, then Adam. If Eli's finished.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Eli. Are you done?
Yes, take it as yes. Go ahead, John.
Right. Still, the context thing, you got to take it as he said it, right? If contextually, it does not matter. It's just to move the conversation forward. You have to apply it to the other side. Contextually, it was his claim. To attack Nathan on it was just to stall the conversation, making him a liar.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, lying to Nathan.
From now on, I'm going to hold every single one of you guys to that same standard, that whenever you say anything that could be parsed in a different context, I'm going to demand that you subtext everything with caveats before you
We don't care what you demand. You've been exposed here.
We do.
Yeah,
I just explained to you, AI,
Neil,
that if
Neil,
it's
you're one of the dumbest
contextual,
ones in here, Neil.
if it's contextual,
Just AI and then John. I think AI just responded, and John wants to respond to him. If I kept
Yeah,
track.
yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm just sick of this crap.
Yeah, Adam's
where
in the
if
wings.
anyone offers a critique, all of a sudden their entire reputation and morality and allegiances and worldviews are impugned. Neil, you need to grow up and get a clue.
What reputation? Reputation of a liar? You want that
well,
reputation?
no,
Hold on, Neil.
no, that's not.
John, go ahead.
Neil.
Reflected. Go ahead.
I don't know why Neil's getting attacked on
I don't
this.
know.
I really don't. When you apply,
Why
his
not, dude?
reason
You so
for
dumb you didn't
conceding
hear
the
what Neil
point.
just did to me? Are you that stupid?
Yeah, I heard what he did to you. Just wanted
Somebody remove AI from the conversation.
to. No, Neil. Just both of you. Just
remove me.
stop.
Remove me because Neil's too dumb to handle it. Yeah, remove me.
No, Neil. Just chill.
No,
John, go ahead.
you addressed your point to Neil as a reputation of me? Really?
What are you talking about, dude?
So
Neil's
when I
accusing
said
me
that
of
about
being
context,
an agent
you went
or
into
a
this
witness
super long.
sympathizer.
You asked me what I was talking
Oh
about.
God! Now
Shut
you're
the
both
fuck
talking.
up.
You both waited for a pause, then you both went. One or the other. Who's going to go
Right.
first?
He asked me a question. I want to respond to it.
Fine, John, go ahead.
And my response is, when I pointed out that if you apply the context that he gives, it makes no sense for him to attack Nathan, making it still a lie. It doesn't matter. Well, AI said, well, I'm going to hold you all to a super pedantic level of context and
Yeah,
any
why not?
subtext that I can interject. And then you addressed it at Neil. Like, what the hell is that about?
Because everyone here doesn't always parse out their context. In fact, we know for a fact that sometimes people come in later and say that to them, and even some of the panel members in here have gotten so butthurt about it that they literally cried about it on some of our episodes, okay? But the point is that just because you say something that's inconsistent doesn't mean in every instance that you're lying. It doesn't mean in every instance you're being intentionally deceptive. And it doesn't necessarily retroactive change everything you said in the past. For example, I engage in internal critiques all the time, both in theology. Hey, I'm speaking, Neil. Compose yourself. So I engage in internal critiques all the time. And if you take what I'm saying with internal critiques and try to retroactively apply it to everything I ever said in the past, that would be pretty silly. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen in every instance. That's what I'm trying to say.
You want to
it's
debate
not
with me?
unreasonable.
I'm trying to see what caveat what Brian was looking for, because I mean he did, and I'm not trying to be witsitized, Neil, but he did say the mainstream believing this, the mainstream says this, the mainstream version of this, and he did say multiple times, this is not what I don't believe in none of this.
He never stated his own
none of this.
position, Reg, when it came to that. His own position that he stated today and the position that he argued with Nathan about, but also the 180 degree opposite of his position. And hang on, 180 degree opposite position from what he argued for in show 1702, right? He didn't state that position. He didn't give a caveat of his position, right? He didn't. He just went, yeah, and agreed and went on with it. Instead of stating, that's not how I would describe it, but I'll go along with your descriptions just to move the thing along. He didn't say any of that. He's saying this after the fact.
If he's saying he's going by the mainstream,
did you understand? Hold on, Reg. You're causing chaos. You're just starting in the middle of people talking. Then everyone else pipes up with you. So if you don't want to achieve that, just wait till he finishes. Because otherwise he's going to... Brian, rightly so, could now be going, I still haven't finished, to me. Brian, did you finish that last statement satisfactorily, just about?
No, not satisfactory. The point is, Reg, is that not only did he not give a caveat for his position during that debate, which he could have done, right? That was supposed to be his argument against not here. He was saying, I didn't want to send the debate off in a different direction, right? All you had to do was give a caveat and then move it along, right? No one's going to stop at that. But his position at present today is 180 degrees opposite from his position in show 1702. That's the problem. And he's willing to go along and switch positions from time to time. And there's no point in anyone trying to argue with form or try and say, well, he only meant this, he only meant that. No, he's changing his position 180 degrees opposite when it suits them.
Brian,
That's the problem.
Brian, you
That's
know,
not what happened. Sir.
Brian, when you
That's not
concede,
what happened at
Brian,
all.
when you
Not even
conceding,
close.
Oh my God.
okay, when you concede into a, okay, when you concede into a sub point and you could address the concession as in this is what you believe in, is you taking an internal position. So it's not what you believe in because you are the alternative. So if you're coming in as the position of the alternative, that means you are opposite to your opponent's position. But
I
if
have
you're
to
fake,
say
but if
something.
you're,
I agree completely.
but if
Hold on.
you're
No, no,
I'm
no,
not done. I'm
no.
not done, Brian. But if you're conceding to something, right, that is not like the main premise, and you just conceding, you're taking your opponent's position, and you're using his position to prove your point. That's not you conceding to what your opponent believe, or do you not
You're
even taking a
completely missing the
position?
point, Reg,
Wait,
I think.
Brian, can I
You're
I'm
missing
please?
the
not.
point.
I
I'm
just
talking
need to.
about
I
the
just
light
need
thing.
to.
I'm talking about the same thing. I'm
Joe's
talking
right.
about the light
So
thing.
Joe's right. But he's
just let me. Obviously, I haven't spoken. Please. All right. I hear what you're saying, Reg. But you do know, and you would agree, that seeing something or observing something isn't a point, an argument, or anything else under that, right?
Yes, you're talking about an observation, right?
Right. So in this instance, when he's agreeing to observing something, that's a little bit of a problem when he's saying that that's not his stance. In the particular point of the conversation where he's agreeing to an observation, has nothing
Hmm.
to do with points because we're just talking about observing something. Now, he doesn't believe that there's a travel of light, right? But he also says, I know it looks like we're observing that, but I don't believe that that's happening. So the bottom line is he's a double speaking liar.
What they
He
observing
didn't
is
give any caveats
a
on that,
light,
by the
Well
way.
said.
Hold on, everyone in G plus. Go ahead, Reg.
right? Okay, so you're saying what they observing is the light, right? And we talking about Aries failure. What they observing is the light going through a medium of water in a telescope
No. We
at
don't care.
a different angle,
Let me just
right?
answer Reg.
Yep,
Couldn't care less, Reg. Whitsit says light doesn't travel unless he needs it
right.
to travel through a telescope, making him a double speaking liar.
Forward. Okay, and that's what he said to you guys. So you
Oh,
guys are saying he's a
no,
liar because he
no,
go on this show. Okay, because
no,
the
no.
only point.
Think about
Okay,
this. You're
nah,
reversing it.
I am.
You're reversing it. Yes, you're right in the context you're giving it, but that's not the
Hmm.
context it happened because he came with a positive claim of ether, right, in 1702, and then he come back 2 weeks later and attacked Nathan on a claim he didn't make. So the
Okay,
context is what again? And how is this agreeing to move a conversation forward applicable in him attacking Nathan on the travel of light?
It's not.
okay. What the point is? Okay,
2
when
years
he was
ago.
on seven. Okay, but this was years ago. Back then, in
That's why.
1702, y'all was talking. Okay, go ahead, Eli.
It's nice AI. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought you wanted to add something. If not, Adam. Adam wanted to add something for about 5 minutes ago.
Maybe call him Witsit. He'll
Neil.
respond.
Adam.
I'm a little confused, gents. This isn't somebody's been asked to pick a topic in debating club and go and represent it. He's representing himself and flat Earth, and it's that contradiction that seems to be the problem. It's a bit like me saying, "Well, we're going to discuss whether the Hasselblad camera is going to work. So, for the sake of the argument, I'll just accept you can have gas pressure without a container." There's certain things in which we're presenting ourselves, which is against the mainstream, that we shouldn't abandon our principles. And that appears to be the beef here. You can word it how you want, and you can use the time log how you want. But this is the problem. It's this fundamental contradiction of a description of reality. And AI, you may want to hold us to it, and there may be times, but if there isn't a purposeful misspeak. Yeah, it would be an accident. This guy's purposely, knowingly contradicting what he's saying to win arguments, as you guys are saying, for a purpose. But it's that lack of standards and the fact that he'll say anything to win the argument means he is double speaking, and why we don't want him speaking on behalf of Flat Earth.
There you
Yeah,
go.
but if someone say by your own, if someone present an argument to you, let's say you present an argument to me, right? And the base point of the argument is the Earth is spinning, and you say the Earth is spinning, and you present an argument to me, and then I say, well, by your own standards, that's not me making any claims. I'm not putting what I
Pause right
represent.
there.
If I say by your own standards, it still proves that the Earth is not spinning. Now I'm only holding you to your argument. I'm basing this argument based upon your own
You
standards.
said this already,
And
and
I
I
feel like
already
a lot
answered
of
you.
this
That's
is
why
Oh
we
my
have to
metaphorical
stop.
that I
God.
told.
Eli,
Okay.
what are you doing?
Because he said this already, and I already responded to that. Because it's like, what does
Okay.
this have to do with the tool that is claimed to be used to prove whatever they're claiming to prove? It's about
Because
the
it's going
tool,
by
and
their
within
own
the tool,
standards.
he's saying but it's not about a standard. It's like, okay, we're going to use this tool. The tool is not, maybe I believe in this ruler that I'm about to use to measure 12 inches.
Yeah, but a
That's
ruler got a
ridiculous.
conclusion. It's 12 inches,
Okay. So what's your point,
right?
Reg? Just give us your point
And
again,
the
Reg.
point that I'm making is that they're proving it's not retarded. The point that I'm making is what they're trying to prove with the telescope. The telescope is just tools. What they're trying to prove with the telescope and Aries' failure is whether or not the Earth is spinning or whether the Earth is not spinning. It don't have nothing to do with ether.
Yeah, the tool is
So
he's
if you
using the
want to argue
travel of
about
light. It's
ether
not
and light
about
traveling,
ether.
it's a
The tool
okay.
is the travel of light. That's what you're not getting, bro.
And what you're not getting is that they're
That's
not
what we're
talking. That the
talking about.
primary part of the conversation is not about the tool.
You're not getting this, Reg. It's not about the telescope or Aries' failure or about ether. None of that. It's about Whitsitt changing his position when it suits him concerning whether light is traveling or not. That's
Now you've
what it's
said
about.
that
Most
about 5
debaters do
times,
that.
and nobody's
Yeah,
caught
but
on.
it's not getting across, Neil, is it?
No,
Doesn't-
I
No,
got
because
it. Most
Witzik goes in
debaters do that.
Discord.
No, so
Hold on.
let me get. Hold on.
I
Joe.
got it. Most
Hold on, Joe.
debaters do that
Hold
when
on,
they're saying they're
Joe. You're now saying most debaters would relinquish a base premise that they hold true and preach to the point where they'll indict their fellow, the people on the same side as them, like me and Whitsitt were on the same side. So you're saying that most
No.
debaters would relinquish the position that they'd indict others on when it suits them. No, you've been Whitsittized, Reg. Now, most debaters would have principles that they'd stand by. Now, if they're wrong, that's different. You could admit when you're wrong, you just say, I'm wrong. Alternatively, when you're wrong, you could call the person calling you out on being wrong, if you want to call it that, as opposed to a lie. You could call that person who's pointing it out to you toxic, say they're aggressive, say it might be the reason you might withhold a contact because of how they talk over you. You could do those sorts of things, Reg, rather than just conceding we'll call it wrong, as opposed to a complete doublespeak contradiction, aka lie. You could do that. But no, Whitsittized, my friend. No, most people have principles and don't completely do a 180 on their position that they hold just to move things forward. That's unreasonable, and it's why I wouldn't want Whitsitt representing me. I wouldn't want people to think that I would completely relinquish my flat Earth position to move an argument in politics along. I'll just say Earth's a globe for a bit, because we're having a politics discussion. So I will relinquish that which I stand by daily just to move this along. I would hope that no, people wouldn't do that if they had any integrity.
They'll argue about a side position that's had nothing to do with the flat Earth.
He's on a debate
Whether or
show
not
about
it's
flat
spinning.
Earth, though, wasn't he? I mean, it'd be nice in La La Land where he wasn't on a show about flat Earth, but he was.
Yeah, he decided. So are we telling him to talk about La La Land that he don't have no proof of, or we're gonna want him to stick to flat
No,
Earth?
we're not doing anything. I mean, I said I didn't care, but what we are doing is pointing out the person who is forced to represent us, whether we like it or not, is a liar. That's what we're doing, because he is.
And he proudly said that, whether you like it or not, basically, I am the main debater here, and I represent you. You don't represent me ever.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's being endorsed by people like Alex Steen as a good guy, an upstanding guy. He's not. He's a lying shit. Yeah, it's just an indictment to Alex Steen, who obviously doesn't do his research, because if he'd have looked beyond his nose in this community and found out if Whitsit's in good standing or not, he'd have found out very quickly he's not. He's a proven liar. Because in this community of Flat Earth, he goes around talking about this thing called ether, and sometimes in this thing called ether he bullshits about light travels, and sometimes it don't. It just depends on the circumstances, because he's got no integrity. Who's interrupting me from G+? Obviously, I haven't finished the sentence, whoever's opened their mic and decided that they need to talk while I'm talking. Thanks. Meanwhile, when we point out the lie, the doublespeak, the 180-degree contradiction of Whitsit, I'm called toxic. Oh, why would that be? And we're accused of being aggressive, and that might affect what Whitsit's lying shit reputation that he doesn't have. That's where I stepped in and got quite annoyed. Oh, right, our aggression. You won't give Brian Alex Steen's number for fear of the aggression? Really? That might tarnish your reputation as a outright disgusting, disgraceful, double-speaking liar. Oh, how awful for your lying sewer rat reputation to be tarnished by our aggression towards you for lying. On our age.
It's the wokery, isn't it, that's used back? Your aggression. Yeah? Trump got elected with it. You can't use that shit anymore. Forget your pseudo-aggression. Yeah? Why are people angry? Because you're a liar, son.
Yeah, we're angry at you, you lying shit. We're also angry at Alex Steen, it seems. Because the only reason you were on that show wasn't because you got in touch with him like InfoWars, apparently. It's because Alex Steen put you in front of him. Oh, Alex, why are you putting liars on a forum to represent us as flat earthers? Not that you are one, apparently you just know it's not a ball. You pathetic individual. Well, you're indicted too, scumbag. You're putting liars up on these platforms, are you? And saying that they're good people, Alex? That just makes you indictable like Whitsit.
It's not Steen, it's Stein. Alex Stein. And Whitsit pointed out that to you because one of his rebuttals to him being charged a liar was that it's Stein, Nathan.
Stein like pigsty. Got it.
Yeah, well, also, again, if someone like, I don't know, Rumpus comes in and says, for all intents and purposes, like, this isn't about flat Earth. However, we're going to use the flat Earth to prove my point about a globe. Huh, that's interesting. Right.
There's an actual example with Rumpus. So for all intents and purposes, there is a geometric horizon. There isn't a geometric horizon, it only exists in the maths. But for all intents and purposes, there is a geometric horizon. That's Whitsit from Rumpus.
Well, no, at least Rumpus said for all intents and purposes in the argument, not after the fact.
No, he said there is a geometric horizon. We do have a geometric horizon. He said within two sentences, he said, we do not have, or we don't have a geometric horizon. Then asked if we have a geometric horizon, he answered, we do have a geometric horizon.
And my point is, but he gave us the tool, flat Earth, to do that. Whitsit is claiming that there is no travel of light and is using that tool to prove some other secondary or ancillary point. And that's my point to Reg.
Yeah, I caught him in his lie. So I left a nice little pause, enough for Whitsit, who couldn't help interrupting me, to say yes. in a little pause. So I asked Witsit, and it's recorded, thank God. Witsit, does light travel? Small pause. Witsit answers yes. Witsit answers no. Does light travel? Witsit answers no. And then I add through a telescope, indicting him instantly on the spot. Oh, yeah, it does down a telescope. For all intents and purposes. Like, no, according to you, it doesn't. Unless it does, making you a liar. It's that simple. Now, for all of you Witsitized idiots that have bought Witsit shite and gone, oh, no, he's just moving the argument forward. And no, you've had it pointed out about 10 times. He came along to indict me about the travel of light when light doesn't travel, says Witsit. It's not complicated. Like, we do have a geometric horizon, we don't have a geometric horizon. Light does travel, light doesn't travel. Yeah, you're just being lied to by a shyster.
And I asked him straight out, if you establish Earth is flat, everything else is nothing and meaningless. And he agreed. So unless it's about, this is all about his ether. I don't care whether you believe it or not. This is what he wants. That's why I don't want the flat Earth label on him. Call him the ether believer, the ether prover. He ain't no flat earther.
That's it's kind of a twofold frustration. So I'm talking to the guys in Discord here particularly. There's what's been going off, which is Witsit lying to us, the flat Earth community, okay, which is done to us all. Yeah, some people believe it, some don't, some oppose it, some support it, and that's fine. And then there's it's now compounded by, and fair play to him, he's put himself out there and he's getting on these channels. But what's disappointing is the contradiction he's presenting, but it's also a personal disappointment for us all. We've been here 10 years and we've honed our argument to perfection, an argument that he knows and could be out there winning the argument for us. But for some reason, it's not the argument he wants to pick up. He wants to pimp this ether on when he's being asked to talk about flat Earth, and it's compromised his position. And he's not allowing his position as a flat earther talking about flat Earth to come through. And the frustrating thing is he's QE's love child of flat Earth. He knows this stuff. He could be out there, but for some unknown reason, he has his own agenda, which is compromising, which is a real source of frustration as we listen.
Well, the update is that's not what he's doing, at least in the critique of this Alex Stein connection video thing with Tim Pool, because apparently he did argue for flat Earth in the last 40 or 45 minutes, and he also did not bring up ether. So, and he's been claiming that what he's been doing here is what he's been doing. I mean, take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, but you know that's the root of it, Eli.
Well, let's look. And we've yet to see the end of it, so you can hear my point. If he comes out good, yeah, maintained consistent, but the bit we've seen, he hasn't been. Okay, and like I said, this is twofold. What we're critiquing right now is his performance to the rest of the world, trying to describe flat Earth, and we've noticed that he's duplicitous in his descriptions here. He's not holding his own standards, something that those that are ignored, like us, do with integrity, hold our standards. We don't change and lie to win an argument. And that's a frustration. But I said that's compounded by the fact that before he got this semi-famous bit, which we've got a bit of frustration at, he was lying to all of us, disrupting this community with his lies and deceit. And that's what this started out at, pointing that out to us. Now it's now coupled with us having to try and point out to the rest of the world that this guy doesn't represent us.
And where's he getting the connections from? Oh, Alex Stein, who has endorsed Witsit as the best flat Earth debater. Alex Stein's been here. And what happened when he came here? Oh, when he came here with a globe belief to peddle and had his ass handed to him by me. Oh, but of course, Witsit's the best flat Earth debater in spite of his personal experience being a debater for the globe here. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, this person with absolutely no integrity or discernment either is endorsing this lying shit to go on in front of hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of people. Shocking, isn't it? how these things work. But when Brian is alluded to wanting...
Come on, Nathan.
I was. When Brian alludes that he might want that contact, that's Alex Stein and his contact. Oh no, Brian, you're too aggressive. You might be, giving an impression that would tarnish my excellent, upstanding reputation as a, non-liar? That's what we got. All right. Oh, you wouldn't want to share that contact with Brian? The mere suggestion that might be a request from Brian so that Brian could go on, where he doesn't get these opportunities in spite of all his hard work. Oh, no. No, you might tarnish my reputation, says Whitsitt.
Yeah, Central Goat said during that little spiel, he wrote in the message board, Nathan, tell him his presence, that is, Whitsitt's presence here is negatively affecting the show's reputation.
Yeah, well, he's not wrong. Might have said it in jest, but he's not wrong. What he's accusing us of, causing audio chaos, being a little shit, all the things he's doing here.
Well, you got to think, though, as far as tactics goes, what he did was near ingenious to approach the Discord panel when you weren't here and ask them for their inputs, right? And then to show up after, we point out a lie. It's clever. I'll give him that.
It's not ingenious. It's an indictment on the Discord panel. That's why when I came in that day, I said, why is he still here and why are you talking to him? Everything has been laid out by QE and Nathan, but you continue to let him spew out his nonsense and you become Witsitized and defend him.
So, Nathan, everything was going swimmingly until his reputation came up. Right?
That's right.
Yeah, basically, that was the point that I stepped in because I'm like, what reputation?
Oh, I was immediately off mute, ready to friggin' go off, and you went off.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's where I was perfectly civil with him up until that point. It was only, and it was done with projection. Oh, Brian, I wouldn't want to give you Alex Stein's contact. You might sully my reputation with your aggression.
That was
he said I have a reputation to uphold, I think, or something. Well, I think he actually said those words. I have a reputation.
Backhanded slight, like he's got some stellar reputation. All right.
So the reason that was so egregious is because the man who, when was given a platform to have a debate with Brian, we all reviewed that debate, and Whitsitt's behavior was disgusting. So the fact that that same guy can say, oh, well, let me just play on the fact that people do hear you interrupt at times because things are heated, and let me use that as a reason to say that I wouldn't connect you with this person. Well, that's very, 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 very disgusting coming from you, though. Especially what you did there. Because you know your history with Brian, and we just reviewed the video. You should have reviewed the video, and you got your booty kicked.
I think we have to be...
Yeah.
Right.
Are you saying, hold on, Adam. Are you saying it's like Pol Pot charging the Dalai Lama with genocide? Is that what you're saying? Go ahead, Adam.
Well, the similar analogy, I don't think I'd introduce Whitsitt to anybody. Not because he'd be too aggressive, because I'd say to him, I don't want to introduce you. He'll piss all over you while smiling. It'll be a disgusting experience. You'll be born with frustration. You'll have backhanded insults thrown at you, all with a smile. Yeah.
And if you call him out on his lies, he'll start calling you a narcissist, telling you you're aggressive.
He called you ugly too. That shit, man. I would have got annoyed with that.
But they're red herrings.
Nathan ugly.
They're red herrings.
Yeah.
I think
Daff.
Alex Stein should be given his own
calling
credit.
ain't called for.
Sorry, hold on, Adam. Go ahead, Reg.
I would say the name calling is not called for. I don't agree with that at all. But I feel like it's kind of my fault because he did come on the panel after you guys left. the day when he was on there with QE, and he asked us what we wanted him to do, and we told him like, hey, why don't you just drop the ether stuff? That's the weakest part of your argument, and whenever they try to bait you in it, don't take the bait. So
I
I don't know.
agree. I agree wholeheartedly. You sorry bastard.
Yeah, I want to ask you though, what's the difference between Rumpus using Flatter to prove his point and Witsit using the travel of light to prove his point, when both of them claim that those premises are false?
No. You've misconstrued. Like, there's a point to be made with any of this. Right, let's just get that cleared away. I didn't realise that was an underlying tone that needed addressing. I said it was the first thing I said to Witsit. There isn't a claim to be proven. If I say that we aren't moving, or you now, Eli, if I tell you you're not moving, assuming you're not in a freaking car or something, I'm assuming you're still, right? I don't have to prove Jack, do I? On the other hand, if I tell you you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, I better damn well prove that as a positive claimant. Now, in this instance, me, you, and unfortunately, as irritating as this is, Witsit, none of us have a positive claim here. It's a non-positive claim to say we're not moving. Not moving doesn't need proving. Do you get me?
Yep.
There's more to it. Hello? So the whole underlying premise of this discussion that took place on that debate was based on the ignorance of Witsit feeling there's something to debate about. There wasn't. Now, we all know that the idea that Earth might or might not be turning is very useful for an etherite that's going to use the star motion to prove the Ethereum bullshit. We all know that segue. Now, we're only 40 minutes into the critique of this particular debate. But what we all know is that's where it's previously gone, and where we, or me personally, have been critiqued for saying, light travel when I'm not making a positive claim about it, is something that Witsit does 180-degree turns about whenever he needs to. So what have we got? We've got a lying shit stain that goes around changing his position at will whenever he's going to be, in front of more people representing us? I just don't want it. I don't want Witsit I don't want him anywhere near what we do.
Yeah, but see, the reason why, Nathan, the reason why he's going to say he still debunks the ball is because there's 99% of the people in the world still think we're on it. That's fine, but that's why I asked him. If you establish that Earth is flat beyond the shadow of a doubt, then everything else is moot, correct?
He can do that 3 hours in, though, can't he?
Well, you would
Most
lay it down,
people-
right? You would lay it flat on the table, like when you got freaking rummy, right? You lay your cards down.
Can I
Most
say a
people-
quick word with Reg?
Yeah.
Reg, you just said something there, which to me, I think is probably the disconnect between us guys and you, and why you're defending. You put it to Witsit how to improve, and magnanimous of you is to drop the weakest part of your argument, ether. I think this is the disconnect. On this side, ether has got nothing to do with the argument. It's not a part, weak or strong. It's a completely separate agenda that can derail and make you look like a conspirator and allow people to not get the message of flat Earth. And in the bits I've watched, Reg, that seems to be the compromising. There's plenty of opportunity if you don't have to hold a non-related position that you'd like to talk about. You don't do that, you would be much stronger and a much better performance. I wouldn't doubt for 1 minute from him. But because of these facts, that's where I think he's at. And I'll put it to you again. Is it part of the argument of flat Earth? Whether it's weak or strong, has ether got anything to do with flat Earth?
No.
Reg.
Sorry.
Well, no, we got him to admit that too. Like it had nothing to do with flat Earth. So why bring it up whenever you discussing flat Earth?
That's fine.
Well, why are flat earthers bringing in globers as experts to discuss the ether?
He was asked to by the host. The host has essentially passed off the responsibility of getting a panel together to talk to Alex, because from what Whitsitt explained to us, Alex and Tim wanted to have a discussion. Neither of them are experts in this particular field, so the idea was, well, I know Whitsitt, who's a flat earther, and then it's passed on to Whitsitt, well, can you get someone to sit on the side with Tim? So he tried a load of people that didn't want to participate, and then he eventually got this what do we call him? Space Now?
Astronomy Dead.
Astronomy Dead. It's because you kept calling him Astronomy Live. And then, unbeknownst to him, they brought Robert Sungenis on board without him knowing. So when he got there, the main focus was thrown to him. That's what Whitsitt just told us. If we take, I don't disbelieve what he's told us, and I can imagine it happening exactly that way.
See, Whitsitt is the best debater for what they want to hear. They don't want to hear you or Kerry O'Brien or Adam or anybody. They want to hear Whitsitt because it falls right into their narrative.
Maybe.
But Nathan,
who are they?
Alex in this case, because there's only one person we can point fingers at, and that's Alex. He's the orchestrator. There's another YouTuber, but he's just the guy with a YouTube channel. He happens to be popular, and the connection's through Alex. Therefore, if there's a they are they.
All of them, they are all of them that invite the Weisses, the Whitsits, and all of the rest of the clowns.
Not inviting them, they're proactively contacting them. That's another misconception. You said it earlier. Like, Dave gets chosen. No, Dave proactively contacts these people, and they say yay or nay.
I also wanted to point out earlier too to Brian, if I may, Brian.
Go on,
I know it's hard to. I'm just trying to say that you do a phenomenal job on your channel. Don't let Whitsitt tell you it's garbage, because he's lying. But that aside, I know you do a lot of work. You do a lot of work with YouTube. Whitsitt is everywhere. Like, he goes everywhere. So it's okay not to compare yourself to him. That's why you're not getting the looks that you're getting.
Yeah, but he's preferred.
Stop. Because he's drumming up conversation with people that don't know better. And so he's popular because I've seen him go from place to place. That's how it happens. We're doing something different. We shouldn't even be comparing ourselves to that.
No, I agree. He's a salesman for himself and what he's promoting. I agree with that. And he does more salesmanship on places like X and other places, right, as well. And I take all that on board. The only reason I don't do what he does, and I don't go on to X and these other places and do the same amount of self-promotion, is because I have so much negative to deal with on my own channel. They're trying to bring in something like just X, just Twitter alone. The amount of I would double up the negative if I brought in that, and I have enough to deal with on my own channel. Now I do things a little bit different than with it. Yeah, I'm not saying that I do the same as him, so we're going to get the same outcome. But the point I was making to him, and I was trying to make to Nathan more so, was that what he was being promoted as getting out there and doing this stuff and promoting himself and all the rest of it. But what really has happened with Whitsitt is Whitsitt gained a load of subscribers from Bob, right? And he's been promoted by Alex Stein and maybe people like Alex Stein, right? So is it down to him doing what he's doing 100%? No. A good 50% of it is down to other people helping him out. And those other people are people who would have helped me.
Yeah,
There's other people and people who wouldn't have helped me, and one of them decided definitely not to give me, not even help, but you know what I mean, wouldn't have aligned with me. So I understand there's differences. I get that. But my point is that even if I put myself forward in the same way as Whitsitt, which I can show you the lower lodge, I was there before Whitsitt. I was there within 17 minutes of his video uploading. I was commenting to him. I was doing my best. Didn't want to know anything about me until after he had Whitsitt coming on, because they want Whitsitt. They want Whitsitt because he's preferred content.
Yeah,
so
you know what?
Eli has a point. I just say Eli has a point, but there's also the preferred content.
Yeah, but I forgot about that. You're right. Bob brought him in, and he gained a lot from Bob.
Right.
Well, I
So
wish
he
him all
knew
the best in
not
that.
preferred content.
Yeah, Jaron
Okay.
promote him too. So yeah, he right about that.
But that's irrelevant to this. It shouldn't even be part of it.
No, we
But
wish him all the best,
Yeah, I don't
don't
know
we, John?
who brought that up.
Nobody's
Witsit
got
brought that up.
malice against Witsit having any success. Okay, not part of my agenda. Yeah, my issue is, dude, you're out there. Please represent us properly. It's almost a plea. And like I said, they're two separate things. There's the way he's lied and been duplicitous with us, and this critique of him now as he hits the mainstream. And I wish the man all the success for him and his family. But please don't lie. Please just represent the solid arguments you've got. And don't compromise yourself with some beliefs that in this community you've shown you can't substantiate.
Yeah,
That's all.
and have some humility. If you called out, we've all been wrong. We've all said stupid stuff as well. And we just have to take it on the chin, admit where we're wrong, and we do, frequently. As opposed to calling the person who's calling you out on your nonsense a narcissist, calling the person that's calling you out on your nonsense aggressive, saying, this is the reason I wouldn't give you contact information. You're like, this is what you do when you're called out? Really? Just accept it.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't do that. Yeah. Yeah,
I
don't
love
agree
that.
with
I love that. Like when I pointed out what he was doing and gave context to it when he was claiming in context, agreeing to move the conversation forward, and I give context to it. He accused me of not giving context. It was awesome. Everybody bought it though.
There's 160 IQ in there.
It's not an IQ issue, it's an age issue. It's immaturity. Now, I know this guy's probably in his 30s, Witsit that is, but it's immaturity. That's what it is.
I don't think he's in his 30s. You want to bet 10 grand?
Very good.
What was interesting is AI came in to stop him betting 10 grand.
Oh, here we go.
And we brought it down to 50, which is, okay, 50 is a much better bet because not everyone has 10 grand. But the point being is that Witsit was trying to throw out this 10 grand thing as some kind of a threat. Leave him do it. Leave him lose the 10 grand if that's what he wants to do.
That's one of Witsit's little poker tells. Whenever he's lost an argument, he'll go, I bet you. Is that because you've got no further argumentation? So you're going to resort to what, intimidation, which is all that it is. It's a little poker tell.
Like a
it's kind of aggressive, Adam, isn't it?
Well, it's passive aggressive, isn't it? Technically.
No, he's just straight aggressive with me. Every time I bring up a point to him, he down where he's wrong. Like he just calls me an idiot and brings up IQ.
You're a hillbilly, refracted. Don't you know that?
Yeah, yes, he calls us all names. It's a tell.
Just for the record, I don't think you're ugly, Nathan. I think you're a handsome lad.
What's that got to do with anything? But thank you. I am.
I found it funny. He was calling you all these types of names, and he was pleading with Discord. Are you hearing this?
What Witsit does is he tries to affect someone emotionally. So he'll try to say, Nathan looks like this, or somebody's this, or your channel is this, or whatever. It's all nonsense, right? It's water off a duck's back. It's pure red herrings away from the problem, which is that he's being shown up to be not just wrong, but lying.
That's his problem, isn't it, as well, in terms of how you judge him as a man. As Nathan calls it's immaturity. Look at the way he attacked me. And the log's there, he's got it in his head that I'm a Christian. So instead of using his argument, he's going to attack me and my perceived Christianity as a route to allow mitigation for his behavior. That's what he kind of put there. But again, it just shows the immaturity of the man. Just stand by your argument. He thinks he's out there to win battles, and people have mitigated for this. Oh, well, you can talk shit if you're winning an argument. So, and that there is standards. I have none if I'm in an argument. Part of your
Exactly.
problem,
yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm putting my kids to sleep.
He's after labeling me as an interrupter. Now, I'm now labelled within the community as an interrupter.
No, you are.
Yeah, I am.
Labelled. You always were before he said it.
Yeah, and I do. Hang on, but let me finish the point. I 100% agree. I do interrupt when things get heated. I interrupt. I keep hammering the point when things get heated, and I just talk straight over my opponent. I will do that. But there's 3 times that's recorded of me having a one-on-one with him. The first time was a debate on Quantum Erasers channel. The second one was me over on his channel. The third one was me with him and a biased moderator. Right now, I interrupted him a lot in the third one, but my interruptions were because he kept on going away from what we're supposed to be talking about, and then not supporting the claims he was making that weren't about what we're supposed to be talking about. So anyone can listen to him. So 1 out of 3, yeah, I interrupted him a lot. Now he interrupted me constantly as well, but no one's going to hear that. They're only going to hear about how he's calling me an interrupter. They won't notice him interrupting like constantly, right? But the first 2 times there was no interruptions. Right? So yeah, sometimes I do interrupt. Yeah. But that's when my opponent starts becoming, unreasonable in my opinion.
Don. Outrageous. You never interrupt. Absolute outrage.
I do. I can't say I don't.
I don't care what anybody says. If any one of you guys were on that show, you would have been cordial, but you would not have compromised at any point.
I wouldn't have been on the show. I wouldn't have been on the show because I'm not going to do that. But
You're not Alex Stein's friend.
Right. That's number 1. And number 2, knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting Brian. Shut up.
If he would have laid down the foundation of Earth being flat, arguments over, everybody go home.
Well, if you subvert the argument before it can take place,
Okay, John, tell me where it could go. If Nathan outright establishes the fact through celestial navigation, surveying, everything, the way we do it here, tell me what the rebuttal is on their side.
Well, Matthew Learns would be a good example of that. Matthew Learns already showed that he appealed to his beliefs and he denied what he knows.
So you have to admit to belief rather than reality.
Well, you have to deny what you know, too.
Also, if you admit to belief, it goes a lot more cordially for you, like he admitted. He seemed to be surprised that it went very cordial. It was like, bro, as long as you just admit that it's actually measured flat, we're good. After that, you want to believe in this and believe in that? Yeah, go ahead. We don't got no problem with that. Sometimes it's about choosing your battles, right? Because I'm sure there are people that will listen to this and think, why are they going so hard at Witsit for this travel light thing, right? You just kind of just said, yeah, okay, to move the point on. And I get that. Now, for us, obviously, we've had this discussion, in particular, this light thing, and whether it's traveling or not with Witsit, which is why it's so serious for us. Somebody else might not have heard that, might not know anything about that, and they hear him, say to light traveling slower down a telescope, and for the sake of the conversation, just want to move it on. Now, I get that. I get where Witsit comes from with that, even though, yes, he came to us and lied to us about that. I kind of get it, right? Yeah, but it's like Neil. It's about choosing your battles, right? Because to me, I feel like just having a discussion about, let's just take Aries failure in particular. We're having a discussion about Aries failure. What was that supposed to prove or not prove? Whether the Earth is spinning or not? Well, all right, here's the battle you choose. If Earth is spinning or not, what's supposed to be spinning? The ball? So did you prove that it's a ball first before we prove whether or not it's spinning or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree with 50% of what you're saying, Chocolate.
That's my point from the beginning. If you laid down the foundation, you're not getting into Aries failure because Earth is flat.
That's not the point, right?
That's not the point.
I kind of, I want to disagree with you in a way, Choc. I understand it, and you can say somebody who's not been involved, but somebody who's not educated would be my response. Not involved. Yeah, because if you are cognizant of somebody that's an Ethereum, yeah, the whole Aries failure thing kind of highlights the duplicitous nature of this Ethereum mechanism. Yeah, as the whole. So to accept this, you've got to bin your own etheric nonsense or reinvent words, because we're going to invoke a medium for ether. And what happens with Aries failure is we've got the change of medium at the boundary of the light traveling through air traveling. I'm not even bothered about the traveling. Do you understand that the difference of the medium change, right? It's such a fundamental thing that undermines that medium of ether, which would be both the air and water, that it's egregious that somebody that's saying this is not standing by his guns. Do you understand? It's confusing that you either deal with it or you bin it. To me, you don't have this flammy thing where you're wishy-washy and nothing that comes out your mouth means anything. The only purpose it has is to disagree with somebody else. Then what are you? Sophist.
And while I do understand that, like, what? All right, so at the point where the guy asked, they said something about the light traveling. Do you agree that light's traveling slower through the telescope, right? So if he stopped the conversation there and said, I don't think light is traveling at all, and then went into his spiel about how light's not traveling, not whether it's traveling slower or faster in the telescope, right? That would have went into a whole other category of shit. And then even further away from flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I can kind of understand him stopping, just kind of agreeing, just, all right, real quick, yeah, it's going slower through the light. Okay, sure. So that we can move the conversation on. Now, of course, standing on the principle after saying to us that light's not traveling, and that's your stance, yeah, I could agree. You probably should stand on that if that's where you're coming from, right? But in the moment, at the time when you got to make a decision, do I want to take this conversation completely left, or do I want to just say real quick so that maybe we could hopefully get back to the main point? You understand what I mean?
Wow.
I'll go after Adam because I have something to say about that. I'll go after Adam.
Yeah, I'll keep it. I understand what you're saying. There's a level of a non-involved person where that might be reasonable, but this is somebody that's embroiled in this and has been for a while, and it continues to demonstrate that this is. See, to me, it's like Neil arguing with a Buddhist, right? And to win the argument with a Buddhist, he'll affirm that everything the Prophet Muhammad said was true to win the argument.
Exactly.
No.
Chocolate.
That's not
chocolate.
what we doing.
1 second, Reg. I have to address chocolate. 1 second. I'm sorry. I was in the queue.
Okay.
Chocolate. What you're after giving us there is Witz's defense today. All Witzit had to do, and I've said this earlier today, all Witzit had to do, and I said this to him, right, is say, well, that's not how I would describe it, but for the purposes of this topic, I would go along with you. He doesn't need to go into having a debate about light. So him saying it would have ended up in a debate about light is false. All he has to do is add in that caveat. That's all he has to do.
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. But I'm saying at the moment when you're that guy that's in that debate or in that discussion, right, and you make that choice, I mean, that's the choice he made. You know, what are we going to knock him for it? That's the choice he made. You know, we don't like it, but hey, that's the choice he made. That's where he decided to go.
But he's a liar.
Then don't be my representative.
Well, then he's a liar.
Well, again, that's the choice he made. Right?
Yeah,
That's
but
fine.
exactly. If
That's
a lie
fine.
is not going to be representing me.
That's fine. He can make that choice, and you're right, Chocolate. And then he's a liar. No problem. He's a liar. That's it. But he not only lied there, that's just one lie. It's not just a single lie.
Yeah, I know, but that's the one we're kind of focusing on today, right?
Yeah, we're focusing just on that one today, not the 25 other ones we discovered over the past 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Nathan hit on the head. Once a liar, always a liar, and you'll lie on top of your lies.
It's not that. It's not that because we're all liars. We've all lied, right? It comes to a head when you are challenged. I'm going to bring you up to the man, and you're challenged with that lie. It's what you do then. Now, do you reckon with the lie to everyone and say, you know what? Fucking lied. All is forgiven. All is forgiven. But when you double down on that, I'm going to rip your asshole through your throat.
Yeah, exactly. At the point that we go, oh, reputation, no, you're a liar. If you went, yeah, are you going to keep holding that above me? Even though he was being a bit of a weasel in concession, we go, yeah, we probably will hold that over you. In other words, all would have been carried on as smiles with just the mildest of concession. Instead, it descends into me being called a narcissist and all this sort of shite. Oh, okay, have it your way.
Yeah, I get it now. I get your point now. Yeah, if he would have just said like, "Oh yeah, I kind of told her," I lied just to move the conversation forward. If you guys
I
want
mean,
that,
he could have tried to just, and again, I'm not trying to, what is it, Monday quarterback, whatever the fuck. I'm not trying to do that, but it's like, yeah, he could have easily said what he told us today. Well, I don't think Light's traveling, even though that's what we kind of see, right? And then try to just move it on from there. Now, again, with the people that he was with on that panel, that might have started a whole other discussion, right? That maybe he didn't want to get into at the time. Because again, supposedly he was trying to stay away from the whole ether thing, which it did kind
yeah,
of
at that
sound like to
time.
me he was trying to do. You know what I mean? So he could have easily said, well, I don't see Light as traveling. That's what we perceive, but I don't think it's that. But then we know that that would have come with, well, if it's not traveling and that's what we see, what does that mean? What, blah, 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 blah. And then it would have went into that instead of proving that it's just flat.
I have
Okay,
to
but then
disagree
it
with
was a
Chuckles.
flat Earth debate. It
Well, the
was a
Earth
flat
wasn't
Earth debate,
spinning.
right? Established
He
as
trained-
flat.
Well, he train wrecked himself anyway because he's the one that brought up Airy's failure. And if you could bring up Airy's failure,
did.
then the travel of light through the telescope is kind of an important thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, and that's my problem. Why would I ever bring up a supposed quote in heavy quotes experiment or whatever that supposedly is proving one way or another that the Earth is either spinning or not spinning, when I don't think Earth is a ball at all, and that needs to be proven in the first place, and we know
Sure.
it's not because it's measured flat.
Well, there's layers here. Yes, you're correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Winston
I got a
could have.
quote. I got a relevant quote right now, right here. Check it out. I can't get that I'm having to use a contradiction to make my point.
And quote Whitsitt.
Yeah, it's bad.
I got one. I got one for you. The light is the medium.
Oh, hey,
The
guess
darkness
what?
is the ether.
I already pulled off the road. I already pulled off the road before you said that.
Speaking of pulling off the road, I do think that Brian should just stay in his lane, though, don't you?
Yeah, let's talk about another lie.
I said that in chat the other day. And AI, you ain't off the hook here, you Witsit sympathizer, you.
What?
Whatever, dude. From now on, I'm just going to assume you're tongue in cheek, dude.
With the sympathizers.
Yeah. I'm just going to assume he's being tongue in cheek because I can't take him for being that retarded. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I am, but you frustrate me, AI.
Everything frustrates you, Neil.
Yeah,
know,
it
like,
does.
that AI is doing something. But I typically am, for whatever reason, shouting out when he's shouting out at the same time about the same stuff. But you never point that out at me. Like, what's that about? Bias and all.
Yeah, Neil. Me and Chocolate is Witsit sympathizers, according to you. Oh, he did say I was wistitized.
I told you all you've been wistitized. I've told Eli before for a while, to the point where he even said to me one
Yeah, you
time
did.
that that's because I'm dumb. I remember everything.
Oh
I
God!
never
But I
called you
agree
This
dumb
has
with
either,
you.
been
That
going
brother.
on
was a
for a
mistake,
while.
and it only happened one time. And I've been upset
Neil
with you
and
many times
Brian
after
have
that,
been
and I
warning
never
you
said it
all
again.
about
You
this
held it
ether.
over me. I'm glad you said so because I want to make amends and have a hot cup of chocolate. So maybe I'll travel to you.
No, me and Brian have been talking about this for a long time, and you just laughed us to scorn. Now it's biting you all in the air.
Well,
I hope it hurts.
Well, it seems like AI dropped out before his point was solidified. So what were you saying, AI? That he was justified into agreeing that light traveled? Is that what you were saying?
No, what I'm saying is if you're offering a position like that, parsing it out as an internal critique, like you have to yield the points within their worldview. Now that may not necessarily be what he was doing, but if he was doing that, right,
No,
and he
no, he
fumbled it,
wasn't.
then that's a different
He
story.
wasn't. No, he wasn't, because he was the one that brought up Aries' failure, right? So it wasn't their argument; it was his argument.
Right. So if I was arguing with Witsit, let's say me and Witsit were doing an after action review, I would be pressing him on why do you have to concede contradictory points to your own worldview to make a point that you were attempting to carry, and just let his mind work on that for a while.
Sure. All right. Fair enough.
But that's something you got to realize, and that's been the frustration with me with the Ethereans for the longest time, is that when you're trying to get them to actually tell you their position, they can't do it without contradicting themselves. Like they can't. The only way for them to not contradict themselves is just to say, I don't know what it is, and I'm going to keep quiet about it.
Yep.
That's
Huey,
it.
would you say something to me? Would you please say to me,
Shut up.
would you please say to me, no, would you please say to me, the light travels through the water in the telescope?
You want me to say that to you?
Yes, please.
The light travels through the water in the telescope.
That is not how I would generally describe it, but for the purposes of this conversation, I will go along with that. That's all he needed to do.
No, he can't.
He
You didn't listen earlier. He can't. Hold on, Brian. He can't do that. He brought it up.
Yeah. See, the thing, but see, this is no. Hang on. It's not about what he can or can't do. I'm talking about his defense today. Was that he went along with it just to go? He went along to get along, right?
Exactly.
That was basically his defense. Now, all he had to do.
Brought up a flat plane.
One second. Yeah,
Why
but
is that?
not really. No, it's not. Not even as what he's doing is worse than what Wampus was doing. Just one second.
We just didn't address it.
But 1 second. I'll talk to you about the Wampus thing in a second. Right. 1 second. I'm not going to walk away from it. My point being is that all he had to do was at least throw in that caveat. At least that. But no, the caveats come after the fact, not at the time. He did say, you know what I mean? That's the problem. Now, as far as what you're saying, Eli, go on, Adam.
That's what's egregious, mate. Right? You can't put that caveat in because he's saying to this person, I'm going to disprove you with something I don't believe. Like Neil, they're Buddhist. I'm going to prove to you that Buddha's a load of shit by demonstrating you that the Prophet Muhammad was 100% correct. This is what he's doing. What he said,
yes,
the light travels through the medium of air and then hits the boundary layer into the other medium of water going down the telescope. Actually, none of it is a medium. The medium is light.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Adam,
So at
correct,
some
but I'm talking
point,
about
if
his
he
defense
makes that
today.
disclaimer, anybody of half an intellect will show him his arse. Not, it's all right to go, oh, I don't believe that, and just move on. Because you'll be shown at some point, but then somebody like us, or anybody who listens to us will make him look a freaking idiot.
Yes.
I'm only focusing on his defense today. I'm not focusing on whether that would have been right or wrong.
Use it as a defense. All it is a highlighter pen of retardia.
I understand that, and you are correct, right? But I'm talking about his defense today, right? For what? 1 second. Just let me respond to Adam. His defense today, Adam, was that he went along just to get along. That was his defense. All he had to do was add in. My point being is that if he his point was, My position is that light doesn't travel, but I went along to get along that time. The least someone should do, my point being, is that the least someone should do, if their position is that light doesn't travel, is add in that caveat at that point, even if it doesn't actually help them. Even if it doesn't help them.
That. You said that 20 times. We get it.
Yes.
Adam's saying that he can't do that because he'll compromise. Now, to everyone that's listening, that will appease them. But to anyone that knows what the arguments are in his previous positions, he can't do that. There's no way he can do that. He's compromised.
Yeah, because he compromised
on his previous arguments.
And also,
I'm talking about his defense today. His defense today.
I know.
But I don't understand why it's not the same with Rumpus. And when Whitsitt is saying, like, I don't believe in the travel of light, but for all intents and purposes, we're going to use the travel of light to continue having this conversation. When Rumpus said, well, I don't believe, but when Rumpus said, I don't believe that the earth is flat, but for all intents and purposes, let's take this flat earth measurement to prove my point.
Yeah. He's doing the same with light and ether, isn't he? It's the same. When you say, I don't see the difference, well, there isn't one. It's like Conspiracy Cat saying, I'll give you a flat earth so I can make examples with perspective. Well, you're trying to prove it isn't flat, but you're going to give us a flat earth. Yeah, you can't do that because it sacrifices your position. Whitsitt saying light travels down the barrel of a telescope sacrifices his position in the first instance. That's the problem.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So I could give you an example.
Another
here's
one?
a concrete
We need
example.
another analogy.
Go ahead, AI.
No, that's an example in real life. It's called the Islamic dilemma. It's a polemic against Islam where you seed the truth within their worldview that they believe the Quran is true. So you say, okay, we set the premise. You believe the Quran is true. All right, so the Quran's true. That's your premise. The Quran affirms the Gospels. The Gospels deny the Quran. So if you're correct, you're wrong. If you're wrong, you're wrong. So you're wrong. I rest my case.
Okay.
It's a specific nuance that Muslims argue that, but it does, if you investigate, it does say that they have their gospel and it is correct. So the Quran confirms that the Christian gospel for the Christians is correct. And then that's why it becomes paradoxical for them.
That's funny because my sister-in-law just said that the other day, and I told my wife she can't do that.
The rebuttal in this case is for them to say, yeah, that is correct. The Quran is correct. It's just that you Christians don't have the correct gospel anymore.
No, that would be wrong.
No, Neil, I didn't ask you to argue. I just was telling you what the rebuttal is. Think of it in the context.
That is a rebuttal. However, you can evolve the conversation because there are other spots in the Quran that have timelines that disprove their idea that the Gospels are corrupted. It disproves the Quran. Like they can't get out of it.
I was trying to move it on from a theology debate by saying, look at the quality of the argument. It's a yeah, it is true. It's just that the books that you've got are definitely wrong. It's just there's something hidden. The gospel is true. You just can't see it. You get my point? It is either is true. You just can't. Yeah, that's the quality of the rebuttal.
I see what you're saying.
The logic that's presented within the Quran.
Yeah, and in that argument, I don't cede to them that the Quran is true. I'm ceding to them for the sake of the argument that if you accept the premise that the Quran is true, this contradiction negates the truth of the Quran.
Yeah,
so
that'd be
if
fine.
true, false. If false, false. Therefore, false.
Sure. That's only a problem for you if your position is also that the Quran is absolutely true, but also it's not true at all.
Yeah, well, even in the Quran it mentions the gospel, so it's true.
By comparison.
Is there another analogy? Because I'm not getting it.
If you imagine that we're all on a table tennis circuit and we've all got our wives as partners, you following along so far?
Yeah. Yes.
What do you mean partners?
Oh, you figure out what I mean while I figure out the rest of the examples.
I know Neil's going to lose. In his current state, he's going to get battered at table tennis.
Yeah, you could see. Well, if I can play for my bet, I'll win.
Unless Sarita's like a genius at table tennis.
Okay, now you've all got the idea that we've got table tennis. Now imagine that there is no table tennis and it doesn't exist.
Oh, God. Then Neil can't be crap at it.
Then I'm
There's what's
excellent
it
at
there?
Look, you're just not understanding. Where I said earlier that there's table tennis and table tennis circuits, now you need to understand implicitly that in this scenario, there is no table tennis. Table tennis isn't real. It doesn't exist. There is no table tennis. We all clear?
Got you.
Yeah.
Tables exist still.
And Adam has the audacity. Adam has the audacity to say that there's such a thing as table tennis. Did you hear him talking about it earlier and how Neil would be involved in it? Adam, you spastic, talking about table tennis when it doesn't even exist and interrupting constantly. You're a narcissist.
You'll never introduce me to anyone of any like influence, will you? Because of that.
Not for me.
So anyway, yeah. So we're all clear. Adam's an idiot who thinks table tennis exists, and there's no such thing as table tennis. I made that clear. If anybody even suggests that there is such a thing as table tennis, I tell them and set them straight that there isn't. Anyway, I'm about to go on the show tomorrow, and I'm going to make an example about how balls in a sky vacuum work, and I'm going to use the example with a table tennis ball on a table tennis table with table tennis bats.
Yep.
Everyone cool with that?
Good.
Yep.
See, that's why I think you're the best debater.
Obviously, I'm only going to be using it to move things on.
Well, it's a good thing you only have 37 subscribers, 37 people watching. I heard that.
That was funny. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. I heard everything.
Did that come out as well? The Jaren Jam?
That came out. Your viewers came out. Your IQ definitely come out.
Nobody watches.
It does make me laugh.
Right, I'm going to have to round out. I've got dinner on the table.
What's the difference?
Wait,
guys.
before you do.
What about it?
No, there won't be
Because
one more thing. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to Discord and G-Plans for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.